Medical alarm 740 Altura Court.
These areas to help to deter criminal activity and to help ensure public safety. To bolster these efforts, the City of Los Angeles Palisades Fire Incident Command is currently developing a vetting process to support private fire prevention.
Engine 165, Squad 16, seizure 3219 East Firestone.
This is being done as a force multiplier for law enforcement efforts. The process for allowing private support entities will entail the agency or company requesting access to provide Palisades Fire Incident Law Enforcement Liaison. And what the process will look like, their contact information for credentials will be verified, the exact resources requested to be allowed access to, the date and times access was requested, the approval from the Incident Operations and Safety. The law liaison will advise law enforcement agencies via emails about the following items once they have been verified. Law enforcement will distribute to deputies and officers in the field a list of those authorized for each operational period. So each day you come out, it'll be a new pass for those that'll have access. An access pass will be also issued to the support entity authorized for access. I want to stress that this is not an invitation for residents to repopulate areas that are evacuated. Remaining properties have no access to power, water, or gas, and major hazards such as debris and wires still remain in the roadways. Also, please be aware that many household items that have burned are now toxic and can present significant health risks. We recognize that residents want to protect their property, and we believe this effort helps strengthen our ability to help keep the area safe and get information.
Engine in Squad 107, chest pain, 18649 via Princessa. Engine 80, Squad 131, medical rescue, southbound 14, south of Soledad Canyon.
Emergency enabling law enforcement to help focus on crime suppression. The National Guard is assisting us in the following areas. Traffic control, they're managing roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security, maintaining security over things that we all need, power poles, power sources, other things like along those lines to ensure that security. Checkpoints, they'll be verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into protected zones. While the fires in Pacific Palisades remain an ongoing challenge, the LAPD remains on citywide tactical alert, which means that all personnel and resources are available to be redirected and redeployed to this incident. I want to assure the community that we're working tirelessly to protect lives, property, and maintain public safety during this critical time. I want to thank everybody who has worked with us, who has cooperated with the requests that we have made, the orders that have been given as far as evacuation and maintaining as best we can a semblance of order during this very, very difficult time. We still have fire resources coming in from all over the country to be able to help deal with this major disaster. And so we want to be able to keep it as safe as we possibly can. The measures we put forward here is with an eye to doing that. And so, again, thank you. And thank you to all of you for help getting our message out to the public that we serve. I'll take any questions, but limited to our role here from LAPD, the law enforcement function. No questions? I can't speak for the sheriff. We have had
no arrests to looting in the fire areas.
yeah, we've had some arrests, but not for looting within the fire areas in the city of Los Angeles. The sheriff reported last night that there were, I think, probably almost 24 arrests.
Engine 117, fire alarm 1011 East Avenue I.
No questions? Thank you all. We appreciate it.
Well, if I was there, the question I would ask is, where's the mayor?
Yeah.
Because Mayor Bass called a press conference that was supposed to start at 4 o'clock today. At 6 o'clock, now we get this law enforcement briefing. We don't see her, and we don't see Kristen Crowley.
But we are hearing from the LAPD public information officer, in other words, a spokesperson, that there will be a written statement.
Engine Squad 93 conscious 37306
LA Mayor
Massa.
Karen Bass, nor LAFD Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. It will be a joint statement from the mayor and the fire department. Once that is made available, we will, of course, bring that to you. But some interesting developments are coming our way.
If you're just joining us here at 6 o'clock, maybe you were busy working today, we want to get you up to date on everything that's happening, including what clearly seems to be a tough back and forth between the mayor and her hand-picked leader for the LA Fire Department. Let's take a look at some of what's happened today.
We are still understaffed, we're still under-resourced, and we're still underfunded.
Did they fail you?
Yes.
That is the big headline of the day, and that may be the reason that there's this back and forth happening between the fire chief and the mayor of Los Angeles. This is usually when we say, good evening, welcome to Fox 11 News at 6 o'clock. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the week since the Palisades Fire broke out 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday morning. It is still raging tonight. Fortunately, no structures are being actively eaten up by those flames. Nonetheless, it is still burning at just 8% containment, more than 21,000 acres burned. And of course, there are multiple fires. So you see the Palisades Fire and then the Eaton Fire in Altadena that's impacted those residents in Pasadena. The Kenneth Fire, that was yesterday in West Hills toward Calabasas. The Archer Fire broke out this morning. The forward progress on that one, that has been stopped. And then the Hurst Fire in Sylmar, that's at 70% containment, and all evacuation orders have been lifted there.
Exactly. So let's talk about some of the fires specifically here. We go through the numbers. Palisades Fire, at least 5 deaths here, 5,300 structures plus destroyed, 21,000 acres plus burned. We are now at 8% containment. 60,000 remain under evacuation orders. I was in that neighborhood a short time ago, and it is like a ghost town there.
Now we go to the Eaton Fire, again in Altadena, Pasadena area. 6 deaths reported. 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed, almost 14,000 acres burned. This one remains at 3% containment, and about 3,200 people are still under evacuation orders.
Next up, we look at the Hurst Fire. A lot of progress here, 70% containment, evacuations lifted. That's good news. About 771 acres burned on that one.
Moving on to the Kenneth Fire. Alex and I were on the air when this went. We've been on the air almost when all of these has broken out, except for the Archer Fire today.
169, difficulty
this is
breathing.
on the LA Ventura County lines
Rio
in
Hondo.
West Hills, 1,000 acres burned. This looked really bad in the beginning, but such quick work here. It's 35% contained. No more forward progress. This is the one that's being investigated as arson. So we're working to get more details about that. The mandatory evacuations lifted.
Interesting note on this one. Yeah, I interviewed Governor Newsom in an exclusive interview today, and he told me off camera that he was up in a helicopter to look at the Palisades Fire when this fire broke out, and they flew the helicopter over this fire. He got an aerial look at what was happening, and he said firefighters at the time were really worried that this Kenneth Fire was going to be really bad, and you know, they made this quick work because they had the aerial helicopters, but he observed it from the air, and thankfully we had those firefighters and those pilots did such a great job in stopping that from being a real disaster and basically saved every single home.
Well, that was kind of the feeling today when the Archer fire broke out. Live coverage on Good Day LA this morning. That one was stopped at 31 acres. And this broke out in Granada Hills this morning. If we can switch that information for our viewers there, the Archer fire, this was right near Cessnan Boulevard and also Meadowlark Avenue. This prompted evacuations, but all of those evacuations, they were all lifted by noontime today. And fortunately, no injuries or damage.
Engine 159, Squad 158, Medical Rescue, 14502 South Van Ness Avenue.
This brouhaha that's happening right now. Big admission
45,
from the leader
Squad
of
98,
the fire
Chastain,
department, as she told
5954
us live on
Blackthorn
Fox
Avenue.
11 that
Engine
cuts
286,
made to
Squad
the
30,
budget
traffic
of the
collision
fire
ALS south
department
at Woodruff.
were a big mistake, and her department
Engine
is in major
32,
need
Public
of more
Assist,
support.
638
Here's
North Louis Avenue.
Gigi Graciette.
What is your message to city administrators, starting with Mayor Bass?
My message is the fire department needs to be properly funded.
And it's not.
It's not at this point, and we've got the justification. We know where our gaps in service are. We know we need 62 new fire stations. We need to double the size of our firefighters. The growth of this city since 1960 has doubled, and we have less fire stations.
The mayor said it didn't affect your ability to respond. Did it affect LA City Fire's ability to respond, starting with the Palisade Fire and then this domino effect of fires, including the Archer Fire that we're seeing happen right now in Granada Hills?
Yeah, I think obviously any budget cut is going to impact our ability to provide service. That's at this point, that is a ground truth in regard to our ability. If there's a budget cut, we had to pull from somewhere else. What does that mean? That doesn't get done. There's delays.
What was going through your heart?
What's going through my heart is that our firefighters, the community's firefighters, LAFD firefighters need to be properly funded. We need to be
even blunt even in her assessment in leadership failures, and we're kind of seeing the fallout in that tonight, in that there was supposed to be a mayoral briefing with the chief. The chief's been there all along during these pressers. That was supposed to happen at 5:30. That didn't happen. We heard from the LAPD chief instead, and now we're hearing that a joint statement between the mayor and the LAFD, the fire department, will be issued. So we don't plan to see the two together tonight.
And we may not see the two together ever again. We know that the mayor has the ability to hire and to fire the fire chief. And so we will see, you know, what the future holds for Kristen Crowley, but sort of a stunning moment. And Kristen Crowley hadn't done that at any of the press conferences. She said that to Gigi, and then she doubled down. I mean, it seemed like that got attention all over the world, and she was doing interviews, national interviews, other local interviews. She wanted to get that message out there, and it was clearly a message that was contrary to the message that her boss has been getting out there.
Corporate Center.
And we'll see what that means for the future of Kristen Crowley as the head of the LA Fire Department. But an interesting time for this to be going on when we are in the middle of the worst fire crisis in LA history.
Yeah, and the other issue that Gigi broached with Chief Crowley is that the Santa Ynez Reservoir, which is in Pacific Palisades, it was empty and it was offline when the firestorm exploded in the Palisades, and that reservoir has the ability to hold 117 million gallons of water. Did the chief know that this was empty? Should she have been notified? Here's that moment.
Endo, one of our anchors, wants to know if the department is advised that the Santa Ynez Reservoir was going to be emptied. Were you aware that there was no water there?
No, we weren't aware of that.
They don't have to advise you?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So you had no idea that there wasn't such needed resource?
No, we weren't.
So part of what we do here is when we get it right, we say, and when we get it wrong, we say. So I just made a mistake, and I want to be clear about it. And our thanks to John Rigardi from LA Magazine, who was watching and who sent me a correction. Kristen Crowley was not hired by Mayor Bass. She was hired by Mayor Eric Garcetti. So this was not Mayor Bass's handpicked person. This is somebody who came in to work with Mayor Bass. That is a bit of a different dynamic than the one that I was describing. And so we will see what the future holds for that relationship between the two of them, but clearly a perilous moment for the LA Fire chief.
And you bring up the point, this is all happening as the flames are still out of control, right?
Yep.
I mean, that seems like an exaggeration, the statement out of control, but they're still burning out of control. There's just 8% containment at the Palisades Fire. We have this, though, because they are still spreading those flames. LAFD, I'm looking down here to get this information right, has just issued a new evacuation order. This is for the northeast corner of the Palisades Fire, extending to include the area within Sepulveda, Sapphire, to Mulholland, to Escalon, to...
Fox 11 Traffic is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Quint 3, assault Whittier at Almia. Engine Squad 6, chest pain 26601 Southwestern.
We're still seeing a slight glow from the fire. And up here in the Palisades Highlands, the devastation has been widespread. You can see this, what's left of a home here behind me and what's left of vehicles. And we talked to some people who tell us they're picking up the pieces.
I'm just trying to do one good thing today.
Jeff Smith says he's doing the only thing he can now for his friends who lost their home in the Palisades Fire.
Thank you.
Picking up the car they had to abandon in such a hurry. They left the keys and belongings inside.
Well, the house, of course, there's no getting that back. At least there's this. So these are friends of mine, and they lost everything. This is all that's left of what they had. They left in their clothes, you know?
259, water flow alarm with reset, 15214 East Whittier Boulevard.
He says he had to get through several barriers of National Guard and police who stopped and questioned him before letting him pass. They've been tasked with keeping out people like this man who aren't supposed to be in the area, a safeguard against looters and looky-loos. Peter Branch also got through to see what was left.
Quint 15, squad 28, entry ALS 14165 East Lambert.
Some belongings of the fireproof safe that I had that I've learned that was not fireproof. Everything that was inside of it incinerated. So I'm out a lot of money, a lot of valuables, and
like others in the burn zone, Branch says his thoughts keep being interrupted with the memory of another item he lost. He says they were recently dropped by their insurance, but was able to get on California Fair Plan just before the fire.
We haven't heard a response from our new agency, even though we submitted a claim in the last couple days. So right now it's a wait and see. There's a lot of people in line, and got to try to be patient, and that's just that's a hard thing for me to do right now.
And you could hear the exhaustion and fear in his voice. And you heard him mention the California Fair Plan. That was the plan that was set up by the state to make sure that people who couldn't get fire insurance otherwise would at least get basic coverage. But with so much devastation, he worries that money will run out and there won't be funds to cover his claim. And as we see home after home that is burned, we know that others also share that concern. Live in the Palisades Highlands, I'm Christy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy, and we want to bring this to you as well. We're just getting word that CAL FIRE and some other agencies that are battling the Palisades Fire, they will hold a community meeting to provide updates on the fire tomorrow at 6:30 tomorrow night. So hopefully we'll get more information before then. I know that Supervisor Barger's holding one at 8 a.m., but this is happening.
108, Squad 104, Medical Rescue 27984 Seiko.
Which is also serving as an evacuation center. So if you know, I'm reading this as a community meeting. Then if you have concerns in the community, you can show up and ask CAL FIRE yourself tomorrow night, 6:30, at the Calvary Community Church in Westlake Village.
Yeah, a bit ways away from where the fire is happening, but that's, I think, the point of that. That church, right, by the way, has a lot of great people in it. All right.
Engine 117, Squad 135, difficulty breathing, 38, correction, 3014 via Dave Flores.
KTVU's Tom Vakar, on loan from our sister station in the Bay Area, is with us from the Palisades and has been talking to people impacted. Tom.
You know, losing a home is kind of like a death in the family because it's a death of a lifestyle and all of that stuff. And because of that, people are really left hurting. But when you have a major fire like this is like the death of a community. Here's what I mean.
That's great, Grandma. That's my grandma.
This photo album is essentially the sole remnant that an elderly couple was able to grab from their home as the
Squad 10 cancel, Squad 10 cancel, Engine 60 alone to the CKLS 3298 Lemon.
Perdomus asked their daughter to speak with us about the family's loss and her parents.
My father is an immigrant who came here with $1 in his pocket.
And Mom?
She's very sad. My mom was a stay-at-home mom for years.
The loss?
This is my childhood home that I was born in and lived in until I started college. And then in college, I moved in with my grandmother and lived in that house for quite a few years. It's like watching your childhood burn down.
A decade ago, her parents' house was burned down from illegal fireworks, but the family rebuilt.
So this was their new rebuilt dream house, and my mom had bought all this lovely furniture, and that's all gone.
Also lost her grandparents' nearby home.
Both houses are burned. Everything is burned. They got out only with...
Engine Squad 14, traffic collision ALS, westbound 105 east to Crenshaw.
She grew up in.
Engine 183, traffic collision BLS, park at First. Engine 5141, Squad 101 of Donald Pena ALS, 837 East Darrow Highway.
I spent years walking up to that little town and the community theater, and I had friends that performed there, and I studied at that Starbucks there for years, and it was a wonderful childhood.
The biggest worry going forward, the deep regret her mom and dad have for the loss of the long-saved personal mementos, baby pictures and furniture. In reality, the truly important things that can never, ever be recovered.
I think that's the saddest thing, because that's irreplaceable.
Engine 514, outdoor fire, Crenshaw at the 105.
Loss of a house is like a death in the family, but this family is determined to rebuild and live again. Tom Bakar, KTVU, Fox, and KTTV, Fox.
Yeah, you're everywhere, Tom. We thank you.
We do it all. Thank you very much, Tom.
I was going to ask Tom a question, if I may. Hi, Tom. You know, you've been out there for the last few days, and I know you told a very, very personal, poignant story. You know, we're just seeing the flames, though, from Skyfox, and they're ferocious as ever. Obviously, it's just some vegetation right now, but we're getting some new evacuation warnings. Did you see active flames when you were out and about and you're reporting today?
Not today. Yesterday we saw plenty, and when we came over Mulholland, we could see on the mountain away from where we were that the flames were up on the top of the mountain. And I talked to the cameraman and I commented, I said, look, you know, if those flames come down the hill and they get to the bottom of this hill, which is a big hill, a mountain, it's going to come up the other side because it's extraordinarily steep. And that's exactly what's happened. So there's a lot of fear in this fire left, and you just don't know. And these Santa Ana winds, again, they're not as big as the hurricane force winds we had, but they can do a lot of damage because they really fan the flames like a blowtorch.
Yeah, and early on, I'm glad you brought that up, because early on, the spokesperson for LAFD said he likened it to a blowtorch. He literally said it's like fighting a blowtorch. It's nearly impossible. Yeah.
Tom Bakar, thank you for your reporting. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the night. We want to talk now about what's happening in Altadena, where a lot of people are worried about their missing loved ones.
Yeah, this is another really important story to tell. Fox 11's Susan Harrisuna, she's there now with more on that. Susan?
Indeed, and I talked to a couple of people who are looking for their missing loved ones, but I want to tell you a little bit about what has happened here over the last hour and a half. You may remember that we saw Princess Meghan here with Prince Harry. Also, Chef Jose Andres was here. He was participating and taking a lot of photos in his World Central Kitchen effort to feed the evacuees. We also had Jennifer Garner here, who didn't want to speak to us, and Senator Adam Schiff, who wanted to assure people that he was there, that Altadena is very close to his heart. But I do want to tell you the story about her name is Lorraine Brathwaite, and her nephew is desperately hoping to make contact. This is Isaiah Brathwaite's second visit to the Eaton Fire Evacuation Center. He's looking for his aunt, Lorraine Brathwaite.
We lost touch on Tuesday. My brother was basically reaching out to her and unable to get in contact with her.
She, like hundreds of others in Altadena, has no home to return to.
Went to her street, and the whole street was pretty much on fire.
Engine 81,
but we haven't
Squad 131.
Lorraine's family remains hopeful.
Medical rescue with sheriff on scene.
Kind of as an indicator that she might have been
They're
part of
possibly somewhere between southbound 14 between Soledad Canyon and Agua Dulce. Engine 80 already checked the Soledad in their area.
And maybe she's staying with a friend or someone else that we are unaware of.
The family is using social media with Lorraine's photo to track her down.
She's always been very jovial, happy, and very positive.
.170, SIG BLS, 3120 West Imperial Highway. Engine 186, Squad 183, poisoning, 2908 Rodella Avenue. Engine at Squad 36. chest pain, 212 East 221st Street. Quint 147, Squad 16, person choking, 10237 Montero Avenue. Engine 85, Squad 64, entry ALS 711 Clariday Street. Engine 92, SIC BLS 11340 East Avenue R2. Engine 10, Squad 29, auto versus pedestrian, packet, lower Azusa. Engine 86, Squad 151, diabetic ALS 1950, Auto Center Drive. Engine 145, Quint 118, large vehicle fire, 17320, Gale. Engine 17, Squad 40, difficulty reading 11714, Dorland. Engine Squad 21, CKLS 4569 West 164th Street. Engine 22, Squad 50, entry ALS 6552 Alliston Street. Engine Squad 54, chest pain, A171 Otis. Engine 43, Squad 118, full arrest. 2436, Punta del Este. Engine at Patrol 83, Squad 106, unconscious, 26303 Southwestern. Engine 46, BLS 11540 East Whittier Boulevard. Engine 148, 91 hang up, 4021 Alberta. Quint 127 outdoor fire, Lomita Boulevard and Vermont. Engine Squad 173, Battalion 20, traffic collision ALS, Manchester at Prairie.
Face to face, and we're in the middle of a fire crisis.
I know, and that is a very legitimate question that I would pose to the mayor's office. The mayor of Los Angeles, our city, is in a crisis right now. We have multiple fires burning. Marlon, Alex, you've been reporting about now. We see the fire from the San Fernando Valley on the ridge, and concern is growing about the Palisades Fire and all the other ones. Why was the mayor not at that press conference? Yeah. I'm just curious. Well, I'm asking as a resident, why was the mayor not at the press conference?
Well, and just to be real clear in terms of your reporting, I know this just happened, so maybe the answer is no, but have you heard from Crowley or anybody on her team since this closed-door meeting ended?
Not since it ended, but I heard from them, and I've spoken to a lot of people while that meeting was going on, and concern was great. And that was when one firefighter told me, if she gets fired, we are going to go to bat for her. What that means...
Engine 42, outdoor fire, Valley and Walnut.
Realistically speaking, and it may seem like I pressed the chief, but the chief wanted to speak. She's been carrying this in her heart. She's been carrying this in her head. And she hasn't been able to speak. And one of the questions that I couldn't get her to answer is what was she thinking when Mayor Bass said yesterday morning that the budget reduction did not affect the response in any way? Yeah. And I couldn't get that out of her. But
Engine 57, Squad 39, unconscious, 5678 Shoal Street.
Yeah. And I recognized tears, and I was up close and personal. She wanted to speak out. Yeah. And it is a very political, as she said multiple times, she is not a politician, but it is a very political position because she has to deal with politicians. Yes. And politicians usually don't like to get criticized and don't like to get criticized publicly. But maybe she felt she had to go public with this today. Yeah. And she went public with her truth. That is her truth. We'll leave it to the accountants and the controller and everybody. Budget's a complicated issue. Excuse me, my dogs are all barking because they're tense over the fire situation. But we'll leave it to the controllers to determine. You know, some people say she said it was 17 million, and ultimately it turns out that 10 million was absorbed by cutting positions, and then it was 7 million. They're very complicated issues.
Sure. Engine 317, fire alarm 28901 Canwood.
A table full of memos dating back to 2023, where she's been expressing her concerns that the department, the Los Angeles City Fire Department, is not keeping up with the city of Los Angeles' needs. Yeah. It's not keeping up with wildfires. And God forbid when an earthquake will happen, because we know it's not if an earthquake will happen, it is when our next earthquake will happen. Sure.
We
they
know
are
that.
Understaffed. The numbers she gave us were jarring and very worrisome.
Gigi Graciette, not only a huge animal lover, so our love for your dogs, but a terrific reporter making news all over the world today with that interview. Gigi, who started her day at, I don't know, midnight, 1 in the morning. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you, Gigi.
Pulling an all-dayer for you, and we appreciate your reporting. And we hear that from the mayor's office. We're supposed to get some sort of written statement. Be interesting to see when that comes out. But apparently, Kristen Crowley keeping her job tonight. We'll see. We want to talk about the issue of insurance, which is a huge issue for a lot of people. And we got some help for people who have lost their home. California has issued a 1-year ban on insurance companies canceling homeowners insurance.
This also prevents companies from not renewing policies for homes in or near wildfire areas. And the moratorium also protects homeowners even if their property was not damaged. This gives residents time to recover without losing coverage. And we spoke with California's Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara.
What this means is if you received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance company between October 9th or January 7th, essentially within 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a policyholder, as I said. For folks that may have not have insurance, we're asking them to call our office. There's still resources and services that we can look. The issue here is that the insurance policies are so individualized to the individual home and property. So this is why it's better for us to hear from you, see your documentation, and they can call us at 1-800-927-4357 to give you that individualized attention and look at your documents.
Now, Laura says the goal is to reduce stress on homeowners during an already difficult time. Workshops are also planned to help residents file claims. If you need some help, I have a number for you. I don't know if you have a pen and paper. I'll say it anyway. It's 800-927-4357, or you can visit insurance.ca.gov. Not to worry, we have all this information on our website, which is foxla.com.
And so those who do have insurance also have many questions on how to move forward.
How do you file a claim? When should you file? What if you lost all your documents in that fire?
Rajni Kapoor is the CEO of All Solutions Insurance Agency. This is in Moreno Valley in the Inland Empire. Rajni, thanks so much for being with us.
No, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Marla, for having me here.
So for people who have lost their homes, they're in shock tonight, they're emotional, they're stressed out, we know that. The idea of tackling an insurance claim, probably overwhelming, not the thing they want to think about right now. Can they put it off? Do they have to do it right now? What's your advice?
You know what? First of all, our hearts go out to people who are facing these unprecedented times. It's very heart-wrenching. I was just watching the news now. Every time I look at it, it's so hard to see what people are going through, and I know they don't want to deal with something like insurance at the moment, but I would suggest that time is of essence now. File your claim as soon as possible. Even if you're not ready to with all the details, call your agent, let them know this is what's going on. Your house has burned down or is on fire. This is very, very important that you inform your agent right away, or your insurance carrier right away. And it's because that way you can get one of the reasons we recommend doing that, then you can get the expedited financial aid and resources wherever it is available. So time is of essence. Go ahead and take care of that right away.
You know, I mean, I've never lost my home before to a fire. Everything is wiped out. The clothing, of course, the housing, the food, all the basics are gone. Do all of those items get to be filed in the claim? How does that work, and how in the world do you even start to
Point 166, traffic collision via Santa Anita, Ashbury.
You know, let me take a moment even before we get to that. People who are still in the danger zone or in the fire zone, what I would suggest is we all have smartphones nowadays. Get your smartphone, take a few minutes, record your house, interior, outside, exterior of the house, interior of the house. I recommend go to every single room, record everything you can possibly do. Open your closets, open your drawers, record everything you have in there, because over the years we collect so many things we even forget about them, and we do not save all the receipts for sure. And if you, while you're recording, do your due diligence, and if you remember you got this from Home Goods, say I got this item from Home Goods, and I suggest take your valuables like your sentimental value things, put them all together, get your important documents, say your birth certificates, your passports, if you have a copy of your insurance policy, your mortgage deed, get it all together before you leave or before you get the evacuation orders. Hopefully nobody has to go through this, but if and when time comes, you're ready, you're not scrambling through things. And for people who do not have access to their insurance policies at the moment, I'm sure all of us do not keep paper policies anymore. Call your agent. They should be able to send you an email copy of your policy, review your policy for coverages, and if you have a question, call your agent, help them, let them know to walk through your policy, what it covers, what it doesn't cover. And if in case, like you mentioned, Alex, if you are making temporary, Marla, like you mentioned, if you have temporary housing arrangements, save all the receipts of temporary housing, of the clothing you're buying, or even the food even the money you're spending on the food. This might all be covered under your policy. If you have a proper policy, you might be eligible for reimbursement for all of these expenses. And yes, and if you are renting a home, inform your landlord of what's going on so they can file a claim on their policy. And if you have your renter's policy, call them and file a claim, because you might be eligible for all the additional living expenses as well, and their personal belongings too.
And let's talk also about the importance of documenting everything, and how you go about doing that.
You know, we live in very modern times. Things have become way easier. I suggest take your digital copies of everything, record your home, keep digital copies of your policies, keep digital copies of your receipts, email them to yourself, or keep it on the cloud so you have easy access, because once your home is gone, all you're left with is your clothing, and I'm sure your phone as well, because you're going to make it a point to take it with you, and you can access your email on the phone or the documents that you need to access on the phone. So it's very important that we even my passports, I save a copy of my passport digitally on my cloud, and anything and everything that's important, try and save it digitally.
Okay, yeah, great advice. We had a supervisor on earlier, and some of the constituents who, either lost their homes, they were having a hard time getting a response from FEMA. They were actually being denied from FEMA already. So she's trying to work that glitch out. But bottom line, what is your advice? You're in the industry, to survivors, and when it comes to applying for help from FEMA.
Go to FEMA, apply it. I don't know how the procedure is going on at the moment, but besides FEMA, there are other resources available. Go to the local resources that are available. File your claims with your insurance companies if you have them. If you have insurance, file your claims with the insurance company, and they should be able to take it from there.
All right. Thank you so much for all that information. Really good information there.
Thank you so much for having me here, Alex. Thank you, Marla.
And best of luck to you, Rajni. I'm sure it's going to be a busy few months ahead.
Really?
Yes. It's very heart-wrenching, and we're praying for all the community, our insureds, everybody, and hopefully we'll get through these tough times soon.
Okay.
Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
So now we're going to talk about, we're going to bring in Adam Kruger into our conversation, talk about the weather, talk about the winds going into the weekend.
Yeah, we talked briefly last time you saw me about the next couple of Santa Ana wind events. Yes, couple is the word we're using here. So I'm going to get to the wind forecast, which we didn't get to just a short moment ago. But let's start here as we have our current red flag warnings done. So we're done with, let's call it event number 1. But event number 2 is this weekend. Event number 3 is next week. So this is the fire weather watch, areas in orange, and this orange area will likely soon change officially to a red flag warning, and that's going to be in effect from Saturday evening into the end of the day on Sunday. So about a 24-hour window here where red flag conditions are expected, and that means it's going to be gusty and it's going to be dry, and it is fire weather conditions. However, I want to emphasize that just because there's another red flag warning coming or another Santa Ana wind event coming doesn't mean we're doomed, okay? So the conditions, the weather conditions are there for fires to spread if a fire starts. That's a big if. You know, a Santa Ana wind event doesn't guarantee that fires start. And I can tell you just from what we had all week long here, the winds, like what we've seen where some of these fires are, the same type of winds have been happening across parts of the San Bernardino Mountains, the Inland Empire, down through Orange County, and the Santa Ana Mountains there. So it's not like, again, a doom and gloom forecast, but it's not great news at the same time. Yes, there are more winds coming and more dry air. So the high wind watch now, so this is likely going to change to a high wind warning, and this would be in effect from Saturday night to 2 p.m. Sunday. And it's the San Bernardino Mountains here where we're expecting winds from the northeast, sustained 35 to 50, gusts up to 60, not quite the extremity as we were seeing out there, but still very strong winds in these spots like the Santa Susana Mountains and the Santa Monica Mountains, 30 to 40, gusts up to 60. Either way you slice it, we're talking about some pretty strong winds here. So let's look at that wind forecast now as we go into, well, starting first of all now, the winds have really lightened up across a lot of the area, and even the first half of the day, Saturday, we're doing pretty good. We're in good shape. We get to Saturday evening, after the sun goes down, we start to see these wind speeds ramp up, and it's not the same case everywhere. There's a good chunk here of the LA Basin, down south a little bit, where it's going to be a little protected from the winds, even into maybe the San Gabriel Valley a little bit. But you see how there's some well-defined areas, and I say well-defined just because it jumps out at you when you look at the reds and the purples on the map. That's where those strongest winds are going to be heading into this weekend. And so here's a look at, just for example, 4 a.m. on Sunday, we see some spots with the model indicating gusts over 30, over 35. Like we said, gusts up to 60 can't be ruled out. Now we go through the day Sunday, and we see that event kind of winding down. Then we head into next week, and this will be the next one. And keep in mind, now the farther out we go in time, when we look at computer models, the more natural variability there's going to be, and the more margin of error that it gets greater, obviously, as you go a little farther out in time. So it's hard to be too specific on next week's, but we know the setup is there for winds to blow in from the east or from the northeast, which would be a dry wind, and it looks like those winds will be on the strong side as well. This is just an example of what Monday might look like and what Tuesday might look like, and it's even possible going into Wednesday that we see similar conditions here for next week. So the next event this weekend, Saturday night to Sunday morning primarily, so that's more of a short, like one-time kind of Santa Ana wind event. Then we go to next week, and this one to me looks more like a multi-day, could be a 2 or 3 day type of event, and that's why right now it's so crucial when the winds have let up right now, and they're still kind of attacking the perimeters of these fires. We hope they do as much as they can in the short amount of time they have before those winds start coming back up this weekend. Guys, we'll head back to you.
Adam Kruger, thank you so much. We want to talk now about pets and how important they are to all of this, and there were a whole lot of them that were impacted by the fires, especially the Eaton Fire.
Yeah, and the Pasadena Humane Society has been busy taking in many of them. Our Coco McAvoy, she was there this morning. Here's what she found out.
Very busy day here at the Pasadena Humane Society. Volunteers from several organizations are working with the society to help the victims of the Eaton Fire with their loved ones, their pets. To tell us more about it, I am here with Kevin from the Pasadena Humane Society. Tell us about everything that's underway here. It's incredible.
Well, it's a mobilization of a ton of volunteers. Different volunteer groups are here helping us out. And we're basically sorting through all the donations who've come in, that have come in either yesterday, today, just to kind of like streamline things going forward. So we know that there's going to be a need indefinitely while we recover from these fires. So we want to make sure that we have the supplies that we need, and that way, anything we need to kind of bolster, we can get in a future date. Or ask our amazing, supportive community.
And you've already got more than 400 animals, right?
That's correct. Yep, 400. I've seen a few now this week, or the last 15, 20 minutes trickle in as well. So I don't know all the stories there, but it could be. I did overhear somebody saying that they had their 4 dogs at a family member's house, and it was just too much. So I think that initial instinct to go and go somewhere safe. Now the kind of reality of like, what's the next step? Well, we wait to find out, can we go home, or do we have a home to go to? So of course we're still supporting folks like that, and we are taking in strays. And now today, thankfully hasn't had too many today, but the ones that we have taken in have definitely some damage or some injuries from the fires.
And so you're running like a little ICU in there to help the animals.
That's right, yeah. We're very lucky. We have a bunch of really talented veterinarians who are doing everything they can to make the animals comfortable, start treating injuries, managing pain, giving them fluids, and making sure that they're going to be healthy going forward.
And how can people help?
Well, again, financial donations are probably the easiest and quickest and most helpful immediately, because if we need supplies, we need funds to pick those supplies up. If you want to bring actual supplies, the stuff behind us are the things that we will need going forward. So crates, food, blankets and bedding, all of that is super helpful. The things that aren't going to expire, because we do expect this to be a really long haul. Like crates and blankets and bedding, like that, we can use that forever. Food, there is, because of the, just temporary nature of it, it's helpful and it will be helpful. But if, you're thinking, hey, I really want to help, bring us a bag of food, do that in a month, because we'll still need that food and our community will need it as well.
Thank you so much, Kevin. What a great effort that's underway here at the Pasadena Humane Society. You can see all the volunteers working hard, and it's definitely needed for the Eaton Fire victims. I'll send it back to you.
Coco McAvoy, thank you so much. It's been interesting to see all the folks that are showing up to help tonight in Pasadena, including some British Royals, right? I think they're Royals still. I don't know their exact status. They're not working Royals, right? Visiting fire evacuees. We're talking about Prince Harry and Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, right?
Yeah, and she has her new Netflix show that is released in just a few more days.
Just Meghan, though. That's all. She just goes by Meghan on Instagram. She's doing her own thing.
Yeah.
But she was clearly out there with Prince Harry tonight.
Our Fox 11 camera captured the Duke and Duchess of Sussex on the convention center grounds. Here's that moment, and that is the mayor of Pasadena,
Engine 8, correction, engine 593, taking a left, 5121 Rosemead Boulevard. Engine 560, outdoor fire, 530 North Durfee. Engine 5141, squad 101, abdominal pain ALF, 650 West Harrison.
That's part of the efforts here, trying to get people out to help others. He says the biggest way also a lot people can help right now is really to donate to worthy organizations like the American Red Cross.
All right, we're approaching the 7 o'clock hour. We will do a reset when the clock strikes 7 o'clock and get you caught up to speed. Typically, we will sign off, but not tonight. We haven't done so all week long as we cover these fires. Our coverage continues right now.
Our firefighters, the community's firefighters, LAFD firefighters need to be properly funded.
The scope, the scale, and the erratic movements of these fires is truly unprecedented.
I have a lot of hope and optimism. It's going to be hard, but we have each other.
Engine of Patrol 114, investigation outside 17817 Mossdale.
Had to do something.
Good evening. Welcome to a special edition of Fox 11 News. We're on at 7 o'clock tonight, preempting extra.
ST-173 and Squad 31, difficulty breathing, 16235 South Lakewood.
Let's check on where those several wildfires that are burning right now, where they stand. The largest is the deadly Palisades Fire. Then there's the Eaton Fire in Altadena, which is also deadly. There's also the Hurst Fire,
Engine 513,
the
Quint 170,
Fire, and the Archer Fire.
Elevator rescue 11775, South Los Angeles Boulevard.
The progress
Engine 165, Squad 164, difficulty breathing,
in the Palisades Fire.
6425 Miles Avenue.
Structures have been destroyed, with a number of acres burned and more than 21,000. There are another 11,000 structures in the path of danger. Some progress here, 8% contained. 60,000 residents remain under evacuation orders.
Now to Altadena, the Pasadena area for the Eaton Fire. 6 people have died there. Some 7,000 structures either damaged or destroyed. Fire has burned almost 14,000 acres, sits at 3% containment. More than 3,200 people are under evacuation orders, including parts of Pasadena, of course, and Altadena.
Major improvement in the Hurst Fire so far. Close to 800 acres have been decimated. It's at 70%. That fire started near the 5 and 210 freeways. Evacuations for 44,000 people have now been lifted. Firefighters say improved conditions and federal support had helped them to slow that fire.
As for the Cañada Fire, that one erupted in West Hills. It has burned 1,000 acres. It stands at 35% contained. This is the one that is being investigated as arson. It started just about 3:15 Thursday afternoon near the 101 freeway and Valley Circle Boulevard. Mandatory evacuations were ordered, but later reduced to warnings.
Firefighters stopped a 31-acre brush fire near homes in Granada Hills. This was a new one that broke out this morning. The Archer Fire near Cessna Boulevard, Meadowlark Avenue prompted evacuations. By noon, all orders lifted. Crews quickly containing that blaze. Thankfully, no injuries or major damage from this one.
All right, so the Palisades Fire continues to burn tonight, and so many people had to leave, abandon their homes and vehicles.
And a lot of them don't even know if their home is even standing. Fox 11's Christy Fajardo has the latest in the recovery efforts. Christy.
Yeah, you just mentioned that the Palisades Fire is still burning, and there behind me, you can see it is now burning northeast. There's a giant plume of smoke, and up here in the Palisades Highlands, we saw resources from all over the West Coast. There were firefighters here from Oregon, also federal firefighters. And walk with me, because the devastation up here is also widespread. This was a beautiful community with really impressive views of the ocean. The sunset was spectacular, sadly, today, partly because of all of the smoke. And there were also canyon views, and you can imagine the days that people must have spent peering out at those vistas, and now they're picking up the pieces.
I'm just trying to do one good thing today.
Jeff Smith says he's doing the only thing he can now for his friends who lost their home in the Palisades Fire.
Thank you.
Picking up the car they had to abandon in such a hurry. They left the keys and belongings inside.
Well, the house, of course, there's no getting that back. At least there's this. So these are friends of mine, and they lost everything. This is all that's left of what they had.
Engine 157, move up to 78. Engine 157, move up to Fire Station 78.
Unimaginable tragedy.
He says he had to get through several barriers of National Guard and police who stopped and questioned him before letting him pass. They've been tasked with keeping out people like this man who aren't supposed to be in the area, a safeguard against looters and looky-loos. Peter Branch also got through to see what was left of his home.
I was just there. I just retrieved some belongings of the fireproof safe that I had that I've learned that was not fireproof. Everything that was inside of it incinerated. So I'm out a lot of money, a lot of valuables, and
like others in the burn zone, Branch says his thoughts keep being interrupted with the memory of another item he lost. He says they were recently dropped by their insurance, but was able to get on California Fair Plan just before the fire.
We haven't heard a response from our new agency, even though we submitted a claim in the last couple days. So right now it's a wait and see. There's a lot of people in line, and got to try to be patient, and that's just that's a hard thing for me to do right now.
And you can hear the exhaustion and also the worry in his voice, and the California Fair Plan was set up so that people who could not get fire insurance could at least get basic coverage. But he is worried with so much devastation that funds will run out and there will be no money to pay his claim. And with home after home burned up here, I imagine there are plenty of others who share that fear. For now, though, I'm live in the Pacific Palisades Highlands. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, I asked Governor Newsom that very question. We're going to have his answer in just a few minutes here on Fox 11. Christy, thank you for your reporting. A lot of people talking about insurance.
Yeah, now we want to check in. Thank you very much, Christy.
With KTVU's Tom Vakar, who is usually reporting the Bay Area, down here with us this week, helping us out, and has been talking to people impacted by the Palisades Fire.
Well, the fact of the matter is that when you think about it, an unexpected fire like this, losing your home, is like a death in the family. It upsets everything. But when you have a mass fire that takes out many homes, it's like a death of a community.
That's great, Grandma. That's my grandma.
This photo album is essentially the sole remnant that an elderly couple was able to grab from their home as the firestorm was about to incinerate it and everything within. The shocked and saddened owners, Mike and Dolly Perdomus, asked their daughter to speak with us about the family's loss and her parents.
My father is an immigrant who came here with $1 in his pocket.
And Mom?
She's very sad. My mom was a stay-at-home mom for years.
The loss?
This is my childhood home that I was born in and lived in until I started college. And then in college, I moved in with my grandmother and lived in that house for quite a few years. It's like watching your childhood burn down.
A decade ago, her parents' house was burned down from illegal fireworks, but the family rebuilt.
So this was their new rebuilt dream house, and my mom had bought all this lovely furniture, and that's all gone.
Also lost her grandparents' nearby home.
Both houses are burned. Everything is burned. They got out only with their cats and photo albums.
Also lost the town she grew up in.
It was idyllic. It was so safe. My parents never locked their doors. We would skateboard barefoot, and we could walk down to the beach. I spent years walking up to that little town and the community theater, and I had friends that performed there, and I studied at that Starbucks there for years, and it was a wonderful job.
The biggest worry going forward, the deep regret her mom and dad have for the loss of the long-saved personal mementos, baby pictures and furniture. In reality, the truly important things that can never, ever be recovered.
I think that's the saddest thing, because that's irreplaceable.
Now, the truth is that in all of these fires and all the big fires I've covered over the years, part of the community does indeed die as people move away and decide not to rebuild. And it takes a long, long time for others to come in and build again.
Engine 107
so that's
back
a fact.
But this
family
Sandy
says
Drive.
this. They are not going to die, and what's going to happen is they're going to rebuild this house and the grandparents' house. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Tom Vakar. Why don't we take a live picture, if we can, from Skyfox, because we have some new evacuation orders. This it looks pretty calm where Tom is, but the Palisades Fire is on the move, and we know certain areas it's getting close to. Areas like Mandeville Canyon, we're hearing reports, Mountain
79,
Gate,
Squad 92,
and the new mandatory evacuation is Pacific Palisades
Engine 34,
is
Squad 30,
1190 North Piedra Morada Drive. That area now being told, get out now.
And to add to that, so the area from Sunset Boulevard to Encino Reservoir, and from the 405 west to Mandeville Canyon. Again, let's repeat that. So new evacuation order, and this area, by the way, was under an evacuation warning. That warning has turned into an order, so to leave immediately. And the area from Sunset Boulevard to Encino Reservoir, and then from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon.
Yeah, and so we know that Mountain Gate is a community. There's also a golf course club right there. This is something, if you're driving up the Sepulveda Pass, you see it on the right-hand side, this community of Mountain Gate, Mandeville Canyon.
from the Getty.
Right, down from the Getty, and then you think of Mandeville Canyon has incredible hiking trails back there. There's a bunch of houses back there as well. So those are areas that we're now concerned about. Maybe we can see if we can get some of our reporters maybe to move into those areas, and we'll try to get you a closer look from the chopper in terms of what exactly is happening. But Chief Meteorologist Adam Kruger, a reminder that this fire is not out, and we're not even close to 100% containment, and it's still possible that we could see more homes burn tonight.
Yeah, you know what's interesting now so that direction that it's kind of pushing is east and north and opposite of the way the winds have been blowing this whole time. So it's no longer a wind-driven fire. It's just chewing away at the dry vegetation and expanding across various directions. And I'm going to work on getting a map up of all those areas you just talked about here pretty soon. But let's just run through the forecast once again if you're just recently joining into our coverage and wondering what's next, because there are more Santa Ana wind events, plural events, coming our way. So we had the one, let's call it 3 of them, right? So one just ended, and that was the multi-day one we had this week. The next one is Saturday night and a Sunday morning, and then after that could be a multi-day one next week. And the other question I'm getting from a lot of people is, what about, how does this compare intensity-wise for what's coming to what we had earlier this week? We will not see winds to the extreme level we had, especially it was Tuesday, right? Tuesday night and a Wednesday morning of this past week. It was about as extreme as it gets around here. So we're not getting into that range, but still what I would call strong Santa Ana wind events are likely still coming our way. If you use the scale of like weak, moderate, strong, and extreme, we were on the high side of extreme with the last one. I would say strong would be, so like a level 3 out of 4 would be a good way to describe the next few coming our way. Let's look now at our forecast wind gusts. And by the way, winds have really let up nicely across the area right now. We still have dry air, but at least the winds are lighter. Now as we go into the upcoming weekend here, and this is going to be, again, more so late day Saturday or even after the sun goes down, that's when winds from the northeast, that Santa Ana wind, picks up once again. We're going to see it especially northwest of LA and then kind of up through the San Bernardino Mountains, and then where the 15 cuts through the San Gabriel Mountains, down through the Inland Empire, down through parts of Orange County. It's going to be those typical wind-prone spots when we get these northeast winds where we'll see the strongest winds. As we go into the middle of the night then, the wind speeds actually go up a little more. So this is 4 a.m. Sunday, for example. And you see all purple colors, and we've talked a lot about this. What purple represents wind gusts of 35 or higher. And in this scenario, and I'll show you coming up here in a second, but there could be some gusts that even get up to 60 in the higher elevations. I'm going to show you what the National Weather Service has in a second. Let's show you the end of event number 2, though. So as we go into later Sunday afternoon, wind speeds start coming back down. So that'll be the next lull before we go into next week, which will be event number 3. Red flag warning is likely for these areas in orange, and again, that's going to be from Saturday late in the day, 6 p.m. into 6 p.m. Sunday. So a 24-hour window here where what's currently a fire weather watch will likely change to a red flag warning, meaning fire weather conditions, meaning it's not guaranteed another fire starts up, but if one does, it could spread quickly. And then it's also going to be a challenge for the current fires burning because it'll be ideal fire spreading weather, essentially. We also have a high wind watch for that same time frame, Saturday night into Sunday, mostly just through Sunday morning. It's a watch for now, and as we get closer to the time, it'll convert to a warning. But the forecast is the same, and you see we've got some strong wind speeds, sustained winds and gusts there, and then also sustained winds and gusts. This is the Santa Susana Mountains, this is the Santa Monica Mountains, and the San Gabriel Mountains. So it's, again, the mountainous areas, foothills, but especially higher elevations.
Engine 23, Squad 45, Medical Rescue, 9017 Rose Street. Engine Squad 100, full arrest, 211
we're going on from that chapter to the next chapter now. So this is now into Monday of next week, okay? So this will be the next event, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We know there's going to be, once again, strong winds out of the northeast or maybe even more so easterly. And you see the numbers right here. It's going to be another thing we'll have to face for next week, guys.
Yeah, and we're having to report this all over again. It's as if the Palisades Fire just reignited and at least is getting closer to some homes in the Mandeville Canyon area because this new evacuation warning turned into an actual order. Let's repeat that. And I know we've heard from a lot of you who have received this alert that says evacuate
Engine 151, Engine 97, Engine 85, and Battalion 2.
Reservoir to the 405 and
Spawn to the
over, and you see the
structure fire in 86's district with units on scene confirming a working fire, attached garage on fire, 148 North Valley Center Avenue. Companies responding utilize Command 30.
This is getting closer to like it's not necessarily going to burn Sherman Oaks, but you're starting to see this closer from that part of our region in the San Fernando Valley as compared to, more on the west side of LA by the beaches. So different areas now being impacted by this. We do not have any reports right now of any structures burning. We're trying to get a better sense from the air of where exactly this thing is going, but we are keeping an eye on this fire as it moves. And once again, if you live in that area that Marla just said, that wasn't a false alarm, because we've had so many false alarms, people may be ignoring them at this point. Those folks do indeed need to evacuate right now. Meanwhile, we want to talk about another fire right now. That's in Altadena. Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna live tonight in Pasadena with what's going on in terms of the efforts to bring the community together and help the victims.
Indeed, there are a lot of people here that have been trying to help the evacuees. Here at the Pasadena Convention Center, there was a lot of what you would call celebrities and politicos here as well, including Senator Adam Schiff, also the mayor of Pasadena, Prince and Princess, or Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Okay, it's been a long week. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry were here. They were offering a lot of hugs. Jose Andres was here.
131, Squad 37, difficulty breathing, 36523, 25th Street East.
Get reconnected to their loved ones if they've lost contact. And we got some good news about the woman that we told you about earlier this afternoon. Lorraine Brathwaite has been found. I don't have any details beside the fact that her nephew has texted me to let me know that she has been found. However, we did have contact with another person who's looking for what she calls her person, her family's person. His name is Peter Blinn. Here's her story. This is Isaiah Brathwaite's second visit to the Eaton Fire Evacuation Center. He's looking for his aunt, Lorraine Brathwaite.
Engine Squad 163, sick person, 165, District Salt Lake engage.
Apologies, that is the story of Lorraine. That's the story of Lorraine Brathwaite. She has now been successfully reconnected with her family. The person that I wanted to tell you about is 82-year-old Peter Blinn. Now, I was speaking with a woman.
Squad
she lives
111,
outside of Boise,
breathing,
Idaho.
27003
she calls
McBean.
Peter Blinn her
Quinn
person,
Squad 31,
her family's
sick
person,
15124
and she knows
Hayter
that
Avenue.
He took his truck away from the home. The home is now burned down, and she cannot find him. She's had people here at the evacuation center looking for him. She has somebody that is driving around looking for him, but so far they have not found him. She had me go inside the visitor center here at the convention center to register her name with his name in order to include him in the effort to reconnect those that are missing. So if you have that situation where you're having trouble finding somebody that lives in the Altadena area, the Altadena evacuation area, you can come here to the convention center. You can ask to look through some of the registration or ask them to look for a name that you're looking for. And if that is unsuccessful and that person is not in the convention center or evacuation center, you can go across that plaza to put down your name and the person's name that you're looking for. You can also go to the Red Cross. Apparently it's very easy to register your name and your missing person's name as well, hoping that you can get them reconnected. But the good news here is Lorraine Brathwaite, she's a woman in her 70s. She has reconnected with her family, and it has been how many days now? 3 days since they heard from her last. So that's the situation that we have here, and we will indeed try to bring you Peter Blinn's story later on. Alex, Marla?
Susan Hirasuna, thank you so very much for Susan. That. Late this afternoon, I had a chance to catch up with California Governor Gavin Newsom in Pacific Palisades. Here's our conversation.
Governor Newsom, good to see you. Not great to see you under these circumstances. As you stand here, look around, what goes through your mind?
Well, I just complete and utter devastation. Memories, mementos,
185, injury, 321 Lexington.
Lifestyle, all of it gone. I mean, it's overwhelming, and respectfully from someone that's been to a lot of these. I mean, Tubbs Fire, I thought I'd never seen anything like that. 5,600 the structure's destroyed, and then of course camp 18,000, 85 lives lost. But the scale of this, the scope, and the fact that we have 5 active fires we're battling now is just extraordinary.
Rebuilding, not going to be easy. We know building housing in California is not always easy.
Yep.
Is there red tape that you can cut through to make rebuilding here move faster? If so, what specifically is that going to look like?
We're looking at a series of executive orders. We're looking at a series of legislative pathways to absolutely focus and streamline all of that and really target. I want to do it statewide, of course. I've been working on this for years, 42 CEQA reforms. We're going to do more, but right now it's focusing on the rebuild and recovery. Of course, a big part of that is prepping the site, getting all the debris removal done, dealing with the hazardous waste, getting that done as quickly as possible, getting those contracts in order. At the same time, simultaneous getting the individual assistance, the small business loans and the like, moving. At the same time we're doing that, we're already working now on executive orders and working with the legislative leadership. I was just talking about legislative leaders on how we move to streamline that entire process. By the way, that includes some of the Coastal Commission work, particularly out here on the coast where it's obvious that's going to be a huge issue too.
I mean, so what specifically does that look like?
We're working through old strategies that we did up in Paradise. These are more contemporary strategies of focusing on one-stop shopping, making sure that we have an expedited approval process to make sure that we're dealing with a myriad of issues. I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor of Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators coming in, buying up properties, and the like. So we're already working with our legal teams to move those things forward, and we'll be presenting those in a matter of days, not just weeks.
And in terms of insurance, are you think that what the state has right now is adequate to deal with this situation? And if not, what specifically needs to change when it comes to insurance?
Well, we haven't even had a chance to get in and do the assessment, so we have to do the assessment. So that's number one, and then we'll be able to answer that question. But the scale and scope and the value of these homes is off the charts. So it's profound. The FAIR plan has a reinsurance component.
Engine 159 with Squad 158 responding to a chest pain at
as it relates to
Gear Station 2030 West 135th Street.
With other people that are in the market that they have a responsibility.
115 public assist 11314
beyond the reinsurance. So we obviously are stress testing that, and not just the insurance commissioner. We had a team 2 days ago already working on this, but we have to assess the actual value. There's been wild estimates up to $57 billion, but on the basis of what? That's the basis of some aerial assessments, not a real detailed understanding of what's happened on the ground.
I mean, do you have a sort of an idea of what this is all going to cost?
Everybody has got no one does. I mean, it's literally, when you see a number like that, it's wild speculation. It's astronomical. It's unprecedented. That's not a numeric, but there can't be a numeric until you get the teams on the ground. Right now, we're still fighting, again, 5 active fires.
You put out a letter to DWP asking, how is it that there was no water to fight this fire in certain places? We were here, and basically these places just burned and there was nothing that could be done. Yeah. Does the state have any responsibility in that? Is there more the state can do to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what the letter's about. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's be transparent. Let's move this forward quickly. DWP and the city and the oversight as it relates to the Met, and we want to make sure that all that information is made real time and in public. I'm not interested in the finger point. I want to know what the hell happened, and would it have mattered? I mean, I'll just be honest about it here. I've talked to all my experts, all the firefighters I've been with. They said we could add an engine on every house in 90-mile-an-hour winds with all the pressure in the world. So you got to be realistic about that as well, but still doesn't make it right. And I want to know what went wrong so it doesn't happen again.
But when you saw those images, I mean, that outraged so many folks.
I didn't see the images. I was there. Right. I was right on the line. I was here within a couple hours of the incident. So we saw it firsthand. We were getting the feedback in real time. Yeah, I mean, look, these systems obviously were not designed for a catastrophic event of this scale and magnitude. So the question is, they need to be designed in this new world reality, where we're in the middle of January, it's 70 degrees out. You get hurricane force winds up to 100 miles an hour, extended over a period of time. That's reality. So you got to prepare for that new reality. There's a deviation of normalcy now as it relates to what's happened with this climate, and we've got to own up to that.
I was the pool reporter with you back in 2018 after the Woolsey fire when you came and visited with President Trump and then Governor Brown. I know you just put out a letter asking President-elect Trump to come here. What's your main message to him?
I'd like the President of the United States, at least the President-elect, to come and visit. The people out here, his lives have been completely torn apart. I want him to visit and understand the magnitude of the scope of what happened to the American people that happen to reside here in California. And it's with an open hand, not a closed fist. And I'm not interested in politicizing an event like this. I don't like the banality of it. I don't like the inhumanity of that. I would like people to focus on a collaboration between the executive in Washington, D.C. and in the state of California to help rebuild a community that's been completely ravaged.
We know we've seen some public back and forth, but have you two talked about this?
No.
And have you reached out to him?
I just reached out today, specifically. Correct.
And he's not returning your call?
I just reached out to the President of the United States. We invited him to come here. I worked very well, as you know. You made that point as it relates to the Woolsey Fire and the Camp Fire when we first met, ironically. We worked very well during COVID. And so that's my intention, has been from day one. We've said it 100 times, open hand, not a closed fist. We're also not naive. And I think we have all the evidence in the world that bears fruit to the notion that we're not naive to prepare for a different reality, a radically different reality compared to what we just experienced in the last few days. You had a major disaster declaration that was done within 36 hours of this fire, which is extraordinary and unprecedented. You had 100% commitment and reimbursement for folks. You got a president that's just today is trying to figure out loose ends as it relates to significant work we do on infrastructure and parks and playgrounds and schools, and that will be an announcement we hope we can make in a matter of hours. I'm not interested in the theater of political consternation. That's what he's interested in. And I think it's pretty shameful, personally, but it shouldn't extend beyond this. I want to turn the page. I think everyone does.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about a president, now you're talking about President Biden, because we're going back and forth between the two presidents.
I'm talking about the current president of the United States has done everything right without asking for anything in return, without leverage anything, with decency and respect to the people here in this community and to the American people, and I think in the spirit of this country.
And just lastly on that, I know President Biden is trying to set this up where we get funding for the next 6 months. Are you concerned that President-elect Trump may try to stop that?
Well, you should be. We all should be. It passed his prologue. So let's do everything in our power to avoid that. I mean, it's the idea you had to ask that question, and I'm giving you a straight answer, and the answer is we should be concerned. It's obvious to anyone. So that's why we want to come out here. Do the right thing. I just want to move on. This is an emergency. We can do all this dance, and we have differences of opinion as it relates to all kinds of issues and values, and and that's fair game, and that's important. That dialectic's important. But having this kind of friction when it comes to emergency response, with emergency responders, these heroes, 12,000 that are on the front lines right now, taking care of people, making sure people are still alive. We're still doing emergency maintenance and evacuation. We're still concerned about flare-ups and spotting. You got kids right now that don't have money for baby formula, and we're trying to get them disaster assistance. You have folks in hotel rooms that have money only for tonight and don't know what's going to happen, haven't even had a chance to see their homes here. It's standing or it's here, and it's not standing. We want to get them emergency assistance over the course of the next 18 months. That's why I was with the FEMA director today. That's what the President of the United States and I are talking about, and I'd like to have that conversation with the next President of the United States in a couple of weeks, and not have this back and forth that's rather childish from my perspective.
Any bottom line message to the people of California tonight?
Well, we care deeply about them. We have their back, and we're going to continue to come back until this is completely rebuilt. And I know it's rote and cliched, and even saying it's rote and cliched, but we will be built back better and stronger. And I'll give you testament to that. I mean, up in Paradise right now, you have insurers coming back into the market. The kids are back in school. It hasn't been completely rebuilt, but you wouldn't even recognize the progress that's been made. The houses are stronger, they're more resilient, there were lessons learned, they've been rebuilt differently. We were able to fast track a lot of that development. We were able to address the anxiety around property taxes, anxieties that people had in the short run about even paying their income taxes, backfilling the property tax loss to the school district. All those things we're working on right now with the legislature through executive orders. We know how to do this, and so it's about accountability, transparency. That's what the letter is as it relates to DWP, what happened with the local water and the pumps. Just set it straight. Just let us know what happened. Is it just overwhelming the system? A lot of people think it's just that. Was it the pumps? Was it the pipes? Was it some other, there's something else that happened? And let's get to the bottom of that. And let's turn the page as it relates to the new incoming president. We'd like him to have the spirit of the current president and have the backs of people so we can recover. And this wonderfully iconic American city could come back as a tentpole of this state and the tentpole of this country.
Governor Newsom, thank you so much for the time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Governor Gavin Newsom with us earlier today in Pacific Palisades, and the latest in Pacific Palisades is this fire is on the move.
Yes, this is a live look from Skyfox right now, and we've seen some images, and this sort of looks like the angle from the Sherman Oaks Van Nuys side of the hillside aglow. So there are some new mandatory evacuation orders for the Palisades Fire. The mandatory evacuation order is now from Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir and 405 west to Mandeville Canyon. There's also a new evacuation warning, so people west of the 405 to Mulholland to Roscommare to Sunset need to prepare to evacuate. This is per LAFD.
Wow, and you see a map of that on your screen right now. That's a pretty big area, and you know, we do have the choppers up in the air tonight, which should make this a little easier, but you know, this is a massive fire that's already on the move. This isn't like one of those new fires that just started, so we hope that they're able to contain so that it doesn't get to these neighborhoods there, but that's an ominous looking thing right now if you're watching us from that area.
Yeah, and we didn't anticipate, well, you can never anticipate this happening, but we were thinking that we were, in that false sense of security.
Out of the woods, yeah.
Because of the red flag warning that has expired, and now we see this. You bring up the point of aircraft. Let's hope that we see some of that tonight, because clearly that needs to happen, especially because those winds are not nearly as bad. But again, we're out of the woods, if you will, just for less than 24 hours, because our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, he's been saying that those winds will pick up again starting Saturday into Sunday, and then a little more reprieve Sunday into Monday, and then another Santa Ana wind event Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and that's aircraft.
We see some of that, and we know that I'm pretty sure that the Encino Reservoir is something that's used sometimes for some of this firefight in terms of getting at water too, and that's part of this. So we want to go to Zach Sauce, who is here from KTVU, our sister station in the Bay Area, reporting for us this week, who's been talking to people who already were impacted by the Palisades fire. Zach.
Yeah, I'm one of those families, the Casu family. They're currently trying to figure out how to care for their 92-year-old wheelchair-bound grandmother. She lived here at this Altadena home. It was fully fitted for her care, and as you can see, there's just simply nothing left.
You'll have to actually see it to process it.
Georgia Casu offered a brief window to do just that.
We were hoping that the house would still be there the next day, but it wasn't.
A reminder of the once tranquil respite the family created atop an overlook in Altadena. Quickly interrupted by the ongoing efforts to knock out hotspots across their community, a community now left virtually unrecognizable in the wake of the Eaton Fire.
It's shocking. shocking.
Georgia finding little left to salvage on Thursday, hoping to return today. She, along with her son and daughter, unable to get back in, access restricted by the National Guard.
We don't have time yet to really think about the next steps.
Still wearing the clothes they left in, the family haunted by the memories of their evacuation.
Our electricity went out at 6:30 in the evening, so we had no light. We had only candles, and the wind was crazy. It was the most wicked wind we've ever had.
That's when they noticed the mountains on the horizon.
Fire was coming closer and closer and closer, so we realized that, you know, we need to get out. We need to get Mom out.
But that, no easy task.
We left at 3 a.m. with whatever we could fit in the car, and my mother and her hospital bed.
Georgia's 92-year-old mother had to be carried from the home with the help of her children amid harrowing conditions.
The winds were ferocious. If you could open your eyes from all the dust flying around, you would see the mountains on fire, and fire was climbing up the mountain and also going down the mountain.
Today, this family left with nothing.
Seeing a place where you have a lot of memories tied and a lot of family and a lot of loving experiences, it's going to be hard to see.
Like so many in the community, struggling, but already with their eyes on rebuilding.
I know the community is here. They're still here. We're still here, and we're just searching for. I mean, we're searching for each other to pull us through.
And tonight, the Casus are staying with other family. As you heard there, they want to rebuild, but like so many here, they're facing an incredibly long and financially difficult road ahead. Back to you.
Zach Sauce, thank you so much for your reporting, and we want to encourage everybody to donate if you can, whatever you can. There's a QR code that you can donate to go.fox/Red Cross. As a way to send your donations. Thanks for everybody who already has donated.
162 South 3rd.
Okay, let's take a look at this mandatory evacuation zone as it relates to the Palisades Fire. You know, obviously, if you're in range, you've been watching the news alerts, and there have been a lot in just the last 30 minutes because there are new evacuation orders and evacuation warnings as well. If we want to pull those up, I will do that. Just to remind everybody, the new mandatory evacuation order is from Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir and 405 west to Mandeville Canyon. The evacuation warning, people west of the 405 to Mulholland to Roscoe Mare to Sunset. Those people need to prepare to evacuate. And as we get closer, I mean, aglow. The hillside is absolutely aglow.
I was just about to ask our crew in the booth if we could get somebody from LA City Fire to join us, and they were already ahead of it. So in a moment, we're going to be joined by Captain Eric Scott, who as their main person who has been briefing, works as a public information officer and is a wealth of information. And we're grateful that he's taking a moment to talk with us tonight as we look at these live pictures. And it is a scary sight if you're watching us tonight from Mandeville Canyon or Mountain Gate, Encino, all neighborhoods where you can really see this fire lighting up the night sky.
And if you look closely, I just saw aircraft going through. So we want to see that. We didn't have that a few nights ago when this fire started. So the more aircraft we see, the better, because we've seen these fires pop up and they look so ominous and terrible. And thanks to the aircraft, it's made such a huge difference.
So is Captain Scott ready? All right, Captain Scott, first off, thank you for all that you've done to keeping all of us informed over several days. You are one of the best in the business, and we're grateful for your knowledge and expertise. What do our viewers need to know right now about where the Palisades Fire is going?
Well, thank you for allowing us to educate people. And number one is we want people to get out of Mandeville Canyon, get here in that area. Let's just be clear. So this is the Palisades Fire. We're seeing a significant flare-up on the eastern side of it. It is burning in a northeast direction. And the good news is we have 10 helicopters that are on it. So we're hitting this hard from the air, but we are dealing with enough wind that it is diminishing some extent of the water drops, but they are making good progress. Additionally, on the left side, or the west side of the fire, along our divisions Union and Victor, we call it, we're taking resources from there where it's a little bit of a quieter part of the fire. We're reallocating them over to the area of concern. Additionally, we put 2 strike teams into Mandeville Canyon. And the challenge with Mandeville Canyon is it's a one-way in, one-way out predominantly until you get to sunset. And we train with those residents and neighborhood councils to ensure that they know there are times they even have to evacuate out on foot. And we have had those drills with them. So that's part of the challenges. Another good thing is we do have reservoirs nearby, so our helicopters are able to gain water very quickly and come back to battle the fire.
Great news about the 10 helicopters. You know, we were hearing reports that homes in Mandeville Canyon, and those homes are massive, and we're hearing that some of them have already caught fire. Can you confirm?
I can't confirm that right now. I'm at our operations center where the incident commanders who are running that, but we're kind of running in between meetings. I stepped out to grab your call. So regardless, people that are watching this need to know that that whole area is threatened. And really simply, it's, you know, Sunset Boulevard to the south. You got the 405 to the east, and up to like north end would be Ventura Boulevard. So that's a pretty big box. Now, you might recall the Getty fire burned through that area. However, it's been a number of years, so some of that vegetation has grown back predominantly when we had a ton of rain a couple years, a year or two ago. And then we're worried about any ember cascade across the 405 freeway that would go into the Skirball burn footprint. So, you know, we're certainly not out of the woods. We've had so many different fires that have been breaking recently, from the Hurst Fire in Sylmar, the Eaton Fire up near Pasadena, the Keith Fire, the Kenneth Fire that was going in Ventura County. We had Hollywood Hills, Sunset Fire, and we could go on and on and on. The reason we're mentioning all of those names is we know your viewership is going well beyond the Palisades area. And we know that there's, you know, out of 470 square miles of Los Angeles, about 20% of that has brush. So if you live near the brush and you're listening, be prepared to have your Ready, Set, Go program to be inactive. We want people to be in the SET program if you live in the brush right now. I don't care where that brush is in Los Angeles, you're in SET, you're not in Ready, and be prepared that we might tell you to go. And if we do tell you to go, please do so.
Can you talk about how it may or may not be different fighting this fire compared to some of the ones that you just mentioned? In the last few days, we saw the Kenneth Fire, we saw the fire, the Sunset Fire. They sprang up. They looked real dramatic. You guys were able to get a lot of water on them from the air very quickly, and in about an hour, hour and a half, a lot of the danger was gone. Here, you've got this massive fire that's already burning and on the move. Is this different at this point, fighting this fire compared to fighting those?
You know, the real challenge is not so much the name of the fire or where it is, it's how windy was it at that time period and what are the target hazards of where it's at. So this has turned into a massive burn footprint that is not going away despite everything we're throwing at it, including mutual aid and the fire engines from even other states. But the challenge we're seeing is these winds are picking it up, and these embers will go to new brush, and a lot of this brush hasn't burned in some time, and it's died. So even though we had some rain in the recent past, it doesn't resurrect dead brush. So this is very susceptible. Our other concerns are that we're going to be seeing some very sunny days coming up. So that's going to preheat these fuels even more. And then after that, we're going to get a few more wind events. Nothing like what we had the very first day on the 7th with those historic 100-mile-per-hour gusts that just absolutely were unstoppable no matter how many fire engines we had to put at it. So it's just an ongoing challenge that we're having throughout Los Angeles. Your firefighters are tired, but they're leaning forward and they're up to the challenge. So please, I'm going to leave you with this. Just remember, pay attention to the evacuation warnings. We know people have notification fatigue. We know LA County is having some challenges with their WIA alerts. Do not turn those WIA alerts off. We are definitely in fire season, but know that we have teams on this, 10 helicopters in the air. We're redirecting our other resources that are on the less busy portion of the fire and bringing them to the priority. So we're getting a handle on it, but this has got potential and people need to be prepared. And thank you for sharing that with your viewers.
I just have a real quick question. You know, great about the 10 helicopters and redirecting resources. The super scoopers, I know that they're on loan. We only have one because the other one was damaged by the drone. Does that go up at night? Is that lone one that we still have, will that go up?
You know, I'll have to see if that's part of our aircraft right now, but you brought up, we have 10 aircraft regardless. You bring up a good point, though. Why did that aircraft go down? Why is that important piece of firefighting equipment not being used? Well, an individual used a drone. So we know people want to see the damage. We know some people want to see maybe even their homes, or they want their viral videos, whatever it is. Life above property and viral videos. If you fly, we cannot, and we are so thankful that no one was injured from that. So do not fly drones in the burn areas. We have pilots with families and kids they want to go home to, and all they want to do is drop water and save other people's homes and lives. So don't put a drone up. I got to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Captain Eric Scott from the LA Fire Department, who's been working nonstop. Interesting note from the world of sports, just breaking, Shams Charania from ESPN reporting that the NBA is postponing the Lakers-Spurs and the Clippers-Hornets games on Saturday in LA due to the fires. So if you were expecting to go to the Lakers or Clippers game tomorrow, those games are not going to be happening. Interesting to see what they do in terms of tickets and all the rest of that. That hasn't been announced, but Lakers game a couple days ago was postponed. This game is as well. J.J. Redick, the Lakers coach, was out at practice today talking about the fact that his home burned, and he was tearing up, talking about how much he loves the community of the Pacific Palisades, how a lot of his children's artwork burning was the hardest thing for him, and how devastated he is because the community is really something. And so this story impacting so many different people.
Hey, Matt, got you loud and clear, ready to go.
Let's bring into the conversation Adam Kruger to talk about the winds and the firefight now. Because he did say that the winds are, you know, kind of disabling some of those water drops right now. Yeah,
a big thing I want to do is put a map to everything that Captain Scott was talking about. But before we even go to that, as we stay on this live shot, I'm not sure if he said it, or I know, Alex, you may have mentioned a moment ago that I think it's the Encino Reservoir we're looking at now that the helicopters are scooping out of, right?
They are. We got confirmation that they are.
Right. So the view, we're looking at the Palisades Fire from the north, looking southward, essentially. So from around that Encino area and that Encino Reservoir. So now let's go to what we call Graphics 1, and I'm going to point out a lot of what what we just heard about and the part of the fire that seems to be expanding. And he said, I wrote it down because I wanted to quote him, significant flare-up is the term he used on the kind of east and northeast side of the fire. Okay, so here's the Palisades Fire, massive, as we know, in terms of how much land it covers. And then you see the red around it. That is the mandatory evacuation orders. Then the yellow would be an evacuation warning where you want to get ready to go if it becomes an order. And if we can, I think, do we have Andrew or someone in the control room that can kind of navigate the map a little bit and zoom in a little bit more so on the east edge of all this? Let me know if that's an option or not, because I want to point out some of the specific neighborhoods. Okay, so here we go, and areas where we have those mandatory evacuation orders, and it's been wild actually to see how far now this is expanding. These orders are expanding all the way up to the 405. If we come in a little bit closer here, you'll see where we have the 405, and then the evacuation warning is actually on the doorstep of Bel Air. And you think about where this fire started, and we're talking about now going out in this direction. And I would imagine if the evacuation order goes across the 405, then you guys can tell me, but I think the 405 then becomes not an option to drive as a route. So,
hey there,
so
Katie,
here's
how are you?
the edge of the fire, and this is the area right here. I was just looking at a map a short time ago that shows with each update on the fire perimeter where it's expanded most, and it's this section right here where it has expanded quite a bit. And then Mandeville Canyon is right in this area. We heard Captain Scott talking about that exact spot right there. And I just wrote down some numbers here as we maybe back it out one more time to show the entire evacuation area. I did like a rough kind of measurement from west end to east end of the evacuation warnings and orders. That's about 15 to 18 miles across where we have these evacuation warnings and orders, and then it's anywhere from 5 to 7 or so miles from north to south. This is such a huge area that have the evacuations, and then obviously the fire footprint is massive as well. So again, just kind of putting a map to everything we just heard about in that interview right there with Captain Scott. And I can talk about, if you guys would like, and I've got the time, if you have the time, to talk about the forecast about what's coming our way, because this is important now. We've been talking about these 3 Santa Ana wind events, with the one behind us, obviously the one from this week that the fires are still burning from. That wind-wise is about as extreme as it gets. And the fire now that we're seeing spread a little on the Palisade Fire, expand in the direction it's going, is not wind-driven necessarily. It's just the very dry vegetation and the nature of the topography, and the fire, the area that's being burned is chewing away at the vegetation there. But our forecast then, we go into Saturday night, Sunday morning. That's the next time frame where we're concerned, where it's going to be another strong Santa Ana wind event, not as strong as the last one, but strong still. And then Monday through Wednesday will be yet another strong one that might,
hey
this
guys,
one perhaps
Katie,
could be a little stronger than number 2. So if you're going to rank
I
these,
have a
obviously
question
this
for
would be the
Eric,
strongest,
if there's a way
this
to
one
do
would be
that.
next, and then this one this weekend would be the next in terms of ranking the strength of these. So right now, winds have calmed down nicely across the area. We know that. As we go through Saturday, the first part of the day is okay. Then we see these winds start to go up after the sun sets on Saturday. There's your timestamp. If you want to keep an eye on that, it's 8 p.m. we're looking at. Now as we go into 4 o'clock in the morning Sunday, purple areas are where gusts will be 35 or higher. So we see those significant winds over a large part of the area. We go later into the day Sunday. Wind speeds are mostly coming down. So this is when the current alerts would be ending. And there's another round still yet to come next week. Want to mention this now, as you see 6 p.m. tomorrow to 6 p.m. Sunday. It's a fire weather watch, and the way these are issued is as we get closer to the time, it will then convert to a red flag warning. So it's likely that all these orange areas will then go under red flag warning status by the end of the day tomorrow. It may get issued before that as well. So this is going to be the next red flag warning. Then we have not just wind advisories, but high wind warnings that are likely to come because the winds will be quite strong. This is a high wind watch, which will likely change to a high wind warning at some point. That's going to be Saturday night to 2 p.m. Sunday. Gusts up to 60, especially across some of the mountains, the higher elevations, the canyons, the foothills, those general areas. Sustained winds 35 to 50, gusts to 60. Out here, more like sustained 30 to 40 with gusts to 60. So that's the Santa Monica Mountains. With the San Gabriel Mountains, yes, and then the Santa Susana Mountains would be right here. So that's the next thing to watch. And then I'll just end right here real quick as we go into next week. This is Monday and Tuesday. So this would be the next round of Santa Ana wind events. So we've won this weekend. That's kind of a short thing, less than 24 hours. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday potentially could be more of a multi-day Santa Ana wind event. Back to you.
All right, Adam, thank you so much. Let's take you live outside for the latest.
I am here, Mark. I've got a question.
Fire, the chopper a bit away here.
Yeah,
but
I do have one question. As we're coming around here, and I hope you guys can see our shot. We noticed earlier today there was a very clear fire retardant line that basically went right over Mulholland Drive, if I'm not mistaken. And as we look at the northern flank of this fire, Eric, Rob, if you could pan over to the right just a little bit and show the northern edge. This is the glow that everybody in Tarzana and Encino has been seeing for the last couple of hours. The fire seems to be stopping right in its tracks, just as planned. I see a lot of white smoke, which indicates that that fire is starting to hit those fire lines. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, correct me. But on the east side, where is the fire line? Do you know where that fire retardant line was drawn earlier today? Has it jumped that line, or is it still on the west side of the line? Because when I was coming up the 405 earlier this afternoon, I saw several retardant drops just out of view as I was coming through the Sepulveda Pass. Has the fire on the east side jumped that fire line? Of course.
Roadways from Santa Monica over here into the Palisades along San Vicente over at 7th, Lincoln down to Ocean. They have their Humvees there. Nobody getting through here. So all we see at this point are some engines going back and forth on Sunset and lots of law enforcement protecting against looters. Talking about the chance of trying to get into with some checkpoints, let's take a look at some video from a little while ago. One of the other big checkpoints is on Allenford as LAPD crews rush in here to set up their curfew at 6 p.m. And then the checkpoint at Allenford and Sunset, what they've been doing all day long, well, for the last several hours, really, some of these evacuees have been waiting up to 6 hours here lined up, car to car, bumper to bumper, waiting to get to that checkpoint for a police escort in to what is left, they hope, of their property. Many hoping they would find something still standing. Others, as they came back from that escort, in tears, saying there was nothing left. So in any event, all of these folks were waiting, and then at 6 p.m., as promised, they shut it down because the curfew took effect, and that brought this storm of emotions. Listen. 6 hours, sir? 8:30 this morning. Said 8:30. Oh my God! And I heard him just telling us he was not letting any more in.
No, 6 o'clock stopped. We've been on this line for 6.5 hours. My kid needs medicine.
We lived right here. They told us we can go back. Yeah, as long as we're before 6 o'clock. Yes. What a bunch of bull.
Bunch of bull, he says. Others said some other comments I'm not going to repeat, but you can imagine after waiting 6 to 7 to 8 hours and not getting a chance back in, that glow getting brighter and brighter, ominously brighter and brighter back there as you were talking about those evacuation.
Copy.
Engine 146 squad 187, traffic collision ALS, downtown west of Villa Verde.
No return video.
All right, Ileana, we're going to stay with your picture
pedal.
right now. We're going to bring in our Olivia Garvey.
Can we drift back over towards the Sepulveda Pass where we were before?
About 20 minutes ago, maybe, and my bags have already been packed. I live very close to the Pacific Palisades, and since Tuesday, my bags have been packed and ready to go. And we got a warning, and I just started to put my bags in the car, and then we got the evacuation notice.
All right, so you got your bag, you're ready to go. What is the most frightening thing to you right now? You get the warning, some might say, well, it's a warning, but again, you see these flames.
Yeah, I ran into my neighbors. I was putting my bags in the car and going upstairs, and I ran into my neighbors, and I just said, are you guys going? They said, absolutely. We've been getting notices like this for the past 3 days, and we're done. We're ready to go, and hopefully we're good. But, yeah, when you actually get the evacuation, LAFD evacuation text or alert, you do get a little nervous because you've been waiting for it, you've been anticipating it because we are very close, and you don't think it's going to happen, and then it did. And yeah, you feel sad like you have the past week, and you get nervous for sure.
Olivia, have you been through anything like this before?
No, I have not. I grew up here. I grew up on the west side of Los Angeles. I know fires, but nothing like this. No, when this originally started, my mom called me. She said, "You guys, we've been through this for years. We've lived on that side." But she called me today. She said, "It's time to go." Our family has never ever seen anything like this before. No.
Interestingly enough, Olivia, and I'm sure our viewers are well aware of this, that you did some reporting for us out of the Palisades, and you mentioned you grew up in the Palisades, so you're back in those neighborhoods that you're familiar with. Now you get this evacuation warning.
Yeah. It's I went up there on Wednesday. We were reporting up there. It's unbearable to see. My mom called me. She said, "Is our old house still there?" And we couldn't go over there. And it's very upsetting for that community. And now that the winds have shifted, because that's what we've been looking at where I live is my friends and I and everybody were just
Point 104, engine 111, possible structure response, 111 District 23009, Posada Drive. All units will be on D1.
I sit here and I talk to you guys.
Engine 36, outdoor fire, Lomita in Vermont.
Well, you mentioned the winds there.
Engine squad 21, stroke 4228 Manhattan.
It's not too bad. It's not as bad as it was earlier in the week. I have to say that, but it's windy. I mean, I stopped and this is not a good idea. Everyone, if you are near these fires, please go get gas. I went to get gas. It was packed up. People were getting gas off Sunset. And yeah, it's starting to get very smoky, and the smell is starting to get pretty bad.
Go ahead.
What's the traffic like driving around? Everybody's in the same boat. Everybody's being forced to leave.
Yeah, everybody that lives where we are, you know, in Brentwood, Pacific Palisades, they know that during rush hour, Sunset gets packed. I mean, it's one way or the other, and it gets packed. So does Barrington, and I feel like that is going to be the case right now. The Chevron is closed, and we only have another gas station close by, and that was getting packed up. And I saw Barrington a little bit, but I didn't look behind me. I just got my bags and got gas and left.
You know, Olivia, based on what has happened here over the last few days, and based on what you're seeing right now, you know, crowded gas stations, you're also seeing, you know, folks out and about, perhaps evacuating because they've gotten these warnings and orders. People are more conscious, more sensitive to what is happening?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, 100%. I mean, from what everyone is seeing these past 3 days, I think that our city is so emotional. And I think now that when they get those warnings, I don't think they're waiting for an evacuation alert. I think when they get those evacuation warnings, they're going. They're not sticking around just to be cautious. I was in a CVS just about an hour ago, and people were getting alerts left and right. My phone didn't go off yet, and you could just tell that people were just so distressed and sad, and that CVS was packed, and people just started to go when they got their alerts. But not everyone was getting it, so.
You know, perhaps that's because so many people thought it would never happen to them, and it's happened to so many people now. Olivia, stay with us for just a moment. We have a programming note. It's 8 o'clock, and we continue to have this live breaking news coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency as the threat to safety continues throughout Southern California. As we've been telling you, new evacuation orders are now in effect. We will remain on the air, and NBC's primetime shows will air tonight on Cozy TV. That's channel 4.2, or check your local listing.
All right.
And getting that ominous nighttime orange lit up sky, which is not what you want to see. We want to see at this time a lot of white smoke, and you know, we see some because of the work that these air tankers are doing. And Marla, we know, I'm sure you've spent a lot of time hiking Mandeville Canyon. I certainly have, and that area has a lot of slopes and
tough terrain.
Tough terrain, a lot of fuel to burn there. And it would be very tough to fight that fire, frankly, from the ground. So these air resources are so important.
Yeah, my husband and I have done several runs up Mandeville Canyon, and Eric Scott made the point earlier, one of the reasons why this is also so precarious is simply because the one way in and one way out, the slender road that leads to Sunset there, so it makes evacuating tough. So that's another issue that they are contending with tonight. And keep in mind, as our choppers here, there's still the Eaton Fire. That one's just 3% contained. So that's still underway in the Altadena, Pasadena area. And it was good to hear as we're seeing another, aircraft water drop resources. Because this is, imminent right now for so many homeowners in the area. And people even in the Sherman Oaks area, they are taking it upon themselves, hearing from some people that they are going to evacuate right now.
So Adam Kruger, maybe we can bring you back into the conversation and talk about the dangers tonight, what we're looking at in terms of winds right now, specifically in that area.
Yeah, and I mean, just enthralled by the video. I'm watching this, and luckily they have the Encino Reservoir right there to keep constant. You see the helicopters constantly swooping down, getting some water and dropping it. I'm looking at winds in that specific area, and I see gusts between 10 and 20, which, you know, it'd be great if it was 0, but it's on the low side, certainly compared to what we've seen for the last couple of days now. The closest, let's see, I've got a couple weather stations near there. One is actually a little distance east of the 405. It's measuring an 18-mile-an-hour gust right now. As we look a little farther west, let's see, this is along Topanga Canyon Road, just a little south of Woodland Hills. There's another weather station there measuring a gust of 15 right now. So, you know, it's not like it's anything extreme, but we do have those winds between 10 and 20, especially up there on some of the ridges where the fires seem to be burning right now. So a little breezy, but certainly, you know, nothing compared to what we had before. And we do expect those winds to stay on the low side like they are now through tonight and through tomorrow morning. So it's not like, you know, we're going into the night with another big ramp up in the winds or anything like that. But like I've been saying, we do expect those winds to go back up by the end of Saturday. And it's about 6 p.m. Saturday or so. After that point, when it gets a little more dicey. But that next round of winds would be coming in from the northeast, which would be kind of like opposite of the direction that the Palisades fire seems to be going right now. Wow, look at that, guys. That's maybe the best look we've had at this big recent flare-up just recently. That's quite a flame right there. So again, I don't think there's too much of a wind challenge. I mean, you look at the smoke and the flames, you see there definitely is some turbulence to the air, but from what I can tell, winds are not severe. You know, they're 10 to 20 mile per hour gusts right now. We can, if you'd like, we can, well, I don't want to get too far, I don't want to get away from this video. We can go quickly, though. I'll show you if we go to our weather graphics here. Just kind of a quick view of what we expect the winds to do going forward. So again, I talked about the next Santa Ana wind event. That would be really starting to come up and come together by tomorrow evening. So here's just a snapshot of what our model thinks it would be like at about 10 o'clock tonight. You can see there's just overall pretty low winds across the area. Same thing as we go through the night. Maybe some fluctuation tomorrow morning, but this is when it gets more concerning. Once we get past sunset tomorrow, after 6 p.m., after 8 p.m., somewhere in that time frame, then we start to find those Santa Ana winds picking up again. And it would be winds from the northeast. And, you know, like we're seeing right now, the wind direction still, even though there are light winds, they are from the northeast. And we see the fire going the opposite direction. So that's mostly because of the topography, and the fire likes to go uphill, right? But also just it's dry vegetation burning next to other dry vegetation. So it's just going to kind of chew away at that and going in all directions. But at least wind-wise, those winds will be coming from the northeast, blowing to the southwest as we get into late day Saturday. But here's the time frame, and it's not just around the Palisades fire, but many other areas, and even away from where we've seen fires, there will be some concerning and very likely red flag conditions by Saturday night through Sunday morning, and then we see some improvement as we go through the day on Sunday. So that kind of would conclude the next Santa Ana wind event by the end of the day on Sunday. And next week still looks concerning. So I'll get to that in a moment. But as we show you the red flag, well, I should say fire weather watch now for all areas in orange. This will likely change to a red flag warning at some point as we get a little closer to, so maybe that happens tonight or tomorrow morning. They'll probably officially switch this over to a red flag warning. And again, includes a large part of our area. And then we have these high wind watches. So this is also a little concerning. This is issued out ahead of what will likely then become a high wind warning. And I'll remind you, we've got a couple classifications when it comes to these alerts for winds. There's wind advisory, and then there's high wind warning. And high wind warning is a little more serious. This is where gusts could be up to 60 miles per hour for the Santa Monica Mountains, for example, for the Santa Susana Mountains, across the San Gabriel Mountains. Sustained winds, 30 to 40, 35 to 50, somewhere in that range. So we certainly, I mean, we know we're heading into another strong Santa Ana wind event this weekend. So that's this weekend, okay? So it kind of wraps up at the end of the day on Sunday. Then we go into next week, and like I've been saying, we see a setup that is coming together where there might be 3 days or so, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, where again, strong Santa Ana winds are coming together. And I'll say the National Weather Service, you know, they don't put out the red flag warnings or the high wind watches too far in advance. So we don't have any official alerts out yet for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. But they do say in what we call their forecast discussion that they post online. Anyone can look at this, not just meteorologists. But in their forecast discussion, they are indicating that next week's winds are looking to potentially be stronger than what we expect for this weekend. Not quite to the magnitude that we had earlier this week, which is as extreme as it gets, essentially. We had the hurricane force winds. But they are suggesting that next week, there's at least within the realm of possibility that gusts get over 60 miles per hour, or maybe even up to 70 or 80. It can't be ruled out, and that's all for next week. And so that's another thing we have to worry about, another concern we have. We know there's obviously not going to be any rain between now and then as well. I see now we're switched over to the map. We can go through that if you like, or I can hand it back to you guys. All right, so we'll, again, just a live view, and I believe, so the vantage point here, to give people some frame of reference, we're looking at the kind of north or northeastern edge of the Palisades Fire, Mandeville Canyon, an area of concern right now. And then I think we're viewing from around the Encino area, or maybe even north of there. So it's like viewing this from the north looking southward, and you see you're going to see multiple helicopters. We know there's 10 of them going to work right now that will keep going back and forth, dropping water on these flames. And it looks, and I believe we got confirmation that they're picking up the water from the Encino Reservoir. And so it's just kind of interesting to watch them do this and watch them go to work. And there we go, just another live drop. We're going to see a lot more of these, I think, as we go through the night here, obviously. It is a significant flare-up, as Captain Scott said. He labeled it a significant flare-up, and it certainly looks that way.
It certainly looks that way. Yeah, it felt a few hours ago like we were kind of not out of the woods, but in a sort of sense of calm. There wasn't that bad of winds. It felt like a lot of this stuff had slowed down, and it was going to be a pretty easy night. And then all of a sudden, whoosh, it looks like this thing is taking off again, and it's heading into areas that have not been threatened so far. So that is the scary part. That's why we're still on the air with you. We want to get through this dangerous situation together and keep an eye on what we're looking at here. And so some of the neighborhoods here, not only Mandeville Canyon, which has a lot of expensive homes along a hiking trail. We're not too far from the Mountain Gate community. And we want to join on the phone right now by Tobin Yankee, who is just in the area helping his friend evacuate. Tobin, talk to us about your experience tonight.
Yeah, sure. First, my heart goes out to everybody being affected by this fire. It's tragic and devastating. There's a lot of people helping a friend evacuate her home on Canyonback. She faces westward from Canyonback above the Mountain Gate Golf Course. I arrived there about 5 o'clock and could see the ominous clouds kind of west of the West Ridge Trail, Sullivan Canyon. And by the time we left her house at about 6:45 p.m., the fire was over the West Ridge Trail road and coming down into Mandeville Canyon pretty quickly. So, and right towards kind of the north end of Canyonback Road and towards, kind of a straight line right towards the Mountain Gate Golf Course area. So, and moving really fast. We were astonished. It was mesmerizing in some ways, but we packed up as much as we could and just got out of there. But there were a lot of looky-loos, and saw one police car coming up the road as I was leaving, and that was about it. Again, that was about 6:45 p.m., so who knows how far that fire has gotten since then.
Did you see any homes burning when you were leaving?
I couldn't see any homes burning. I know Mandeville Canyon, towards the top of Mandeville, there are a few very nice homes and, up there, but you just can't see down into the canyon that far. But the fire was quickly, it was moving at such a rapid pace. It was awestruck at how fast it was moving.
It was sort of one of those things like, whoa, here we go.
Yeah, I talked to my friend, and there were people on the street like, let's get out of here and hope for the best. But it certainly didn't look good. It was kind of bearing down on that street and towards those neighborhoods up in, around the Mountain Gate Golf Course at the time. So I don't know what the fire department's doing, but it's there for sure, and it's intense. So, and fast.
Had you kind of breathed a sigh of relief tonight? Like I think I sort of kind of did. Like we were kind of done with this?
I actually did. And what's interesting is I had a go bag, and I live in Brentwood on the southern edge of this, and I'm in the level, the what do they call it, the set part of the zone, the watch set, right on the edge. And I thought I was kind of was breathing a sigh. And now I got everything packed and more ready to go just in case. So this is pretty insane.
Did you see when you were leaving a bunch of neighbors that were leaving as well? I mean, did it seem like people were taking this seriously?
Up on Canyonback, are you referring to?
Yeah.
Or, oh, yeah. So the neighbors were hightailing it out of there. A couple people had U-Hauls in their driveway trying to throw as much stuff as they could into their U-Hauls before they left.
That's interesting.
The person I was helping was in tears. She had been there for, as many people are in their homes for, decades, and a lot of history and art and just kind of like all kinds of stuff, memories that they're just saying goodbye to.
That's an interesting, well, hopefully not. We don't know of any of the homes burning, and we have seen some amazing work by these fire crews in the air over the last few days to basically have no structure loss in some of these what look like really ominous clouds. So we don't want to say that until we have any reports of that or actually see it with our own eyes of anything burning, there's a real good likelihood that they'll be able to return to their homes, but there's also a possibility that they won't. And that's interesting. I haven't heard of that people, knowing that there's this threat going, have rented a U-Haul in case they have to evacuate, knowing that they could get more stuff out of their house that way.
Yeah, I found that pretty astonishing to see.
Yeah.
That's the kind of level of preparation, I guess, if you want to call it that. But, we're out of there safe. We got the animals out and things like that. But I will say, what would be interesting is Mountain Gate, the Canyonback neighborhood, has an HOA, and their HOA pays to have goats permanently grazing on the backside of their ridge, down 50 or 100 feet or more. And so I'm interested to see how effective that is, because I think that could be a benefit to a large part of the mountainous area in around Los Angeles. But
yeah, and when we look at this picture, I don't know if you're able to see our picture right now, but you get a sense from this shot of how big that plume is and how many people live nearby. Right now, we're not into that area, but once you get into it, there is just a mass of people. This is an area, near the 405 freeway. You can see it from the 101 freeway as well. There's just so many homes there, which is, why it's so important to try to get as much water on this from the 10 different aircrafts that are flying right now to try to prevent it from getting into those neighborhoods. Well, Tobin, we're glad that you were able to get out safely and that your friend was as well. And we wish you the best and hope that everybody is okay.
Thank you, and my thoughts and prayers to everybody affected by this fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for calling in. We appreciate you sharing your perspective. This thing is really moving. Hopefully that airdrop are able to stop it and prevent it from doing anything worse. But scary moments. Nobody wants to flee their home, and nobody wants to think about the possibility that they may not be coming back to their home. But that is a realistic possibility that we all have to live with. And when we think about what Adam Kruger was just talking to us about, that the winds are going to be even worse, and next week here we go again, not as bad as last week, but pretty darn bad. It raises the possibility of this particular fire being moved into other neighborhoods, and it also raises the possibility that if there was another new fire, or perhaps a new arson fire, that fire could spread really fast. While many of us sort of started thinking of today as into the recovery phase of this, we are still in the fire disaster phase of this. And let's hope we don't have more homes burning, but it's certainly a possibility tonight when we look at these images.
Hey, Adam, in terms of the wind gusts right now, what are we looking at? I know you just gave a report, but can you remind us?
Yeah, there's a couple weather stations near there, and it's really nothing that looks too concerning to me. On average, between 10 and 20 miles per hour. So I would think that's, you know, something they can work with as far as the weather goes. And we don't expect it to get any stronger tonight or even tomorrow morning. It should remain on the low side. So we've got a little bit of weather good news there. But quite a situation on our hands here, I will say. And so, you know, and this is why, you know, we saw, and you mentioned it earlier, the new evacuation orders really expanded quite a bit off to the east and northeast of the Palisades fire, and this is the reason why. And so, you know, we'll just watch. Again, I'll tell you as far as the weather goes, though, we're in a good window right now through tomorrow morning, even midday tomorrow, and then those winds, they start to ramp back up once again. And that's where we're going to get into a situation where we're concerned. We'll have red flag conditions most likely starting at the end of Saturday and going into Sunday morning. And then, you know, I hate to even say it, but we've talked about it. Next week is another round, maybe Monday through Wednesday, another round of Santa Ana winds that are going to pick up. So right now we're okay. We're good for another, you know, 12 or 16 hours, something like that. And then it starts getting a little worse late day tomorrow.
Well, that's why it's so important that they do have the aircraft up and they are able to fly, and we see water drop after water drop, and hopefully they can get a handle on this thing. And, you know, we've said it before, but I think it bears repeating that when these fires have broken out live on the air and it looks so terrible, they have done incredible work really quickly and gotten those flames under control. We saw that with the Cañada Fire yesterday. That started in West Hills and burned toward Calabasas. We saw it in especially the Sunset Fire. Remember that? That was a couple nights ago in the Hollywood Hills. And that just looked like that was just going to light up that entire hillside. And 0 structures were lost. And even the Studio City fire that we showed you live on the air, yes, that did claim 2 homes, and we're so sorry about that. But that one also looked like it was just going to light up that entire hillside. But quick work goes a long way. That's the moral of the story that I'm trying to tell right now. So let's hope that that is the case. Again, I know we've heard from a lot of you who have said that there has been some active burning of homes in the Mandeville Canyon. We weren't able to get that confirmed from LAFD, but we're working on that. I want to go over because LAFD issued the warning for this brush fire, evacuation warning. It's a long list. I'm going to read it to you. So there's 2 areas. This is a warning, okay? So if you're watching from this area, south border is Sunset Boulevard, east is Bellagio Road and Roscoe Mare Road, north is Mulholland Drive, west is 405, and south is Mulholland Drive, Sepulveda Boulevard, east is 405 north, Ventura Boulevard, west is Luis Avenue. So a lot of streets I just named, but if you live there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I wanted to make sure you know, and I'm sure you got the alert. We've gotten a lot of alerts lately, some erroneously sent, but this is one that was sent and it was not erroneous. And so this is an evacuation warning for the areas I just read. Of course, I've gone over the evacuation orders that are mandatory right now. This was issued about an hour ago. This one is: you must leave immediately, effective from Sunset Boulevard North to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 west to Mandeville Canyon. That one is pretty clear cut. And I know that we've again heard a lot from you on the other side of the hillside in Sherman Oaks and Van Nuys, and sent pictures that show just the night sky lit up. So it's a scary time yet again. This is the Palisades fire that we're watching, and it has just sort of erupted on this Friday night. And to Alex's point earlier, we thought we were in the clear going into the weekend, and that's not the case, because we were going to, go off the air at 8 o'clock and then come back at 10, but we just obviously we're not going to do that because of the situation that's before our eyes right now as the hillside is lit up. I'm sitting here on the desk, and I'm pausing because we get these news wires that cross, and so that's how we help deliver you the news. And I see it blinking, so let me read this. It says, this isn't urgent. This is from LAUSD. The district is announcing it will continue assessing conditions and provide a preliminary update on Saturday. regarding air quality levels and prevailing conditions. And then a final decision will be made on Sunday, at which time schools will communicate with families. So we know that LAUSD has been out. They canceled classes because of these fires, of course, today and yesterday. As far as my memory serves me, I don't remember on Wednesday, but I know for sure Thursday, Friday, no classes, and now they're saying they're going to take the weekend to assess for Monday. And again, we just heard Adam say that another round of Santa Ana winds will pick up on Monday to Wednesday. So it's just back to back to back to back. It's a lot to deal with, especially because, you know, right now our focus is right here in Palisades, as it should be, on the fire there. And yet in Altadena and Pasadena, there are hundreds who are still displaced because of the Eaton Fire. And the Pasadena Convention Center, that's been loaded with hundreds of people seeking refuge as they've been told to leave their homes because of the Eaton Fire. And that one only has 3% containment. This one here has 8% containment, and as we're seeing it sort of explode on this Friday night, you have to remember, or you have to think about the fact that those containment lines got a lot wider, right? If you're going to have to put a containment line around the Palisades fire, and now that it's spreading as quickly as it is on this Friday night, that endeavor to contain this fire just got a little bit more difficult, unfortunately. So we are in contact with LAFD. We're monitoring them to bring you the latest information. You know, the last couple of nights we've been reporting on several active fires all at once. And this is definitely the one that's, you know, got our attention tonight. And primarily our focus is now on the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire, because the Kenneth Fire, that forward progress was stopped. The one that broke out this morning on Glendale, LA, we were showing that to you. The Archer Fire, that one looked terrible when it started up again this morning in Granada Hills. They got that under control. And we're hoping they do the same with the Palisades Fire tonight. So thank you to Skyfox, who's up and flying, and, you know, 2 different vantage points. And these choppers are pretty far away right now, so we are working to get a crew up and live for you so that we can get you some live reporting from the ground to really get a sense of, because you can only imagine, you know, the chaos that happens when people are trying to evacuate and the gridlock that ensues as a result. We saw that first and foremost with this fire when people had to abandon their cars. We have those images that we've shown you. I'm sure you've seen that. Literally abandon their cars because the flames were coming in too close for comfort, and they had to make a run for it. And then we saw the gridlock with the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills once you were told to evacuate. And then especially in Mandeville Canyon, I mean, we just talked about that, how it's
not easy.
One way in, one way out. It's a real slender road. It's hard to even, you know, if you're driving on it and here comes another car. Yeah. You got to really make sure you're, you know,
and that's one of the dangers of living in Mandeville Canyon. What a beautiful area with great views and a great community and all the rest of it. But the part of living there is, you know, that you are in fire danger, and you have to have a plan for that, and you have to have brush clearance for that, and you have to be aware of that. And so that, you know, these people are right on the middle of the mountainside with lots of terrain and lots of brush that can burn. And a reminder that all this is happening in January, which is supposed to be a time when we're supposed to have rain. But we haven't had any real rain since last May, and we don't have any real rain in the forecast anytime soon. And frankly, at this point, we don't really want to have downpours because we would be at real risk of mudslides at this point based off of everything that just burned. So that's going to be a challenge when that eventually comes. The good news for us, we get so much of our water from Northern California, and they've had some good storms in the Sierra. which is the source of a lot of our water. We are not in a drought-like situation, at least not yet, and we had a really good year last year. Of course, we could do a lot better job of storing our water, which is a big story to talk about going forward. But tonight, the imminent threat that we're focused on is this particular fire and new evacuations now for folks impacted by the Palisades Fire.
Also, just getting word that under the evacuation order is the Getty Center. And, you know, you think of the Getty Villa,
right,
which we were just covering because of this fire. I mean, that's how big the swath is. I was making the point that the containment lines just got a lot bigger to actually contain.
Right.
So the Getty Center is now under evacuation. You know, fortunately for the Getty Villa, yes, the vegetation was damaged and charred, but the actual building and the precious artwork and museums, they were saved. But just like the Getty Villa, the Getty Center, it's stone.
Yeah.
And they have everything under, you know.
And we've seen many times I can think of in the last, you know, several years that the Getty Center has been under evacuation orders before. We've seen fires along that 405 freeway in the Sepulveda Pass. We've seen fires on the other side of the 405 freeway in the Bel Air area as well. People that live in the Brentwood area are certainly are certainly familiar with the concept of having to evacuate their homes. I think about some of the hills above Brentwood, really where people are used to that. So now as we put on our extreme nav technology, you see we're talking about Mulholland Drive right here, which is a major thoroughfare. You know, that this is approaching that area as well. And you get a better sense of some of the roads here, including Mandeville Canyon Road that you're looking at right there. So if you're familiar with the area, there's Mandeville Canyon where you can hike. There's you keep going. There's Kenter Canyon where you also can hike, and that's nearby, and that's also probably part of this. I wonder if the Vice President's home is part of this evacuation order.
It would be.
Yeah.
Because it's just north of Sunset, and it's not far, yeah.
Yeah, she's in Kenter Canyon, and so she's not here. She's in Washington, but she's been talking the last several days about this fire and her home with her husband, second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, now potentially at risk tonight.
Just scouring LAFD to see if we can bring you some new information, but I'm looking at the fact that, yes, the Getty Center is under mandatory evacuations as the Palisades Fire continues to burn north and east over the hill. And coincidentally, ironically, I'm not sure the right phrase at this point, but the last post, because I checked the Getty on social to find out, you know, if they've issued a statement. Their last post was within the last 24 hours and thanking all of the firefighting community for saving the Getty Villa. And so now here, the Getty Center is under threat by the Palisades Fire on the other side. That's how expansive this is. So yes, the extreme nav technology, you see the 101 North. We're zooming in. You see Moore Park, Haven, Hurst as well. Yeah, I've some friends of mine who are watching, Nicole and Shauna, thank you. They were at the Gelsons along Havenhurst and Sherman Oaks, and you could see just the plumes of smoke that were coming, visible, very, very, very visible and very scary. It's just the sight alone, you know, when you're out and about and you know how quickly these flames move.
Yeah. And there's a lot of ash falling in that area in different directions. I mean, you think about the amount of people who live in this vicinity, who are now seeing this dramatically, and all the neighborhoods associated with this, even those that aren't necessarily under evacuation warnings but are nearby and are now getting the ash, that are now seeing that giant orange cloud over them. I mean, we're talking millions of people that live you know, in the San Fernando Valley, that live in Sepulveda Pass, that live, you're still seeing on the west side in Brentwood, and you can see some of this glowing from Santa Monica. All these different areas are a whole lot of people, which is why this is so concerning and makes it challenging if you need to do an evacuation, because it's hard to get all those people on the road and out quickly. And then you think about some of the roads. I mean, I was driving the roads earlier when we talked to Governor Newsom in Pacific Palisades, and some of the roads are wide open because they have to be, because there's nobody allowed on them, and some of the roads are just, you know, bumper to bumper traffic as people are trying to get into their homes, and these long lineups, and that makes it more complicated. And another thing I found driving in the Pacific Palisades area, Marla, that was challenging was so many of us are so reliant on our GPS, and there were areas where the signal just didn't work because the infrastructure is burned down, and so I felt like, you know, I went back in time trying to, like, remember how a map works, like remember where to go, because you're just so used to automatically following, you know, what your phone tells you, and the phone wasn't working at all. I couldn't get a sense of any of that. Thankfully, I had, you know, familiar with that area and had driven there before and kind of could figure out my way out. But that's even more dangerous and scary at night in these areas where there's, like, literally no lights right now.
Yeah, you needed the old school.
Got like a Garmin, or not Garmin,
no,
a Thomas guide.
Yeah, the Thomas guide.
Yeah, there you go.
The Garmin.
The Garmin came after the Thomas guide, and then it became the cell phone.
That's
but
right.
Yeah, that's how old.
But that makes me think of, as we have been reporting, and you can see Mandeville Canyon Road right there, one of the most impacted at this hour. The Starlink technology that Elon Musk said that was going to go up in this area.
Is it really working?
Right.
How is it working? He also said that he was working with T-Mobile for T-Mobile customers to help them with Starlink technology to power their cell phones. And so for people that use T-Mobile, I'm curious if that's helped or not. Feel free to message us, let us know. But sorry, I'm taking a bite. We have not
yes.
Not that it's not the biggest issue at all. We just haven't had a chance to eat anything in about 15 hours. But we're staying on the air with you as we get through this together. So go ahead.
And in fact, I know you were talking to somebody who helped a friend evacuate, who evacuated, and interesting about the U-Haul rentals, just in case. If you are, you know, watching and you are under evacuation and you want to join us, please let us know. We're easily accessible, Alex and I, on social media, and we are very active with our viewers. So just FYI, if you want to come on and share your experience, we're happy to have you. In the meantime, we do have LA City Council member Nithya Raman, whose district includes this. You joined us the other night, Councilwoman, when the Sunset Fire broke out in the Hollywood Hills. Now you're joining us to talk about the Palisades Fire that is threatening, you know, the Getty Center and Mandeville Canyon and this area. You know, what have you been briefed on? What do you want your constituents and our viewers to know?
I want everyone listening who is in the affected areas to know where the mandatory evacuations are. And so I just want to go through that. And I also want to share information about the evacuation sites that we've set up. So the mandatory evacuation areas are Mandeville Canyon to the west, 405 on the east, the residential neighborhoods around the Encino Reservoir to the north, and Sunset to the south. And that includes some Brentwood neighborhoods there. And these are all under a mandatory evacuation order. This was upgraded from an evacuation warning just very, very recently, a few minutes ago, after watching the progress of the fire, the Palisades Fire, make its way closer and closer to Mandeville Canyon. And so this is in response to that. And I want to also let people know that the city has set up 2 evacuation centers for people who may need a place to either spend the night or to stop in. These evacuation sites are at the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center, at 14201 Huston Street in Sherman Oaks, and at the Lynn Arc Recreation Center at 21 816 Lanark Street in Canoga Park. My staff is there at the NSO Rec Center now to greet people, along with staff from the Red Cross and from the Department of Recreation and Parks. And should you need that support to spend the night, or even just to stop in while you're figuring out what your next step is, we are there to welcome you.
Do you have any confirmed reports of homes burning right now due to this change in the fire?
No, as of now, I don't. But I just want to warn you that I last spoke to my fire chief for the area before I was on the news, and I've been on a couple of different channels sharing the evacuation notices. But the last I heard, we are not, and no structures have burned. What we are doing here is watching the progress of the fire, watching it get closer to Mandeville Canyon Road, and realizing that it is still moving, and that's why these mandatory evacuation orders were necessary. I also want to say that we had, because we were watching it, because it wasn't moving at the pace that some of these flames were when the winds were much more intense, we had some time for preparation that LAPD was ready to go to share the evacuation notice out to those neighborhoods and to ensure that they are directing traffic in an orderly fashion out of those neighborhoods.
So what does that look like? I mean, if you're in one of those neighborhoods, we've had all these alerts that people are just ignoring now because it's been so screwed up with all these false alarms. Now, what are LAPD doing? How are you getting people out?
LAPD in an mandatory evacuation zone will be going up and down the streets with their sirens. They'll be knocking on doors. So you'll be able to hear them out there. And I hope that people are not ignoring the evacuation orders. I know that it has been unnerving to get these alerts, and extremely unfortunate that some of them were sent in error. But frankly, they are the best tool that we have to get the word out about danger. As far as I heard today, those problems have been resolved. So take these alerts seriously. If you get one, please heed it and exit the area. I have an app that I'm sure everyone has downloaded now, the Watch Duty app, which I use religiously. I check it all the time to see how all of the fires across LA County are progressing. So between that and the text messages, I know that I will be informed about what I need to do, and I encourage every resident here in Los Angeles, particularly those in very high fire severity zones in our hillsides, to do the same thing and to heed these orders and to take them seriously.
You know, we had... I'm sorry, go ahead.
The other issue I just wanted to say is that, you know, we have our resources here in the city of Los Angeles and in the county, across the county, fighting fires across a number of places that are still burning with intensity. And so we don't have additional resources to go back and, you know, to help people if they are in the harm. Not that we don't have it, but it really puts a strain on our resources if people have to go back and help people who haven't left. So I want to encourage everyone to preserve our resources, to make sure that we don't have loss of life. The most important thing here for the city of Los Angeles, that we have no loss of life, that people heed the orders and leave those impacted neighborhoods.
You know, we're also hearing this is just speaks to the idea of how many resources are needed for this firefight, and we know that Eric Scott told us that they are redirecting resources from other areas for this air fight tonight. Now we're hearing that the Central Command is requesting 2 additional helicopters from the Orange County Fire Authority. Have you been in touch with LAFD? What are you hearing from the fire department tonight?
I have been in touch with our chief. I'm here at the Emergency Operations Center right now, watching as, you know, both PD and FD are planning their work and coordinating. And what I know about watching them work in the Sunset Fire, and what I know about FD watching them work at addressing all of the smaller fires that have come up in my district over the last few days, is that they are extremely good at asking for what they need in order to make sure that they're taking on every fire head on. And so if I haven't heard specifically yet that they're asking for Orange County support, but if they are, that means it's what they need to ensure that the fire does not move forward and impact residential neighborhoods, structures, and what they need to save lives. So I'm hopeful that they'll continue with that focus, that efficiency, because I've seen it at work over the last few days.
You just mentioned the chief. Is Kristen Crowley currently at the Emergency Operations Center overseeing the operations for the LA Fire Department? Is she currently working there doing that?
I am actually on the ground floor where she traditionally isn't, so I don't have any information for you on that. I'm here on the ground floor where we're coordinating between the evacuation centers, rec and parks. All of the departments are represented on this ground floor. They send reps here, and this is where we can come to ensure that needs that we have for these neighborhoods. So, for example, I requested PD support to be ready in case the order was elevated from a warning to a mandatory evacuation. I requested Rec and Parks be ready to open up an evacuation center, and every department is represented here. And so this, for me, as a council member advocating for the safety of my constituents, this is the floor that I need to be on, and this is where I am helping to make sure that the city has the resources it needs to receive people and to keep them safe and to inform them.
Can't imagine how busy that floor must be at this hour and on several days.
And people are tired.
There's a lot of need. We know that feeling, but we got to keep going because the danger still exists, and we want to we appreciate you coming on to help inform the public, because this is life-saving information, and this is where we all can be a public service in getting that information out. Is there anything else you want to share with our viewers?
I just want to emphasize again to everybody, I think as time goes on, we may become numbed to the warnings and the evacuation orders. Take this seriously. If there is a mandatory evacuation order, it is there because the fire department deemed it necessary to keep residents safe. Please heed their advice. Please take it seriously. And as you leave calmly, follow those orders, and ensure that you're keeping yourself informed.
Well, and not to be too grim, but and we are very saddened by all the deaths that we have had to report so far. But given the size of this fire and the size of the fire in Altadena and the rate of its spread, the fact that we don't have more deaths reported so far is an indication that people did take that seriously, and people got out, and people did listen to the warnings. And if we become numb and stop doing that, that situation could be very different. So it's just a reminder of the importance of what you're talking about, and we appreciate you coming on to share it. And if you get new information, let us know.
Absolutely, and thank you again for helping us to get the word out about this incredibly important mandatory evacuation order.
Council Member, District 4, LA City Council Member Vidya Raman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have our Ed Lascos. He has been reporting from the Palisades Village night after night, and now he's on the move because he's trying to get to the Mandeville Canyon area. Ed, you're on the line now. What's it like on the roads? What are you hearing?
Marla, it's rather strange because it's rather quiet. We came up north on the 405, and as we exited on Ventura, if you could play this out in your mind, you sweep around and you make a sharp right to jump on Sepulveda to go back south again. As you make in that little area, as you make that right, there's a lot of apartment buildings there, and it was interesting. There were many folks out on the balconies facing the fire. I should really say the glow in the sky, because that's what you see here. I'm looking at it right now. You do not see any flames, but you see that bright orange glow. That's the last thing we want to see. And a lot of folks on their balconies had their cell phones out. They were pointing to it. Some other folks were on the street corners there on Sepulveda as we made that curve and heading back south. They also were looking at water and shot water. I think he was joking because he kind of joked around. It's interesting that I expected to see kind of the mad rush of the evacuation like we saw in the Hollywood Hills a couple of nights ago. That's not the case. We haven't seen that here tonight down on Ventura, but we're kind of making our way up into the hills. But no, there hasn't been a lot of traffic going the other way. In fact, it seems rather quiet out here on both sides. So you would never know that there's any type of urgent evacuation going on.
Yeah, although the area you're in right now is not under evacuation orders, just to be clear, right, Ed?
Right, but I was expecting that some people who might have been in the new evacuation area would have been making their way over to the 405, making the way to this direction as an escape route. Have not seen that.
It's been interesting. I did a little bit of driving today, and while driving around, it seemed like the city, so many people are staying home. So many people, I think, have left town. There's just a sort of numbness and anger and sadness all over Southern California, even the areas not immediately impacted by this. And I think the effects of this are far-reaching. So, Ed, where are you headed next? And what?
Well, we're trying to make our way up to the hillside from the Sepulveda side, just going past Skirball Health Center. And the thing, we came along sunset at the base of Mandeville Canyon, and there were a lot of fire engine staging there. And we had no intention of going up there because we knew that. And the captain said to us, you do not want to go this way because there's one way up or one way down. And if you go up, you may not come down. And he wasn't smiling when he said that. And we certainly got his message very clearly. So we took the safe route and came around this way. And we're trying to make our way up. But again, what you see is just this constant red glow, orange-red glow in the sky. And in that area, it's sort of where the hills are, so you're not getting a look at where all the flames are.
Yeah. And we know that near Mandeville Canyon is also the Mountain Gate community located there. There's a golf club, country club right there as well that I'm sure is certainly being impacted and is part of all this.
Yeah, and cell service, if he's coming up sort of the Sepulveda Pass right now, can be a little choppy there. So, Ed, you're kind of breaking up. So while we wait to get your signal at full strength, just getting word that we have some new video to show you from...
there we go.
There we go.
One of the worst places of cell phone service on a good day, the Sepulveda Pass.
From Encino and the scene there, so if we can pull that up. Okay, we're going to show you that in a minute, and we will also, here we go. So this is the scene in Encino. It looks like Cal Fire there, and the staging going on there, and up and over the hill they go, and look at that with the orange glow in the backdrop there. People getting ready to leave and or leaving. And then we also have some video from Brentwood as well, as people have evacuated, heeded the call to leave their homes.
Wow. Those are pretty dramatic flames from the Brentwood area. And some parts of Brentwood are pretty low-lying, and other parts of it are really up in the hills. And that are, used to fire danger. You see this woman here spraying down her house before she heads out, trying to do whatever she can to try to protect it. I mean, I don't know that she headed out. Some people don't choose not to leave. But the good news for rescue crews and the rest of it is that most people have chosen to leave in the last few days.
All right, we have some sound from the Brentwood area. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Are you guys ready to evacuate?
Yeah.
And have you guys seen this before in your residency here?
Not here. No. Just been trying to support everyone that's been actually in it, the Palisades, and was waiting until it got here, and now it's here. So.
And did you guys prepare? Did you guys think it would reach here, or is this just a surprise?
No, my car's been packed for about 4 days. Because I've been at work every day since, just trying to, feed everyone that's been so out of food in their house with the Palisades Fire. So just doing what we can to hopefully save our house if it comes to that.
And when is go time for you? When does it when are you leaving?
When we I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay, so thank you to KNN News for that, and she was very emotional. I mean, her car's been packed for 4 days. She's going to work, and she just doesn't know what's next. And so we thank her for sharing her thoughts. This is the 405 near the Getty, and you can see the flashing lights off in the distance there. So traffic is moving along okay at this point, but you wonder if there will be any closure of the 405. I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
But, you know, then again, the Getty Center is it's not unlikely. The Getty Center under evacuation right now.
I remember in years past when there was fires burning on both sides of the 405 and they kept it open. And just driving past, I remember Bel Air on fire, and it's a weird, eerie scene to see, you know, the flames there, but that certainly has happened before. So you see, you know, the Getty's pretty nicely lit up there, and you see not a whole lot of traffic on this Friday night. I think a lot of people are staying in. And a lot of events have been canceled. A repeat of what we talked about a little earlier, the NBA canceling or postponing both the Lakers and Clippers games tomorrow. The Lakers are supposed to play at Crypto.com, the Clippers at Intuit Dome, and both of those games are not going to be happening tomorrow. We know that the Rams were supposed to host a playoff game on Monday Night Football. That game is not happening. The Rams took off today for Arizona. Which is going to be a neutral site now for that game. The Rams losing their home field advantage. But there are more important things than that we're talking about right now, including this situation.
Yeah, hearing from some drivers on the 405 right now near the Getty, and they say that there is a whole lot of ash and embers and just complete smoke. So if visibility becomes an issue, you could very well see it being shut down on this Friday night. So, you know, drivers are contending with all of that. And even just in that emotional video of the woman who was spraying down her homes and the eaves, you know, you could see some ash raining down on her as well. So air quality, as obviously, has been just terrible, which is why, you know, the LA County Department of Public Health even issued the local emergency as it relates to air quality today. And then also with that alert comes the ban of power tools. No leaf blowers are allowed to be used right now in LA County because of the air quality, and that's until further notice, according to the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health.
So what we're hopeful for is that all this air capability is going to stop this thing before it gets to homes. We don't have any reports of it getting to homes. We will be honest that it is kind of hard to tell right now because this is a more dangerous, more rugged, more remote area than where we have been reporting before, and it is at night, so it's a tough thing. Christy Fajardo is joining us now live. I think she's moved locations. Christy, are you near Bundy and Saltaire, is that right?
Yes, I'm actually on Bundy, and there's a gentleman here who, did you get the alert?
I got the alert. We got the on the telephone and also on the TV, and we left, and we would park down by Ralph's, down on Wilshire, and we were there for about an hour or two, and we just drove back to see what was happening. Now, when we left, there was a policeman directing traffic and blocking anybody coming up the street. Now, he didn't see anybody.
Wait a minute. Are we being filmed? Yeah, you're live on Fox 11. I do not want to be filmed.
That's okay. You don't want to be filmed. My wife, she's very nervous about this. So we came back, and because there wasn't a policeman here blocking, there was when we left. So we came back to see what's happening.
And will you be evacuating?
We're going to listen to the alerts, you know, and that's about it. But we'll see how things go. But there's still a lot of people here. And the policeman who was down at Sunset is not there anymore. And he's not stopping people coming up the street. So you could see it's traffic.
And how have you thought about what you will take? You knew the fire was over in the Palisades, and there's been burning for a couple of days.
What we would take, we have stuff in the car loaded, what we want to take, you know, important papers and things like that. But otherwise, that's it.
How long have you lived here?
Oh, we've been living here 40 years.
40 years. And have you seen wildfires nearby before?
We've had fires, but not like what's been going on in the last week. Nothing like that. There's been nothing like that at all. And that, but this is, what can I say? What can you say on this? You know, this is worse than we've ever seen. What's going on with the Palisades and Pacific Coast Highway and this. So we came back to see what's going on, and if we get any more alerts, we'll leave again. That's all I could say.
Well, thank you so much. It looks like your wife is ready to leave, so we won't keep you. Thank you, and good luck.
Take care.
You too. And, you know, even as we were talking to him, it was raining ash on us. And I want to show you, you can see the glow of the fire there in the distance. And you heard him say that this has been his home for 40 years. And so they're packing 40 years of a life into the trunk of a car, and we've been seeing that up and down the street. In fact, just a short while ago, there was a family. There was a little girl, probably about 7 or 8. She was dressed in her pajamas, and her dad was asking her if she wanted to take her stuffed dog, and she said yes, and they got into a car, and they also left. And we're seeing that, as I said, up and down the street. What we've not seen, however, is the LAPD. No LAPD coming through here giving people a warning to get out. We are, however, getting alerts on our phone. As soon as we drove into the evacuation zone, our alerts started going off on our phones, and we spoke to one woman who told us that the first alert went off about a half hour ago, and she was also packing up. She was at her boyfriend's house. They were getting his belongings together, and they were going to go to her house. But a lot of people wondering why they've not seen the LAPD here. Listen to back to you.
Have you seen any of the National Guard in your travels today?
I saw the National Guard all along PCH and also in Santa Monica. They've actually erected barricades. They've used those K-rails, and they are blocking off San Vicente and basically the area north of San Vicente, and also the California Incline, and other access points to PCH from Santa Monica. And they're being very, very strict. In fact, I not only showed them my press credentials, I also had to show them my driver's license before they would let me through, and I was stopped at every single checkpoint.
In your travels, because you were last joining us live from Palisades, to get where you are right now, did you see a lot of people trying to evacuate?
What we saw, most of the area we were driving through is already in evacuation zone that had been for a couple of days. So what we saw were a lot of firefighters. Once we got here, we were surprised.
Hey,
Christy, we need to interrupt you, and we need to get to Ed Lascos. Ed?
Yeah, we're at the top of Mountain Gate Drive. Mikey, swing around. That's the California Highway Patrol. You saw the flames.
Evacuate the area. Por favor, evacúe el área.
That's the California.
Please evacuate the area. Por favor, evacúe el área.
California Highway Patrol with that warning. The top of Mountain Gate Drive, where it ends into Canyon Back Road. The big development over here. I think it's called the Crown. It is over there, and of course there is the hillside looking on the north view here of this fire down. All the glowing embers. We've been seeing a lot of the airdrops as you have, and there is the entrance to that development. Most of the folks there were driving out just as we pulled in, so I don't think there's any more folks in that area. They've all evacuated from that development. You still have, there was a lot of looky-loos here on this ridge with their phones out taking pictures of the flames when the fire was really going, maybe about 10-15 minutes ago, and the California Highway Patrol came and cleared them all away ASAP, told them they had to leave because the fire was moving in this direction. So most of the folks have left. The evacuation on this development to the right seems to have been complete. You can see a lot of homes just all dark at this point, and there's another drop of a fixed wing coming over to hit the flames on that far side. This is the northern ridge, and also that airdrop there looks like, guys, it's going to be like the northern western side of this. But you still have some flanks of flame, but in the middle the drops have done their work. It's just a lot of glowing embers. I'm sure you can make that out with the shot.
Yeah, that was a beautiful airdrop right there.
Challenger, turn around, get out of here.
We were wondering, Christy was just saying that nobody from the LAPD was evacuating folks. Certainly people from the CHP are evacuating folks where you are. That thing is loud, Ed. Even if you're dead asleep, you're waking up from that.
Yeah, inside, there they are here. They came out, and they seemed to be a little agitated because there was a lot of folks not evacuating right away. So they said, come on, you got to go. Let's go. Get in your cars.
Wow. dramatic.
And you're right, and right beyond them, in the background is some more of the development here, and that all seems to be very vacant too. So the evacuation here seemed to be very quick. And I'm sure they saw the glow here. When did this start? Maybe about an hour ago or so. And so I'm sure they saw the glow coming over the hill, and it caught a lot of attention to a lot of folks here, especially everybody who's a bit edgy. I don't have to tell you that. They see a glow, and they saw what happened over on the Palisades side. They're not taking any chances here.
Is that the Mountain Gate Country Club right where you are?
I think it is, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Yes, and it goes right up to the top here. This is the very end. A beautiful spot here, as you know, with an incredible view on a normal night. Tonight, though, it's a frightening view.
It really is. And Ed, we're just getting word, by the way, that CHP is in fact setting up for a full closure of the 405 along the Sepulveda Pass. So that is a big deal.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised. When we came, I was surprised there wasn't much smoke, and we were saying, boy, you'd think you'd see a lot more smoke through the pass, but we did see the units staging on some of the on-ramps, so we were thinking, well, something must be imminent, and now as the fire probably pushed a lot of smoke we've been hearing, look at all the smoke coming up from the fire itself. They were thinking it's probably drifting over that way, and you're right, not threatened by flames, but with the smoke, you have the visibility, and that's the problem.
So if people are familiar with this area, Mandeville Canyon is both a hiking trail, and there's also a community of houses there. If you start at the beginning of the Mandeville Canyon trailhead and walk all the way through, which has all these hills with a ton of brush, you end where Ed is standing right now, which is in front of the Mountain Gate Country Club there. There is a bunch of homes that are right there that are basically tucked on the side of the 405 freeway. They have a real dramatic aerial view down of the Sepulveda Pass, and then you drive your way down and can get on the 405 there. So that's where we are in terms of a location and also in terms of topography here. This gives you a better sense during the day in terms of where we are, but this thing is growing, because where Ed was before, which is more of the villages in the Palisades, is quite a ways away from where he is now. I mean, if you think about the size of this fire, Marla, I mean, this is bigger than many cities.
Right.
It is huge.
And Ed, so you're stationed up above at the Mountain Gate Country Club, and it looks like, I mean, we haven't seen anybody other than the officials there, the law enforcement. It looks like everyone was already out.
Yes, and in fact, you were talking about the 405 closing with the CHP announcing very loudly here that, you know, get out now. They also said you only got a few minutes because Sepulveda will be closing very soon, was the last announcement on the loudspeaker. Now they've moved down the hill. They've moved further down on Mountain Gate. There was 2 CHP units here. But it's incredible to me. You mentioned we were on the other side, if you will, in the village of the Palisades. You saw the glow over there within the last hour, and it struck me, and perhaps surprising to you as well. I talked to some of the folks here, and they said they can't believe it. And the point I'm trying to make is there's up here where we're standing and over in the Palisades, hardly any wind tonight, and we kind of got the impression falsely that, you know, this thing was maybe a bit more manageable than we thought, that it wasn't going to just blow up like this late at night and with the conditions we're having. But it's, you know, with these things, you know, they are, as we always like to say, out of control monsters, and you can't you know, put your feet up until the thing is finally dead. Yeah, and because of the terrain there, it's got to be really hard to fight this fire on the ground. Are you seeing many firefighters trying to attack this thing from the ground, or is it basically just all about the air? I think it's all about the air from what I'm seeing now. I can tell you, though, when we were in the Palisades, there were several strike crews that the county had set up, and they were in their vehicles driving very quickly to get up here. So I was thinking that they're probably going to be the ground attack setting up in these ridges, because you're right, there's another airdrop gets ready here. It's really going to be one where they always say we can't get this one. We can control it somewhat from the air, but we can't snuff it out until we have boots on the ground. So I'm thinking that's where a lot of those strike crews were headed when they made a quick exit out of the Palisades.
So if you're just joining us, what's happening right now is there is the Palisades Fire is on the move. It is headed towards the 405 freeway. There are mandatory evacuations in place, concerns about mountain gates, concerns about Mandeville Canyon. The 405 freeway now shutting down at Sepulveda. We thought that we were in a better position, and this is a reminder that we're not, and that we do not have containment over the Palisades Fire, and real reason to be concerned right now.
Important to note that the CHP is setting up right now for full closure of the 405 at Sepulveda in the Sepulveda Basin, the Sepulveda Pass. Right now, that's a major thoroughfare. So as soon as that happens, we'll bring that to you from Skyfox, one of the choppers up, and we'll show you what that's going to do to traffic. Ed is mentioning that Sepulveda itself will be shut down as well, and that's why these officers are going from basically door to door saying you got to get out now for these mandatory evacuations. The Palisades Fire since Tuesday has burned more than 21,000 acres. It is just 8% contained. There's also reports that power services requested to shut down due to multiple power lines down on Mandeville Canyon Road. You know, we haven't heard about active homes or active flames engulfing homes. We're working to get you more information on that. But the firefight got very serious on this Friday night. You know, we're past 9 o'clock. We're in the 9 o'clock hour now. And up until about 7 o'clock, it seemed sort of calm. And we were thinking that there was light at the end of this fire tunnel, and that has significantly changed in the last couple of hours.
Gina Silva joining us now live. Gina, you're at Santa Anita Park. You're following the other fire that we've been talking about, and wow, what a scene behind you.
I have to tell you, this is a beautiful sight. Just take a look behind me. It is amazing. This is a massive outpouring of community support. This right here is the power of social media. Influencers posted that they wanted to help people who lost their homes, and boom, it turned into this. People are coming by to drop off clothes, shoes, diapers, water, food. And for food, we have Rob Farrell, who owns Easy Bocce. And what do we have here?
We have fried rice with chicken, garlic butter chicken.
It smells so good. And tell me about how, you know, the power of social media is amazing. You guys wanted to do something for the community, and here you are. Are you surprised?
I'm really surprised. I didn't expect it to be this big, with everybody volunteering and helping out, and so much people bringing stuff. I think it's amazing to see everybody come together. And, you know, California, man, we stand together.
Yes, we certainly do. And, you know, we've all seen those devastating images. Talk to me about what broke your heart, what moved you.
It's just seeing the families not having their homes, especially those scenes of like the burned streets and stuff like that. And so what we want to do is just give them something that they can at least come and get some food, something that we can help them with. I mean, look at all these people coming together. We got pallets of water. We have so much clothes, and all of us coming together. We come drive from Anaheim, from Chino Hills, from Corona, from Riverside. So we're just coming together as everyone's one and just being there for everybody.
Yo lo hacía en español. Yo la verdad tengo...
Español está bien.
Yo la verdad estoy bien.
I can translate.
Ahorita no está manejando el inglés. Ahorita está manejando el inglés. Yo lo ayudo. A mí me encanta ver toda la gente.
He loves to see all the people here.
También aquí mi amigo Rock, que estuvo en la iniciativa también de traer la comida, la verdad.
He brought the
y otros vinieron a apoyarlo también con lo mismo, y a cocinar, a mover cazuelas, a ayudarle a picar.
Okay, then here's the thing. You hablo español, pero hablas muy recio. Muy rápido. He's too fast for me to translate. Basically, they're all very happy to donate. And you can make donations. You can come out here. Now, I've gotten different times. What's the deal? You guys are going to be here 24 hours?
I believe they said they might only let us be here till 11 p.m., but they're going to be open here till Wednesday. That's from what I was told, yes.
Okay, so if you want to make donations, you can come out here to the Santa Anita Parkway, Raceway, and you can see the parking lot here. It is filled. People are coming by. They're bringing bags of clothing, shoes. Come on over here. You want to come out on TV? Yes, we'll put you on TV.
Donated some stuff.
What did you bring?
We brought waters.
You brought waters?
Yeah. Food.
Yeah, that's wonderful. We appreciate
that. We brought diapers. I started an organization
because it really broke my heart for everything that's going on. I started my organization Wednesday. I had all East LA, Boyle Heights, people from donating. I'm still getting donations right now. And my little helpers right here, Camila and her friend is Belomia.
Beautiful girls.
So we will be here more tomorrow. I'm still getting messages on Instagram and on Facebook.
Yeah, it's amazing. Social media, right? It really does. A lot of people talk about social media and it's bad and on and on and on. Hey, look at this. They brought out a lot of folks, including, what's your name?
Veronica.
Veronica. So talk to me about what you guys are doing here and what you brought and what your hopes are for this future.
So we're just a family, a mom and son and niece and cousin, and we met here, and we're just here from Downey, California. We just wanted to help and find a way to help. We picked up some donations. We brought them in. We stayed to help, and we're very excited. I love the fact that the community has definitely showed up. The kids are definitely very impressed and excited to be a part of this, and we're hoping just to kind of like help each other out and reconstruct and get
an important lesson, right? An important lesson. It is. That's great. What about you? How do you feel about everything that's happening?
It's beautiful. The community's coming together. I'm coming from a command post. It's called Happy's up in 600 East Azusa Avenue. We need volunteers, so if you guys want to come and help, we're prepping meals for all locations that are being affected. We have people driving to the locations, prepping, cutting. I'm here for that reason. We dropped off food and we stayed here to help. It's wonderful that everyone's helping, but Altadena's community, other communities also need help. It's a ghost town out there right now.
Yeah, and so many people, like I said, if you just look at this, it's so impressive. Thank you. So impressive to look at this outpouring of support. And it's not just at this location. There are so many other places where people are coming together and, asking for people to bring some donations, whatever they can help with. If it's clothing, if it's money, it's all going to a good cause. And Marla, I wasn't able to put up the information for one of the donation sites that's going to be happening in the valley, but I believe you may have some information that you can give out to our viewers as well. Like I said, so many people just feel the need to help all the people that were displaced by these fires, and so everyone is wanting to help, asking, what can we do? What can we do? Well, this is one of the places, and again, if you look online, if you just do a Google search, you will find other locations where you can go and make some donations.
Yes, Gina, thank you for bringing that up. I can mention that there is at Hardcore Fitness, Conejo Valley pop-up for LA Fire Relief Donation Drive. That's a drop-off location. You can drop off Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 2. They're going to be taking your donation. They're asking for, all sorts of things, clothing, pillows, bottled water, etc. Again, this is at the Hardcore Fitness in Agora, and the address is 28501 Canwood Street. Hardcore Fitness, you can bring your donations there. Gina, it's so nice to see everybody coming together there. It's such a much different picture in Brentwood and Sherman Oaks and the Palisades, etc. So we're going to get back to that coverage. Thank you so much, Gina.
You guys done recording?
Thank you.
Okay, we want to bring into the conversation right now Tracy Park, city council member for Los Angeles. What we're looking at here is part of her district. Council member, good to see you. I know you've been going nonstop. What can you tell us about what's happening right now in Mandeville Canyon and surrounding areas?
So there is active fire in the Mandeville Canyon area. We have had assets and resources in this area all day, but there is established fire. And so now there are mandatory evacuation orders going into effect for everything south of Mulholland, north of Sunset, from the 405 west all the way to the ocean. So mandatory evacuations in that area. People need to get their things, their critical documents, their pets, their essential items, and begin the process of getting out. We also now have evacuation warnings going east of the 405 freeway all the way towards Stone Canyon. Folks can go to fire.ca.gov for the specific boundaries of the mandatory evacuation zones and warning zones. I have been out on the ground with my constituents in the community working to get DOT traffic control resources and law enforcement presence to the Brentwood area so that we can manage this evacuation in a controlled and orderly manner. I have also actively been on the ground coordinating with our resources at the fire department to make sure that we have adequate staffing and the tools that we're going to need to protect lives and homes in the Brentwood area. But this is an active fire. We don't want to panic folks, but it is important that they gather their things and comply with all orders that are being given by fire and police authorities. This is not a drill. This is a dynamic situation.
You know, our reporters are on the ground. They're getting stationed in the most impacted neighborhoods. Have you heard, Councilwoman, reports of active structures on fire?
No, not yet at this time, just vegetation, but we want to take every precaution that we can to do everything to protect life and property. So we are doing these evacuations now. We're putting our resources in place, and I know that the men and women at the fire department are doing everything in their power with the resources they have to keep our community safe.
What about the Getty Center? We understand that that's also under evacuation.
Yes, everything west of the 405 is under evacuation. There's no way to sugarcoat what we are dealing with and what we are looking at right now. This is absolutely catastrophic, what is happening on the west side of Los Angeles. We are actively managing this fire. We are working not only with our own fire department, but the county and CAL FIRE and hundreds of resources and assets that have arrived from the state and the federal government. We have tools and resources to combat this. We want to do it in a precautionary way. We want to do it in an orderly way. But this is a widespread emergency, and I don't want folks to think that we are out of the woods yet. We're not. We are also anticipating additional Santa Ana wind conditions, and our efforts to fight and contain not just this fire, but other fires in the region is going to continue to take time. So folks need to continue to follow along with all of the official channels for the most current information about evacuation orders, and it is essential that they comply with the directions that they're being given so that we can save lives and protect property.
Can you talk to us about the decision to shut down the 405 freeway? As we know, that is one of the busiest freeways in the world. That, I imagine, is a decision that you don't take lightly.
It is not a decision that is taken lightly, but we have got to have adequate space for staging so that we have the ability to fight this fire. There are homes and property and lives that are threatened by this, and we want to make sure that we are giving people the space and the time that they need to get out in an orderly, fashioned way. But these orders are in place, and they are there for a reason, and that means pack your essential documents, your critical items, your pets, and whatever loved ones you want to take with you, and get moving.
Any other final thoughts you want to share with your constituents and our viewers tonight?
I just want everybody to know that we are bringing every resource of our local, our county, our state, and our federal government to attack these fires. We are all working around the clock, and our primary mission is to save lives.
And last point, the importance of the air attack tonight. Obviously, this is rugged terrain. It's very difficult to drive back there. The importance that we have those helicopters, at least 10, maybe 12, flying tonight.
It's absolutely essential. We already know that in large part, the devastation in the Palisades is because we weren't able to get air assets up. That is an essential part of our toolkit in fighting circumstances like this. So we are absolutely praying that the weather cooperates long enough to get those resources in the air so that we can fight this fire. But no matter what happens, we are going to continue to throw resources out to protect lives and property.
And one more question. Who is running the LA Fire Department tonight? Is Kristen Crowley the chief? Is she actively running the department?
Kristen Crowley is our fire chief, and we have got folks all over who are running our command posts. We are in good hands, and we have the resources that we need to do this in an orderly fashion. But again, everybody needs to follow along with the official channels so they have the most up-to-date information and know that everybody on the ground is working around the clock to protect lives and property in Los Angeles. Everybody is working around the clock tonight in Los Angeles,
including us and you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sure you're exhausted, and we appreciate you. You're continually getting the message out, and it's an important message to get out there. Tracy Park, LA City Council.
Thank you very
member.
much.
All right, take care and stay safe.
Same to you.
All right, Skyfox up and over the flames along the ridge here. The Palisades Fire now on the other side of the Palisades. It's made its way, threatening Mandeville Canyon, homes in Brentwood, and the 405 right there at the Sepulveda Pass is currently being shut down. We haven't gotten official word that it is shut down right at this moment, but they are staging for that to happen. When that does happen, of course, we will bring that to you. But that is a significant development because that is one of the busiest freeways. And, you know, the other thing I want to point out as we're seeing this water drop is getting confirmation as we have seen water drop after water drop after water drop, that it literally, because of the Encino Reservoir, it takes each helicopter 2.5 minutes to return to the fire after a drop. And that includes suctioning a tank full in just 45 seconds. So that way they're able to refuel, if you will, with the water and then come back. It's just been one after the other after the other. So let's hope that having the Encino Reservoir, that is not empty, that is full, you know, nearby to help in this firefight tonight.
I remember when we were doing fire coverage of another fire nearby, Phil Schuman went to the Encino Reservoir, our reporter at the time, and showed how they do it, and it really is impressive how quickly they're able to move there. Another thing, I remember having hiked Mandeville Canyon many times before, and you're starting to see some of it. There's a lot of power lines that are in that region that are up along the entire hike there, and those could potentially burn, and that could mean people are going to be in the dark. Obviously, they could take that for a day or two, but there's a lot of infrastructure involved with this.
Well, to that point, we're hearing that there are multiple power lines down in Mandeville Canyon, so they're requesting power shutoffs as well. Look
at that drop. It's so cool to watch these and to watch them work and do their thing. And they are so effective at it, but this thing is a monster that we're talking about here. So one of the ways that we have seen that brush clearance is done, at least the most fun way that brush clearance is done, is goats do the work for you. It seems to be everybody wins in this scenario. There's all these goats that would do the brush clearance. Well, now those goats have to be evacuated themselves because it's not dangerous for them. It's dangerous for them to be in that area. So the goats are now on the move.
And we were hearing from the guest that you had on who was under evacuation and who had helped a friend evacuate that this is part of the HOA service. That the goats are there to eat up the countryside and to do that brush clearance. And you know, what a scary moment for all of them. And you see the herders out there, you know, doing their best to get them away. And you know, where will they go? You know, we have the that brings me to actually when we had Nithya Raman on, she talked about the new evacuation centers that were set up. So let's talk about those. Those are the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center, of course, in Sherman Oaks. And then the other evacuation center is is it Lanark Rec Center in Canoga Park? Okay, the Lanark Rec Center in Canoga Park that is also serving as an evacuation center. Will they take livestock? You know, there's usually Pierce College in Woodland Hills is the one that's taking the larger livestock.
Yeah, and Pierce is not all that far away from where we're talking about right here. Yeah, man, it is impressive, though, to watch these choppers fly at night into a firestorm and do their thing, and to see the effectiveness of that. As far as we can tell, this fire has not reached any homes yet. I mean, obviously, over here, we know it's this particular fire. We're still talking about the Palisades Fire has reached plenty of homes, over 5,000 homes burned by the Palisades Fire. But I mean this new front on the fire that we're looking at tonight, closer to the 405 freeway. It's the first time we've been talking about that when it comes to the Palisades Fire. The 405 freeway being shut down tonight because of this active firefight moving that direction.
And as it relates to the relationship between LAFD and the mayor's office, we're getting a statement from LAFD about the chief.
Okay.
And it reads this: on Friday, January 10th, Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department met with Mayor Karen Bass. Their foremost priorities continue to be fighting the current wildfires and safeguarding Angelenos. It is important to note that the fire chief was not dismissed and is in full command of the LAFD.
There you go. That's our first official note on that. The mayor's spokesperson told me that earlier tonight as well. But there's been some erroneous reporting from Daily Mail, which may not be the best sourced in terms of Los Angeles reporting. But a lot of you in social media were taking that as gospel and sending it to me. But that's the word from the officials, and it's great to stay focused on local news and local reporting in these days when there's a lot of misinformation out there. I was just referencing those power lines when it comes to Mandeville Canyon, and just getting word from here that the power services are requested to be shut down to those multiple power lines that are on Mandeville Canyon Road. So this would be much less dangerous if they're not energized. And so that's part of the effort. Now, I don't know what that will mean potentially for power in the neighborhood. Presumably, a lot of the folks are being evacuated, so they probably don't need power anyways. But I don't know how widespread that service might be from those power lines that are on Mandeville Canyon Road, but it sounds like those are going to be shut down soon.
Yes, we were reporting that, so it's good to reiterate that. And again, now we're seeing, and bear with me as it's just, you know, stuttering here a little bit because the alerts just keep coming and coming and coming. That, let me pull this up.
As you do, it continues to be impressive to watch the power of these helicopters, and you are starting to see them be pretty effective in their repeated drops here, and this not looking quite as ominous as it was maybe a half hour ago.
Okay, it was an alert that we had seen and already reported, so that's good. You know, no news is good news, I think, when it comes to these alerts. Thank goodness. So our reporters are on the ground. We have Christy Fajardo. She's in the heart of Brentwood right now. And then we have Ed Lascos. He was last at Mountain Gate, where you know, we were hearing the very dramatic, it's time to evacuate, get out now, from law enforcement. We also have Susan Harasuno. She's making her way to the west side here, and she's ready. So, Susan, there you are. Is that the 405 right behind you?
This is the 405 right behind you, behind me, rather. We are on the east side of the 405. This is the park and ride that is directly across from the Skirball Center. We have heard, just like you, that there was the possibility that they would shut down the 405, so we're keeping an eye on that. But right now it looks like it's open and free-flowing. I do know that there are definitely efforts to restrict traffic. It was a bit of a challenge for me to get to this location. Now you're looking at the glow that's coming up over the ridge, and we have seen a lot of the aircraft that we believe are doing airdrops. You probably have a better view of it, but they're the larger tankers that are flying over that ridge there. From where I am, I don't smell any smoke. I'm wearing the turnout coat because it's cold up here, frankly. So that's what we're doing. We're keeping an eye on what people are doing. On my way up here, I noticed that there were quite a few cars parked along Mulholland on the eastern side. So I believe that those are a lot of people that perhaps have parked their cars. They wanted to be away from the flames, and this is where they are hanging out, at least until they assess the situation, just like you and I are, and seeing whether it's so dangerous that they need to leave from even this location. Now, we have always believed that the wide 405 with all those lanes of traffic would be a good fire break, and in general it has on other times when we've seen wildfire this close to homes and this close to the densely populated area of Bel Air and Westwood, and then over on this side it would be Sherman Oaks and Encino. And we do remember, though, that time when it jumped the freeway and it went from the area around the Getty to the area into Bel Air before they were finally able to stop the forward progress. But quite a scary situation when you considering how many people live in this area, how densely populated it is. I did hear somebody on the radio suggest that they believed that there were already structures that were being affected by this fire. I don't see how that's possible. So if other people heard that person, I just want to assure them that right now, and you did have Nithya Raman mention that there is no report of any structures being burning, perhaps threatened, of course, but not yet burning. So we want to find a different location. Oh, I want to show you some video that a friend of mine sent to me, if you've got that queued up, because that's in the area of Tarzana. So a little farther west from where we are now. Okay, if you don't see it, basically she sent it to me because she wanted me to see how big the glow of the fire was that you can see from that part of the western San Fernando Valley. And so that part of the valley is not under any kind of evacuation order or warning. But for anybody that lives in the San Fernando Valley to see the fire and the glow so dramatically, it's scary. It is very scary indeed. And I think that's why right now, just where we are on Mulholland, we're seeing a lot of activity, a lot of people that are driving back and forth. Marla, I don't even know if you remember this, but this is the park and ride where Ennis Cosby was killed. And so that's what I remember as a reporter, that this is where it happened. Right now, there aren't that many people here, perhaps because it's not really a great vantage point if you wanted to be a looky-loo. So that's what we have here. Again, it seems as if the 405 freeway is still free-flowing.
Susan, I'm getting some reports to me that obviously the freeway's still open, at least for the time being, although they're considering closing it, but that the Getty and Skirball off-ramps are closed. Are you seeing that? Can you see that from your vantage point?
Yeah. Absolutely, there are traffic cones up on what would be the off-ramp for Skirball. And there is a patrol car there that is blocking traffic. So yes, that's absolutely true. In order for me to get here, because I had heard that they were shutting down access from Sepulveda Boulevard, I snaked down south by way of Van Nuys Boulevard, and that was being blocked off as well. But you know, when you're a local, you figure out how to get around that. So I got to Mulholland and Beverly Glen, and then took the route from from Mulholland to get to this vantage point. And again, as I said, on that way, I could see just a ton of people that are parked alongside the roadway, just parked. I mean, I'm telling you, they couldn't really see anything. I think they just decided that that was a good place to stop, not too far from their homes, perhaps, but close enough and away from any danger. Pardon me. So that's what we have right now. We were actually thinking about trying to move to get a better vantage point, because what we're getting here is mostly the glow of the fire. Every once in a while we are seeing the aircraft over the ridge. They're making the drops.
Yeah.
Marla, Alex?
Well, it will be interesting to see if, in fact, the reporting that they will shut down the 405 actually comes to fruition. So we'll keep a watch on that. Susan, if you're going to move, let us know, and we'll get you up live back with us if that happens. And if you hear anything about the 405, you see its closure, please let us know.
Okay, we'll do. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very, very much.
And our apologies for saying earlier, clearly we, I guess, jumped the gun or maybe got some bad information saying that the 405 was shut down.
Well, we reported that it was going to be shut down, so it still could be.
Right, depending on if this thing gets worse. It's hard to tell exactly, but it does look, Marla, like these air attacks have been effective and that they're able to not necessarily have a handle on this thing, but they're making some progress on this thing.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we haven't seen structures actively burning, but then again, we're not in the heart of the neighborhoods, so hopefully that is still the case. Here's a look at the mandatory evacuation zones and the warning zones. It has expanded tonight on this Friday night after the flames, headed west from Palisades. Again, this is the Palisades fire still burning. Those containment lines are going to have to be a lot wider now because the flames have taken up toward the ridge, headed west toward the Getty Center. The Getty Center is part of the evacuation center. Those mandatory evacuations going into effect about 2 hours ago. So, we're well into this on this Friday night, on a night that we thought that, things had taken a turn and things were looking better. That's not necessarily the case. The good news is the difference here between our reporting the last couple of nights, well, certainly on the first night, is that there are a whole lot of air assaults happening right now, with LAFD having at least 10 helicopters in the air, and they are able to go into the Encino Reservoir and refill. It just takes 2.5 minutes. So we're seeing water drop after water drop, even hearing that they had requested more air support from OCFA, the Orange County Fire Authority. So we'll have to get that confirmed. All right, here are some of the off-ramps closed on the southbound 405.
Sunset, Getty Center, Skirball, all closed, the off-ramps, northbound and southbound 405. The freeway itself, though, is open right now, and as we just saw from Susan, plenty of people are using it on this Friday night, although maybe not as many as we would see on a normal Friday night. So that is the view right there from the 405. And plenty of people are now looking for a place to stay tonight because they have to evacuate and weren't expecting to have to do that tonight.
And we want to make clear that Topanga is not in the mandatory evacuation zone. So let's make that clear. Topanga is not in the mandatory evacuation zone. I just read the statement from LAFD confirming the fact that LAFD Fire Chief Kristen Crowley is still leading the department. She is still chief and full command, dispelling the reports earlier that, in fact, she had been fired by LA Mayor Karen Bass. We had reported earlier after hearing from the mayor's office that simply wasn't true. This all started with an interview with Gigi Graciette. She got the very first interview with Kristen Crowley this afternoon, in which Kristen Crowley was very blunt about how she felt about budget cuts and fighting these current fires. Here's that moment.
What is your message to city administrators, starting with Mayor Bass?
My message is the fire department needs to be properly funded.
And it's not.
It's not at this point, and we've got the justification. We know where our gaps in service are. We know we need 62 new fire stations. We need to double the size of our firefighters. The growth of this city since 1960 has doubled, and we have less fire stations.
The mayor said it didn't affect your ability to respond. Did it affect LA City Fire's ability to respond, starting with the Palisade Fire and then this domino effect of fires, including the Archer Fire that we're seeing happen right now in Granada Hills?
Yeah, I think obviously any budget cut is going to impact our ability to provide service. That's at this point, that is a ground truth in regard to our ability. If there's a budget cut, we had to pull from somewhere else. What does that mean? That doesn't get done. There's delays.
What was going through your heart?
What's going through my heart is that our firefighters, the community's firefighters, LAFD firefighters need to be properly funded. We need to be supported so that they can do their jobs.
So, and that's some of the documentation, by the way, where she showed that she had requested the funding and warned about what would happen if you didn't get it. So the mayor clearly saw that, and afterwards she was summoned to the mayor's office to, I guess, have a stern talking to, and they had a discussion. So that happened at the same time that the mayor and Kristen Crowley were supposed to do a press briefing. They never even showed up to the press briefing, which they ended up starting almost 2 hours late, and then it was LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell who did it. We never saw the mayor. From every indication, there was a tense meeting between the mayor and the fire chief, but late tonight, a statement Marla just read to us recently, basically saying that Kristen Crowley is still in her job, despite the Daily Mail saying that she had been dismissed, and that thing sort of lightening up the internet earlier.
Yeah, I mean, LAFD saying, yes, they did meet this afternoon, but their, quote, their foremost priorities continue to be fighting the current wildfires and safeguarding Angelenos. It is important to note that the fire chief was not dismissed and is in full command of the LAFD. So, and by the way, we were also told that we were going to get a joint statement from LAFD and the mayor's office, and that hasn't happened. So I'm not sure if that actually will, but nonetheless, the mayor's office letting us know that LAFD Chief Crowley is still the chief, and then, of course, LAFD confirming that just moments ago in a statement about 9:20 sent to us.
A question I asked the mayor's office and haven't gotten an answer back yet is, will Mayor Bass and Chief Crowley appear together tomorrow? Because they've been doing these daily press briefings, and when we see the two of them standing next to each other, it'll be interesting to see if we do or if we don't, and if we do, what the questions will be about that, and that might be a little bit of an uncomfortable moment. But in the meantime, we're focused on the life or death situation happening right now in the Palisade Fire. Christy Fajardo is talking to people impacted on the ground. Christy.
Alex, we just saw about 5 LAPD cruisers with lights and sirens on go on to Kenter Avenue. It appears that they're going into the neighborhood now to tell people to clear out. But I can tell you, as soon as you drive in there, your phone will give you that alert telling you you need to evacuate now. And you can see that people are doing just that. The traffic is only going in one way, and you actually just saw a cruiser go by. Again, another officer going in probably to go tell people to leave the area. And right now there is this roadblock here at Kenter and Sunset, and we were up there and we talked to several neighbors who were packing a lifetime of belongings into their cars and leaving. Here's what some of them had to say.
We've had fires, but not like what's been going on in the last week. Nothing like that. There's been nothing like that at all. And that, but this is, what can I say? What can you say on this? You know, this is worse than we've ever seen what's going on with the Palisades and Pacific Coast Highway and this. So we came back to see what's going on, and if we get any more alerts, we'll leave again. That's all I could say.
Yeah, you guys take care. And you can see that there's water here on the ground, and that is because people who are evacuating are leaving their sprinklers running. In fact, we've seen a stream of water pretty much all along Kenter Avenue as people get that evacuation order, have packed up, and are leaving. And so how long ago did you get the alert?
Yesterday. Yesterday, but we keep hearing it. Hopefully everything goes well.
What did you pack up?
Just personal stuff, like document, passport. I feel so bad for the people who lose their house.
Oh yeah, it's very awful.
God save us. God bless.
No, thank you for you all. You all been working so hard, and I appreciate it. Seriously, I appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you, and I love you all.
Thank you so much. You guys take care. Be safe. And we're going to get out of the way here because it looks like there's a semi-truck that's also trying to get out. This is actually a water tender, and that might also be responsible for some of the streams of water that we're seeing. But again, we are at Sunset and Kenter Avenue, and we just saw the LAPD driving in. It appears that they are going to be on those megaphones telling people they need to clear out. Let's send it back to you.
What a Friday night for so many people on the west side. All right, Christy Fajardo, thank you so much. Up and over the Palisades fire. This is now on the west side. It's crept west from Pacific Palisades to, this is a shot from atop the Mountain Gate area. So the country club, if you're familiar, is right there. And you see the hills aglow. You've also seen, if you've been watching our coverage, water drop after water drop after water drop, and that has been a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. We weren't so lucky on the other nights to see so many water drops, but tonight we are, and you know, that appears to be working in that we have not seen active flames devouring homes, and so we hope that that's the case. As soon as we can 100% confirm that, we will.
And because we don't have those just whipping winds that we had a few nights ago, and we have the air attack, the front of the fire is moving relatively slowly because they're able to kind of keep it from growing too much. And that's great news, and that's what's able to keep it away from some of those homes. So even this picture now compared to an hour ago, it is better. You know, it's not worse. And that shows you the power of when you can get 12, you know, air assets, 10 to 12 air assets up and dropping constantly. They're right near a source of water, and it makes a huge difference. I mean, it's one thing to have chilled hillside, or charred hillside, I should say, but it's a whole nother thing to have charred community, and it looks like they're doing a real good job. We're not done yet with this, but if I'm living in that community near there, if I'm a member at Mountain Gate, and you know, I'm feeling much better now than I was even 45 minutes ago.
I wouldn't mind having the hills chilled, though.
Yeah,
that means that it'd be raining, and we would love that.
A light rain. Yeah. That's what we could use.
We really could. Yeah. So we want to remind you, and this is actually a reminder from LA Mayor Karen Bass. She has put out a tweet, a message to remind everybody of the curfew that's now in effect. That curfew went into effect as of 6 p.m. tonight, and that extends through 6 a.m. tomorrow. And this is for the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire. These two fires, if you are found in a mandatory evacuation zone, the sheriff says you are subject to arrest and could face a misdemeanor charge. This is all to prevent looters, because there have been almost 24 arrests for looting, in which our new DA, District Attorney Nathan Hochman, has made it clear that you will face the full extent of the law if, in fact, you are arrested for looting. So, again, the curfew went into effect at 6 p.m. and goes and stays in effect until 6 a.m.
Adam Kruger, let's talk about the forecast and the winds. How heavy are they right now in that area?
Yeah, and I mean, winds have been okay, 10 to 20 at most, and even at times lighter than that around this area this evening, and it should stay that way through tomorrow morning. It's a late day tomorrow when the winds begin to pick back up. So I'm going to do two things. One is we're going to look at the specific canyon where we have this fire burning right now, or like the ridges that's kind of paused on, and then we'll take a look at the wind forecast. So this is just kind of the fire perimeter, and every time they update it, we get a new orange line drawn in, and it's this northern part and kind of northern and eastern part of the Palisades fire that was new, the new addition to the perimeter today, and it has extended beyond that. You know, we can only get updates so often for where the exact fire perimeter is, so it has gone a little bit beyond this, and there you see the Encino Reservoir. Let me spin this around to kind of give you a little more of a view like what you've seen from our from Skyfox or from our chopper today, looking more so down to the south, so north of the fire looking southward, and again you see the Encino Reservoir. Let me point out that we've got Mulholland right here, and again, I think the canyon we've been seeing burning is mostly like right here. And so to give you some idea of what we're looking at here, here's Mandeville Canyon. I know there's some homes through here. I'm pretty sure it's this canyon where we're seeing the fire burning, and then kind of they're dousing the water right along Mulholland and then right along this ridge right here. And then also, just to give you some perspective, over here is that Mountain Gate Country Club, that kind of green color right there, and then of course here is the 405. So that's the area we're watching, and I'll just take you a little bit closer. Again, that kind of gives you a little bit idea. I know it's kind of a messy map, but that's just the spot you've been looking at from the aerials over the last couple of hours here. Now on to our forecast. So again, we've got the 3 Santa Ana wind events, if you want to call these last few days just one event, and that's what has ended. Like I said, winds are mostly 10 to 20 at the strongest around the northern and eastern edge of the Palisades fire right now, so that's okay. Wind-wise, I'm saying it's okay. Obviously, we still have the flames burning, though. Our next Santa Ana wind event will be this weekend. It's going to be Saturday night through Sunday morning, and I'll show you the forecast wind speeds in a moment. And then the third one, and this one might be stronger than what we see this weekend, not as strong as what we had this week. I mean, almost nothing is, right? This was about as extreme as it gets. But this one might be a little stronger than what we see this weekend, and that could be a multi-day Santa Ana wind event. Monday through Wednesday is what we're going to be watching for that. So forecast wind gusts all across Southern California looking fine for this evening into tomorrow morning. Nothing too concerning. Here we go into noon tomorrow, and it's not like we've got intense winds, but we're starting to see those wind speeds pick up in those typical wind-prone areas. When we get the northeast winds, they come down through those around the 5 and around the 15, right? Just kind of where the highways kind of cut through the mountains. And so that'll be the area we start to see the winds pick up. They do get stronger and a little more widespread as we go into Saturday night. Can we keep with the weather graphics, or do we have a breaking news situation? All right, we'll get back to the chopper shot in a moment. But here's Saturday night, 8 p.m. Now we go a little later. This is 4 a.m. Sunday, and so notice how the winds tomorrow night will keep increasing while a lot of you are asleep. And we've got these gusts that are looking at 30, 40, might even be above that in some spots. The purple areas indicate winds above 35 miles per hour, and it's that northeast wind, that offshore wind, so there's going to be very dry air with all this as well. As we continue into Sunday, things wind down, then we go into Monday, and the winds will start picking back up. So right now, there's no red flag warning because we don't have the weather conditions that would, out of control fan a fire. The winds are lower, the humidity is still low, but the winds are lower right now. That'll change. These areas in orange, it's a fire weather watch right now, likely changes to a red flag warning. That'll be 6 p.m. tomorrow to 6 p.m. on Sunday. And then we see these high wind watches, which will convert over to high wind warnings at some point for the San Gabriel Mountains, Santa Susana Mountains, Santa Monica Mountains, where we see around where we see the fire right now. Winds could be gusting up to 60 by tomorrow night. Then, again, we go into the third of the 3 Santa Ana wind events, and this is going to be now Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. And you see those purple colors back. Here we go into Tuesday, and this event, I know our model is showing like 45-mile-an-hour gusts. There could be gusts into the 60s or even 70, not out of the question, according to the National Weather Service, by next week. So that'll be what we deal with after the weekend. But first, we've got a lull right now. We got the winds picking up late day tomorrow night, and a Sunday morning. Another little lull, and then maybe a multi-day Santa Ana wind event to watch for next week. We'll head back to you.
The 1, 2, 3 punch. Okay, yeah. Adam, thanks so much. We were just sort of talking about the curfew with Mayor Bass sending out that reminder tonight that is in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Matthew Seedorf has more information about that.
Authorities now overwhelming Pacific Palisades where it looks like a war zone. The National Guard setting up camp alongside LAPD, hoping to secure the more than 5,000 burned buildings.
We never thought this would happen. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
These friends walking from Santa Monica through checkpoints, no cars are allowed.
Trying to go back, at least take some pictures of my family's home.
Neighbors hoping to see what's left of their family's homes.
Our homes are gone. We lived right across from each other, and like when we were little, and everything's gone.
I was told by a neighbor, stayed a bit longer and saw it all.
Some of the pictures and images that we've seen from people actually heeding that evacuation warning. They're doing so because they know what the last few days here in Southern California have been like.
Yeah, and Darsha, you had amazing video earlier when you were driving, and you could see the glow of the fire. I think that would be enough to get anyone's attention.
Yeah, we were coming down the 134. We were in Altadena, actually covering the fires there, heading west on the 134 at Woodman, and saw that. And it was really the first time in the past couple of days that I was like, oh, okay, this is the front line of the Palisades fire, because it was so difficult to see it when you were on the ground, because you knew it was there. You could see the smoke, you could smell the smoke, but we knew it was burning east, and to actually see it, and it actually stopped traffic on the 134. I think a lot of folks were so surprised to again see it flare up. And again, we're seeing that flare up here in the Mountain Gate community. So, this is definitely not what it was, Tuesday, but this isn't over. I think that's really the message here, is that this firefight is going to continue, and it's still something that our crews have to deal with. It's not over by any means.
No, and David Bigger has been mapping this, and he says he believes that's Mandeville Canyon that is
behind her. Yeah, because of where I'm seeing that she's standing, since she's near the Mountain Gate Country Club. That would be Mandeville Canyon behind her. So I think that means it's gone over the ridge and is burning down into the canyon. But the thing is, fire burns really slowly downhill, especially right now because the winds are very light in the mountains. They're no longer really gusty. So it's going to be very slow down there. But of course, they're trying to work on it to keep it from getting to the bottom. One, because there's some homes there, and two, as soon as it gets to the bottom of the canyon, it can burn quickly uphill. So they're obviously actively working on it, but I believe that's Mandeville Canyon behind her, if I've got all my topography and orientation right here.
Yeah, something tells me you're probably spot on, David, just knowing who you are.
I don't know.
All right, Darsha, we're going to give you a little bit of break here. We see all the ash blowing in the air, and we now want to go to NBC4's Robert Kovacic, who was also in Brentwood at a different location. Robert.
So what's interesting is that we're listening to Darsha, and before the fire gets to her, it's got to get through us. Where we are is the Crestwood Hills area. This is really on the border of Brentwood. You go up Kentner. We were at the roadblock at Kentner and Sunset and watched a number of cars go down. We have been told from residents that there were a couple of hundred at one point that were trying to make their way out of this canyon, but so far that has really quieted down. I just want to show you the view here. We are standing on a piece of property, thanks to the man who gave us the permission that you're going to hear from in a minute, that burned down actually in the Getty fire in 2019. But if you have to fight a fire, really the conditions are lining up for an excellent firefight. This view that we are showing you right now from the valley, we are going to stretch over in this area here and look over at Mount St. Mary's. And it is really a spectacular view here. What is making it even more spectacular is we have very little wind to speak of, and we can feel the heavy moisture that is now building in the air, which really helps a firefighting effort. Now, all the way over there, if you were wondering, how is this fire going to get to me? Well, it's going to come over this ridge. And where is it going to go? Well, this right here, if you look right down, is Bundy, and it would have to come all the way down here into these homes. Now, what Darsha was talking about, and it is definitely relevant, is that there is a lot of brush here to burn. This is an area that hasn't been affected by fire. Remember, we had a lot of rain in the last winter, and it's really made for some very lush conditions. Beautiful to look at, dangerous when you're fighting a fire. But if you look at the fire right there, or what you think is the fire there, under heavy cloud cover, and that is cloud and smoke, you can see it over there in the ridge. It's got a long way to go, and we see that it has not really traveled that far. Now, we are told that when it crosses this ridge here in Crestwood Hills, when it crosses this ridge, that is when my buddy over here, Josh, is going to make the decision to get out. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how you doing, bro? Come
on over and chat with me for a second. Now, Josh?
Yeah.
You're ready to go, first of all.
Absolutely. Everything has already departed, anything, belongings, vehicles, everything. We're kind of just making sure that we don't get any looters up here, because we have been having that for the last 2 days. We get a lot of looters, a lot of looky-loos. We actually did have a very strict presence with security tonight, and they were patrolling the area. And within an hour, we got that notification through the Watch Duty app. I think that's what it's called, if you can correct me on that.
Sure.
Basically, within an hour, like I said.
Talk to me first of all, Josh, about the looters. I mean, did you visibly see them, or did alarms go off, or what can you tell me about the looters?
So basically, we are in a thread with all the community members of this area, Upper Crestwood Hills, anything that goes down Kenter all the way to and Tiger Tail all the way to Sunset. And pretty much everyone communicates via that thread that we have. And, we've had a lot of break-ins in this neighborhood.
Sure.
Burglaries and all that. So we already have good security presence over here. But now with all of this happening, absolutely people have caught people and chased them away, trying to break into a glass sliding door or trying to break in a door from a garage or something.
And you've seen that as well?
Yeah.
You have. Yeah. And since the evacuation started, you have been witnessing that?
Yeah, we have witnessed that twice up here.
You know, what we have noticed, my colleague Darsha over near the 405, and what I noticed is there was a rush here in the beginning of the night to get out. Did you see that as well?
Oh
here?
yeah, I was making my way up when I saw that rush. And absolutely, I can say there was at least 100 cars just bumper to bumper headed towards Sunset.
What do you think's happened now?
Well,
how would you describe it?
Happening now, I mean, this is a ghost town now, you know, and, you know, we're not the only ones that know that. And I know that we have to get out of here and evacuate, but like I said, we are the last defense over here for anybody that's trying to take advantage of the situation that's going on with the residents over here.
I really like the fact that there are neighbors taking care of neighbors. I like the fact that you have that type of communication. Yeah. You look at what's going on right here, Josh, and as we talk about that, you're going to cue this up for me. Josh is going to show us a little bit of drone video, and he wants you all to know that this is drone video that is staying very far from the firefight. Right. He has just done this really just to be able to protect himself and his neighbors. Again, the idea that if the fire crosses a ridgeline. So show us what you can right here, and Susan will do the best she can to show us.
Able to get about 1,000 meters out. Now, mind you, the fire looks like it's about 3,000 meters out, so that's a little over 1.5 miles. And as you can see right here, this is actually where my drone lost communication with my remote.
So it looked like at one point it was far worse.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen it far worse going up against the old branch road. On that side of the...
As we stand here, guys, it says that the Sunset Fire, we need to evacuate from Sunset Mandeville to Encino Reservoir to the 405. So the alerts still come down. Yeah. You hear them, and you still get a little shudder, huh, there, Josh?
Absolutely, but you know, if you've lived in Southern California for most of your life or all your life, like me, whether it's fires or earthquakes, we're always prepared for them. And this is the time where, like, regardless of what politics are going around and who's going to be president or who's mayor or governor, that doesn't really matter right now.
Before I let you go, I'm just curious. This is a house that burned down just a few years ago. Yeah. Have we done different types of construction precautions, whatever, to make sure that this house may be a little more fire secure?
Actually, yeah, we have been pushing for power lines to go underground in this neighborhood, because the first thing that happens over here, a power pole goes down and the road is blocked, and anyone that's above of that is pretty much stuck.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. Josh, thank you. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you for keeping your neighbors safe.
Absolutely.
And please leave when it is time, but let us hope it doesn't get to that point.
Yeah, let's do hope. That's
all right, Josh. Thank you so much. So we're talking to Josh, and we're here, you know, again, Michael and Kathy, what appears to be a beautiful night. If there is something to take heart with, if there is something to feel good about when you're looking at this, I mean, I'm afraid of heights. Big time. So is Susan, my photographer. And we're sort of on the edge here, and Bundy is a steep drop. And if it was windy, there's no way I would be near this edge. There is not wind to speak of, and you can hear the choppers. It is such a welcome sound. You can see that it is really still out here, and this thick cover, this thick cloud cover that David Bigger is so well versed in, is really going to help in the firefight in terms of just keeping the moisture in this area, and I will leave that to the meteorologists at NBC4. But I can tell you from the residents here, from the people, I am fielding phone calls and messages left and right. Should I move? Should I move? Should I move? We know from Darce's picture that the fire has not crossed the 405. That is the fear. And we know from this angle, from people in the San Fernando Valley and people in Encino and people in Sherman Oaks, that this fire right now has not crossed this pivotal ridge heading down Bundy and then heading into the San Fernando Valley. Mount St. Mary's College looks just as solid can be. The fear right now is that, of course, there is this amount of brush. And the knowledge that our LAFD tell us over and over again that the next few days are critical to try and put this as much to bed, to try and form the containment lines as quickly as they can before the winds pick up once again. But from this beautiful site here on top of the ridge in Crestwood Hills, I'm Robert Kovacic. I'm going to let it go back to you. And for the people in this neighborhood, it really is at this hour looking a lot better than it did a short time ago.
All right, we are split screening this for you, and again, it tells two very different stories here, Kathy.
It really does.
What is happening in real time?
And again, the choppers have been flying. They've been doing water drops continuously. It is looking better. But let's check in with Ileana right now at News Chopper 4. It is just after 10 o'clock, so we are staying on to keep you informed. Ileana, what are we looking at?
Kathy, we're looking at the most southern flank of the fire, and that's going to be the side that is closest to Mount St. Mary's University. But as Robert was just saying, the university's untouched, but it's definitely scary when you're looking at it from the school. The Getty Center's just south of that. That's also under that evacuation. But as I move the shot over from south to north, you're going to see just how great the progress has been from these aerial assets. You'll notice that most of those major flames and those huge flame lengths we were seeing before have pretty much subsided. Most of the active flames are just on the very south, which was the first image I was just showing you, and then to the very north. So that is where we're seeing most of the flames. We do have power lines that run through here as well, and we were hearing that some of those power lines had caught fire. However, I had heard earlier that they were going to de-energize those, so hopefully that happened. At this point, it didn't seem to really have a great impact once they did start catching fire, so I think they were already de-energized. Now, in terms of closures, the 405 freeway, we have to talk about that, and I'm going to bring up the map real quick, just so you can see where that is in relation to the flames. It's just on the east side of the fire, and so the Getty Center Drive off-ramp, as well as the Skirball Center Drive off-ramp in both directions. Both of those are shut down. And then headed southbound 405, Sunset, Wilshire, Santa Monica, and Olympic are all shut down. The reason for that is because the fire department and police department are trying to get additional resources in here, and they're trying to evacuate people from the area. So they don't want additional people coming through on the 405 and exiting into these evacuation zones. So that's why we have those closures on the 405. Of course, stay away if you can. You can still take Sepulveda as far as we know, but that's going to be very busy. So if you could just avoid this area in general, that's really ideal, because as I zoom in on these southern flames here, you're going to see this is still a very active firefight with a lot of people who are simply just trying to get out of the area before any other additional homes start catching fire.
Out there, because we're getting information that there are currently 9 helicopters over the fire, and the California Office of Emergency Services has their infrared mapping plane getting a new map for us with some new acreage soon.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the map right now of all of the aircraft that are over this fire, and it is incredible. Of course, there's a few of us media helicopters up here, so I'm not counting them, but fire helicopters, I do see what looks to be about 9. And then that mapping aircraft that you said, or that you just mentioned, is going to be pivotal in giving us new acreage, so giving us new numbers on how big the Palisades fire has grown to, because we were at about 21,000 acres prior to the activity that we've seen here in the last couple hours. So I can guarantee you that that's going to shoot up probably by a couple thousand acres more realistically, now that we've had this additional push towards the east and towards the 405 freeway, which is also impacting new neighborhoods that weren't impacted in the days past.
Yeah, we got those latest acreage numbers here this afternoon at 21,317 with 8% containment. But again, we've been covering this breaking news here, and we just see how these flames are just eating through this this dry brush here in the Palisades fire. Yeah,
and the real concern, again, the winds tomorrow. As David said, we don't want it going down through the canyon because that would not be a good thing. That would be brush that hasn't burned since when did you say? It's been a while. It's been a long time. So
think Mandeville Canyon had a. Actually, hold on one second, because I've got some of the mapping up here.
Yeah, because I know you were concerned about that.
1978 was the last time there was a fire in Mandeville Canyon. And in the upper end of the canyon, when you get close to the ridge line that we were talking about, where it separates essentially before it goes into the San Fernando Valley, some of that area hasn't burned as far back as at least the 1950s. So a lot of that's just very overgrown, unburned brush.
Ready,
so
ready to go, right?
Exactly. I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing so much activity tonight.
Well, they're doing a good job. They have a lot of resources out there.
That's right. We want to bring on the phone now. We have Jacob Saul, USC professor. And Jacob, you're under an evacuation warning, but you've already left the area, and this is the area of Sherman Oaks, huh?
Yes, absolutely. Sherman Oaks in the hills.
Oh, so what are you seeing? Give us a description of what you saw before you left.
We saw huge flames, right over the 405. As we got on the 405, they were clearly a little further away, but we saw huge plumes of red smoke. And we got a number 2 warning, but given the way the speed of everything works and our fears of getting just sort of cut off from things, we got out.
We've spoken to a few people tonight, and I guess the major theme that we've been able to glean is the fact that they have become more fire conscious, considering what has happened here in Southern California since Tuesday. You get a warning, you see what you see, and you've decided to get out. Are your neighbors heeding the same warning, and are they taking the same action as you?
It's kind of 50-50.
Yeah.
So I guess people are there guarding the neighborhood. Other people have left. We have evacuated 2 times before. And given the speed of the way this thing goes, we've been following the wind on the Watch Duty app, which is fantastic. And we saw the wind coming the wrong way. We saw those flames, and we saw the wind change this afternoon, and we were fully packed because we didn't want to have to leave like last time without essential stuff. And we have a lot of friends who have lost houses that left with nothing around LA. So, so we just figured better safe than sorry, given the speed and the fact that the fire department stretched thin. We thought it was the best bet.
Jacob, you said that it's about 50-50 where you live, and those who are decided to stay, we typically hear stories of they're dousing their homes with water via the hose or any type of protect. When you say protect their homes, are you talking about from looters, or are you talking about from the fire itself or the potential fire itself? I mean,
they're there doing what they do. We doused everything before we left.
Mm-hmm.
We've taken precautions since the last fires. But again, once you've dealt with people who've lost everything and their homes look like they've been nuked, literally, I think that, and we know that the fire department is stretched thin. We have friends who right now their house is being, surrounded by flames, and you've got firemen from Washington State battling that fire. You just figure you don't take any chances and you don't stretch them any sooner than they have to go,
So what do you take besides, if you're getting out just as a precaution, how much stuff do you take? Do you take mementos that I could fill my whole vehicle.
Yeah, we took essentials for work. This time, actually each time I do a lot of Renaissance history, so I took some of my rare books. I took some wine. You always need wine.
Let's be serious.
We took, now we have our papers together, emergency papers, deeds, birth certificates, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And then clothes for work, clothes for everything. We didn't want to be in a situation. We've heard from our friends who have lost their homes with nothing. They don't have toothbrushes. They're in shock.
Yeah.
And so we just didn't want to be in that situation.
No. I think we've all seen the worst. And, we don't mean to laugh. It's just that it's been so tedious and awful to hear all the stories of people who've lost everything. And I'm sure everybody knows someone who's in a bad situation. You talked about some friends or neighbors or relatives whose home is surrounded. Where is that?
Well, that's in, the hills of, around Malibu, above Malibu.
Wow.
And so we're hoping that their house, we've been getting pictures from Montanito all night. And I mean, I don't know, it's a tough one. There are firemen from Mount Shasta there. It's pretty intense. So, yeah.
I think the ultimate word is intense. Jacob Saul, thank you so very much. And again, nothing but safety for you and your family. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Our coverage now continues with NBC4's Darsha Phillips. She is live there in the Mountain Gate community. And Darsha, you are here with somebody?
Yeah, we've got Max Wiseman. He is a resident not too far away from here. You tell me that you have your car packed. You've had your car packed for the past day?
Absolutely. We've been anticipating this for the last 24 hours. We've seen the news. We know that the wind has been completely unpredictable. So my dad and I just said, hey, we got to get the car packed. We got the dog in when it's time to go, and that's the only thing we have to worry about. And it's frightening at the end of the day. I mean, we're all in the same situation when you're up here, and at the end of the day, the anticipation, I mean, is finally paid off, if you will, for lack of a better term, when you're seeing these flames and our whole hillside, burn up. You can see the flames from our home, from the roof, and it's just a matter of time if it starts to come down into the canyon. It's just frightening. I mean, it really puts things into perspective.
And I know you told me that you've come up here and you've kind of watched the fire dance along the ridge line, and then today it finally came over. When you see this, what kind of goes through your mind? I mean, how thankfully the winds are not what they were. What do you feel right now?
Right. I mean, two things. Number one, you feel frightened, right? Everyone, like I said, is in the same boat up here, and it's just where can we get to safety, and how can we make sure that we can help others, put ourselves in a position to help others. And then the other thing that comes to mind is how come the city was this ill-prepared to deal with a fire of this size? How come the Conservation Agency of Santa Monica Mountains wasn't prepared to deal with this? Why has it been allowed to flow all the way down from Topanga Canyon, all the way up into Brentwood, up northeast, up to Mulholland? I mean, where's the city leadership? I mean, what's been going on? I mean, it's disheartening. Absolutely.
And I think that's a question that a lot of folks are posing right now. But you said you did get the evacuation warning from LAFD. Is that what happened?
Correct. We had an LAFD car that was driving throughout the neighborhood, and he had his lights on, and he was letting people know that we, had to get out of there, and warning us. You get your Amber Alert on your phone, and there's Watch Duty, the app, and we've been getting updates constantly, and it's frustrating to just watch and know that, I mean, your home could burn to the ground within hours, within a day. Yeah.
And you said a lot of folks who lost their homes in the Palisades fire.
Absolutely. I have very dear friends whose entire family homes have been lost. And businesses completely burnt to the ground, and they have nothing but the clothes that they wore to evacuate and a suitcase or two. And these are working class families. Sure, it's a nice neighborhood, absolutely, but a lot of these homes were inherited, and a lot of families can't afford to rebuild, and they can't afford to clean the property that was there before. These are long childhood family homes that families have inherited that they can't afford to rebuild.
And I know, you just told me that your pants are wet because you and your father were watering down your home. And it kind of goes to the fact that you said that you wanted to take, precautions, and you wanted to do what you could because you didn't know if the city would be able to protect your home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look in the Palisades, and a couple of the homes that were standing, we hear from friends were able to save homes by using their garden hoses to water down their property. And my dad and I said, listen, this is what we got to do. We hosed down our whole hill. We hosed down our rooftop. We hosed down all around our property to try to ensure that we, could try to mitigate any possible risk when in this unpredictable weather.
Max Wiseman, thank you so much. I hope you guys are safe, and I hope your house is okay. But again, what we're looking at, guys, is this fire that's continuing to burn just above Mandeville Canyon, on the other side of Mandeville Canyon. The good news is we do see those aerial assaults about every 5 to 7 minutes. Apparently they're getting water from the Encino Reservoir over there, and they're able to drop it. But, you know, even just speaking with Max, you can hear that there's a lot of people who are very frustrated with this fire and with how it's been handled. So many questions that they want answered from their leaders. So, you know, this is not something new that I've heard from residents. People really want to know, why is this fire continuing to burn? We've been out there with the firefighters. We saw how hard they worked to protect structures and to protect homes and, of course, to save lives. It was a tricky, difficult fire, but all of these residents have valid questions and they want those answers. And again, right now, it's Friday. This windstorm happened on Tuesday, and we're still seeing pretty significant fire in this area. Again, we're in the Mountain Gate community looking west toward Mandeville Canyon. The Mountain Gate community here near the Mountain Gate Country Club has been evacuated. Lots of homes right now are dark. It looks like the power actually may have been just shut off because you can't see this house in the foreground here anymore. There were lights on, but all of the homes right here just went dark. So it could be that the power was just shut off to this neighborhood. So again, that's probably preemptive because of the firefight. But this neighborhood was evacuated. We were here again about an hour into it, an hour ago, and we saw lots of LAFD firefighters as well as LAPD cruisers coming through on their loudspeakers, telling everyone that they had to get out. They had to get out now, that the fire was coming over into the canyon, and they wanted to make sure that folks left as quickly as possible. And as you heard from Max, he had his car parked and packed for about 24 hours. These are evacuation orders that thankfully it appears that people are following because of the seriousness of these fires, you know, how quickly they can move and how they are still burning out of control. Michael, Kathy?
We can't help but notice all the ash that is floating around you every time we go to you. Is it traveling in any particular direction?
You know, it's interesting. I was trying to figure that out, Kathy. It appears that it's actually blowing west, but that just could be in this area. You know, I don't know if there's actually any wind that's coming this way, but the ash is everywhere. You can smell the smoke. Everything in this area is covered in ash, and it's, you know, it is difficult for even the people who weren't, you know, in the fire to deal with all of this that's happening right now. But yeah, you see a lot of ash in the air right now, and of course that big huge plume of smoke that you see over the ridgeline. You can't see the house anymore because again, I believe that the power was cut to this community, but you can see the glow of the fire. And take a look in some of those areas, those flames are pretty large. They start to eat through some of that brush, that very dry brush, and it kicks up really, really high. But again, that sound of the choppers and the fixed wing aircraft that's continuously making dumps on these fires is such a good sound to hear. Again, they appear to be getting water from the Encino Reservoir and making it back here within 5 to 7 minutes. And it's just been continuous. They keep coming back, and they are really, really fighting this fire from the air aggressively, because this is a fire that they have to really fight from the air because of the topography, because of the canyon. It's going to be difficult to get boots on the ground there to try and fight this fire from the ground. So that's why we see such an aggressive aerial assault at this hour. And we're hoping that it can stop it from going all the way into the canyon and into the Mountain Gate community and into Encino on the other side. I think that's really the concern right now for firefighters and for crews.
You know, Darcia, you mentioned
Kathy, Michael?
you mentioned the aerial attack, and we've heard from both the city and county leaders about getting some additional resources. And you earlier on said you heard about 3 or 4 choppers. There were now up to 9 choppers in that particular area for this particular fight. So you talk about them hammering this thing. That is the goal, and hopefully they will succeed at that goal. So, Darsha, if you can stand by, we want to bring
Absolutely.
in now NBC4's Eliana Moreno, who's live for us up in News Chopper 4. Eliana, we've been watching your shots. Can I go out on a limb here and say it looks slightly different than it did when we first started this coverage?
It does look better right now, Michael, and it really looks good right in the center. So right in the center, right around there, they've really attacked that. We do still have some flare-ups here and there. Right there, we still see quite the active flank, and then just to the north, so closer to the Encino area, so closer to the San Fernando Valley side, we do see some active flame as well there, but it's down in the canyon, and we can't even see it from this angle, really. The smoke is just kind of shooting up, but the flames are down below. But that's perfectly fine, because that means it's down in the mountains. It would have to go up and then come back down in order to get to all of these residents here in Encino. That it would be very difficult for the fire behavior to behave that way. The winds would have to be extremely violent. That's not what we're expecting. It's not anything like what we were experiencing on Monday. So right now, things are looking pretty good. The number of aerial resources has increased. We see what look like 9 helicopters overhead, and they've got a great water source nearby. They're literally getting water from the Encino Reservoir. So it's about a 5-minute turnaround from the time they drop water, go to the reservoir, pick some water up, and then come back up. So the fact that they have a water source so close to where these homes are burning, or not the homes, but the brush is burning rather, that is pivotal to preventing homes from burning. So right now it's looking a lot better. I'm still seeing I would still put it at about 1.5 miles is the area where we're seeing that most active flame right now. But you'll notice that right in the middle, again, as I was saying, the middle is looking really good. So they really did a great job at dropping water in this particular area, to the point that I just see kind of a few little hot spots, but in terms of large flame lengths, in terms of a lot of smoke, not seeing it. So looking really good. Earlier we were on the side of the Getty and Mount St. Mary's. That is also untouched. When you're looking at the campus and when you're looking at the Getty and you're looking at all those flames behind these structures, it's pretty nerve-wracking, to be honest. These iconic institutes here in the LA area, the fact that they have flame and smoke so close to them and that they're under a mandatory evacuation is absolutely nerve-wracking. But at this point, it's still quite the distance away. It's looking really good. And at this point, again, no additional homes have been lost. People are still evacuating. The 405 not completely closed. I want to make sure our residents know that. It is not closed, but there are freeway off-ramp closures. So there's a number of those. So if you are on the 405 freeway, you're basically just going to have to make your way through the area, through the Sepulveda Pass, without getting off at any of those off-ramps. Again, the CHP is shutting those down so that residents can evacuate and first responders can make their way in.
So if they have the resources up tonight to be able to map the area, should we expect maybe by tomorrow morning we would have a new acreage and a new fire line?
Yeah, we come the morning presser, I'm sure we're going to have new numbers because that aerial mapping aircraft that is overhead, they're usually above everybody else and they're just surveying the area. They have special technology on board that allows them to gauge the acreage, and it's exact. It is so precise, so we will definitely have updated numbers come the morning, even sooner than that possibly, but it's not going to be 21,300 acres. It's going to be more than that. We have seen the Palisades Fire continue to make this push towards the east, towards areas that hadn't burned over the past few days. It's not a situation where the fire is burning up back onto itself, which we sometimes do see, and we may see that tomorrow. We may see the fire burn back over an area that has already burned, so that's not going to be added to the acreage. But what we've seen today is completely new territory, new unburned brush that hasn't burned, as David was saying, probably since 1978. So you can imagine the dry vegetation, very thick brush, very large trees. So that's exactly why we're seeing these large flare-ups even hours into the firefight.
All right, Eliana live for us in News Chopper 4. It is now 10:30, and we want to give you a live look here at the Getty Center, if we could. It shows the proximity of the fire to a place that houses, I mean, if you've been there, beautiful, significant, and historic art and artifacts. And what's sort of eerie about this shot, Kathy, you see all the ash there, and of course you see the glow from the fire off to the right. By the way, the Getty Center says there's no need to evacuate any of these items when there is a fire threat. See, the Getty was built back in 1997 to be fire safe, from the materials to the design.
So they protected the Getty Villa. Now the Getty is protected. Beautiful building there. Wonderful to go see. So hopefully all is well. It looks like it, but we still see that ash blowing by. Valena Jones is live in Sherman Oaks helping us out. What is happening there? I understand you're talking to people there.
Well, we're here on Longbow Drive right in Sherman Oaks. This is an evacuation warning area where people have gathered because we're on the top of a hill right across from the 405, across from that fire. And so people are gathering, looking at what is going on across from the freeway right now. You can see that orange glow as the fire is on the opposite side of the hill there. People taking pictures, people taking video, just watching to see how that fire progresses. And I'm here with a lifelong resident, Sam Chan. You're in this evacuation warning area. You know, you came out here to see this. What do you make of what you're seeing here tonight?
Well, this is the first time we've seen flame up in the hills, and I've been here since 1963, and it's quite shocking.
Right, and you were telling me you've been keeping up with all the updates, watching how the fire progresses, seeing it come closer and closer to where you live. You guys don't have to evacuate right now, but it is a warning. How does that make you feel as you've been seeing all the fires across LA this whole week and now you're under a warning?
Well, I'm really concerned because my home is everything, and I don't, I want to keep it. I've got my bag packed and ready to go. My neighbors have been in contact with me. They're doing the same thing. So it's a difficult time.
What is it like for you to stand here and see how close this fire has come?
It's very concerning. I never thought that it would come in this direction against the wind, but Mother Nature is wonderful. They do things.
Yeah, Mother Nature can certainly change at any time. I know that you've been up here for a little while. What have you noticed as you've been watching this fire progress?
Well, there's no smoke coming over us, so when there's smoke overhead, you've got trouble, and also the fire doesn't seem to be really dancing. So, but then tomorrow's a different day, and we've got our fingers crossed.
Right, so have your fingers crossed. Hopefully you won't have to evacuate, but what goes through your mind as you're under that warning? You said you have the bags packed, and you were telling me a little bit earlier that you are concerned because you have been here for so long. Talk about that concern.
Well, when the winds blow like it did on Tuesday night, it's unstoppable, and that's something that I looked at and I thought, my goodness, we're very lucky that it didn't happen below us. So if the winds come back and if there's any kind of event going on, it's going to be a loss, and that's very concerning.
Well, Sam, we will keep you in our thoughts. Thank you so much for talking to us. So you see a lot of people just coming up here, watching to see how this progresses. A lot of people are just interested tonight as to see where the wind pushes this fire next. We've seen a lot of people who are not from the area just come here because they know that this is a lookout point as well. But tonight you can see that orange glow, and it's quite eerie as people watch to see what will happen next and how this fire will progress.
Valena, before we let you go, can you ask your photographer to maybe swing over in the direction where those folks are to see just how far that glow is? Curious to see from your vantage point.
Yeah. So he's panning over right now, and you can see it spans, across the hill and the line of sight right there. Some areas more bright than others. And we have about a dozen people up here on Longbow right now checking it out. When we first got here, there were a few more people. It ebbs and flows in terms of how many people are here. But you can just see how expansive this is, seeing that orange glow come across that top of the hill right there.
All right, Felina, live for us there at Longbow and Mulholland Drive. A good time now to bring in David Bigger. Felina's interview was interesting. He says, when the winds blow, they're unstoppable. We have gotten a break as of right now.
Yep.
The gusts aren't as strong as they were earlier in the week.
Right.
So a lot of folks are wondering what's on tap, what's going to happen, and what direction are these winds going to have?
Well, I wish I could say that we don't have any wind coming our way, but we do have 2 more rounds of wind. One of them is going to be a quick 24-hour Santa Ana wind that starts tomorrow. And then we have another, this will be a multi-day round of offshore winds, with some of them being pretty strong. Not as strong as what we were seeing on Tuesday, but still, we could have the potential for gusts up to 50 and 60 miles an hour, but it'll be for a slightly different area than what we just saw. So actually, I'll show you some of that here on the map. So first of all, one thing that we've noticed on this map, this is huge. Calm winds now at the ridge tops. That is really big for the firefighters with their aerial attack. That is really helping them. I think part of the reason why we saw this flare up that almost everybody across the valley and a good portion of the people across the basin were able to see was because we had a bunch of unburned brush that hasn't burned in years, decades. We're talking the late 70s, and in some cases up here, pretty much brush that's never burned before. Fire got into that. We also had a westerly wind that was feeding fresh oxygen to it, and it just was the ingredients for a flare up. So we got a good flare up, but now we've got the calm winds. That's allowing the firefighters to get the upper hand again and hopefully start to calm it down. Now, obviously, as we go through the next couple of days, one of the regions we're going to be concerned about now is the area between where the fires burn, which, by the way, is burned beyond this red line now. Here's this ridge line. This is Mandeville Canyon. We're probably burning into Mandeville Canyon, but we're going to be concerned about the area extending all the way to the 405. Reason for that is because any eastward progression on this fire, once we get the north wind starting to come around for tomorrow and into Sunday, that would take the fire back down the canyons, possibly into communities. So obviously we want to avoid that. And firefighters are obviously aware that that is a problem, and that is why they're doing such an active firefight tonight, right in that kind of upper edge, if you will, of the fire area. Let me take you through some of the winds here. I'm going to show you what we're looking at, first of all, for tomorrow and Sunday. Then I'll give you a little preview of Monday as far out as Futurecast is going to go. Then I'll give you a longer range look at things. But first of all, before we start this, I've added a couple of burn scars. We've got the Palisades Fire, the Hurst Fire, and the Eaton Fire. As we play through Futurecast here, getting into tomorrow morning, as typical with the Santa Ana winds, the winds will really ramp up as we get into the mid to late morning hours. You can see how gusty it's looking across parts of Ventura County and LA County. Not necessarily, though, gusty just yet around the Palisades Fire. That will change throughout the day, and as we go into the overnight hours, we'll likely see the gustiest winds as we get into early Sunday morning. You can see what I'm talking about, where we've got wind gusts in the 35 to 45 mile per hour range across portions of the Ventura County mountains, maybe around Porter Ranch as well, and for some of the Santa Monica mountains, but this will mainly favor the western portions of the Palisades Fire. The eastern portions, still looking at gusty winds, and the important thing to note on here, look at that wind direction. It's out of the north, so that's why we're concerned about any eastward progression tonight. It would potentially swing and start burning south as we get into tomorrow. We'll watch that very carefully. But it's essentially just a one-day event. By the time we get into Sunday night, the winds are all relatively light once again, still offshore flow. And then the next round of winds will start up as we get into Monday. We'll play through as far as Futurecast I can go, and you can actually see all the numbers falling off here. This is 7 p.m. here, or around 5 or 6 p.m. You can see how windy it's starting to get across the Ventura County mountains again, but notice where all the wind is. It is isolated to the upper half of Ventura County. It is the northern half of the San Fernando Valley into the Santa Clarita Valley. It's a different wind event than what we had on Tuesday. It'll still be potential for knocking down trees and taking out power, but not in all the same areas. So that's the part that we're still trying to work out. Here's what's happening. As we go from today into the next couple of days, first of all, the weather system that brought us all those crazy winds early in the week, now moving its way out. We're watching for another weather system to drop in getting into the weekend. This aligns the jet stream with the state. That gives us our kind of traditional Santa Ana wind, if you will. And that's what we're looking at for just Saturday and Sunday. Then we have another weather system that drops in as we get into Monday and Tuesday. Note the position of the high here. It's got the jet stream now all kind of bent out of shape. And that position of the low is really what we're trying to figure out for as we go into the next couple of days. That will determine how strong the winds are going to be. This is very similar in the setup to what we had on Tuesday, where the jet stream is almost over the state, pointed from northeast to southwest. But again, this could shift a little bit, and it doesn't look as strong. So we're going to keep an eye on that, but that would be arriving for the Tuesday time frame. Before we get there, though, we still have more fire weather. So as I was just showing you for the weekend, that has generated a fire weather watch. So we just got out of one red flag warning. We potentially will be getting into another red flag warning as we get into tomorrow. You can see this includes Ventura County, a good portion of LA County, the Inland Empire, and Orange County. Something different about this, though, in comparison to our last red flag warning that we just got out of. Notice how there's really nothing up for the basin and for parts of the San Gabriel Valley. Not all of it, parts of the San Gabriel Valley. The reason why is because when we go to our traditional, if you will, our classic offshore winds, our Santa Ana winds for tomorrow, that doesn't favor the basin. The basin ends up wind sheltered in that case. Same with much of the San Gabriel Valley. So this will be more of your regular locations, your wind prone areas for Saturday and Sunday. And then we're still working on where we're going to see the wind. But I have a feeling that's mainly going to be Santa Clarita Valley into Ventura County as we get into Monday. Gusty is probably on Tuesday. But Michael and Colleen, we're still looking potentially at seeing these winds, not just for Monday, but potentially Tuesday, Wednesday, and then breezy for Thursday as everything starts to wrap up. Keeping my fingers crossed. I can't say it's necessarily going to happen, but there is a slight chance that we might get some light rain at the end of next week. I'm going to hope that that happens. I know it's crazy, but that's a pretty dry system. It may not happen. But the thing is, we may have a pattern change coming our way, but we still have more winds to get through before then.
I just sort of lit up internally.
I know, you're just finally.
I felt the glow from over here, Michael. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, David. As you've seen, we have a team of reporters from across the country who've traveled out here to help us cover the fires. You might call it our version of mutual aid. It allows us to stay on the air and cover so many areas with so many people right now. We're going to go to Nico Clemens, who is live along Mandeville Canyon for us. Nico.
You too. I don't think we're far from where Darsha was earlier, because about 15 minutes ago, we also lost power in this neighborhood. This is the Bel Air Knolls neighborhood. Specifically, we're on Park Lane Circle near Westland Elementary School. So to give you an idea where we are, but I want to show you really quickly. Look down the street here. There's no power. I think there's a car coming down the road. Let's see. But it is extremely quiet in this neighborhood, you two. And is that a car? That's a car coming. But I want to tell you, not only is it dark here, it is extremely quiet. And that's because people really listened to the warnings. They packed their bags. They got out of here. There's almost nobody in this neighborhood. We did, of course, you see the car going by, but I went around this neighborhood, walked around a couple of doors, but it seems like everyone listened to that warning and left the neighborhood because of course, what we've seen all day, what everyone has talked about, that bright orange glow, the smoke. At one point, it was over our heads, and I believe Robert said it earlier, it is getting much better. Still very serious with that glow and, of course, the smoke and the firefight, but it is getting much better out here. And what you all have heard throughout the night, we saw police coming through this neighborhood as well to tell people to leave and get out, and I believe we have some of that video and sound.
Mandatory fire evacuation. Gather your items and leave immediately.
So that was maybe an hour ago. Again, police came through the neighborhood just like they've done in other neighborhoods to tell people, hey, pack up your bags. This is serious. We need you all to go. And that's what people in this neighborhood did, including one woman we spoke with. We're at her home right now. We were in her backyard, and we got a chance to speak with her and her family.
All right, Nico, we appreciate it. We want to now turn our attention to NBC4's Robert Kovacic. And Robert, you were near the college not too long ago. Do you have a new location, and you're with someone?
I'm going to walk with you if that's okay. What you are looking at is a resident and a familiar face who is, like so many thousands of people right now, trying to get everything out of their home and trying to clear everything out. This is Academy Award nominated actor and one of my favorites, and just a terrific man all the way around. This is Dennis Quaid.
Hey, how are you?
Dennis, say hi to NBC.
Hello, everybody. Los Angeles.
You got the Quaid smile still working on you.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
Well,
Right.
tell me, what is it? First of all, what is exactly going on here? What are you doing?
You know, Tuesday, we woke up to this big plume of smoke, and then that was a real exciting day. As far as here, and Palisades went up, and Wednesday it came within 150 yards of the house, and these guys with their planes came down and put that retardant down there, and those helicopter pilots they're incredible what they do. And I can't say enough about the firefighters and the first responders in this town. We got some good ones, just good people here, and we're fighting as hard as we can to save our city. Gosh, I never thought I'd say that, but that's what's going on.
When you were forced to get out, how quick was it for Dennis Quaid?
Well, we were on the very edge of the first evacuation zone, which, that was the Palisades Fire. And so we've had it lucky. I have so many friends who've lost. My agent, he lost both of his houses. And another good friend over the Palisades, he just moved into a house and he was renting the other one, and he lost both of them. I mean, what do you do? I mean, just to rebuild, you start to think about how long it takes to put a house together, and then you can't really hold it in your mind. I think that's a thing that kind of keeps us sane a little bit. It's kind of a blessing that I have to think about all of that stuff.
So you took off, right?
Yeah.
Explain to me what's going on right now.
Well, I came back. I was at the house. I got my wife and kids to the hotel and stuff, and I came back just in case, had shut off the gas and all those little things you don't think of, and just thought maybe I can be there and put a hose on a roof if the embers start coming over, at least something like that, or help out the neighbors. And so I was there till dark on Wednesday, and I thought we were through it, because they stopped it right then and there, and the winds died down. But hopefully tomorrow they'll have this thing laid down enough that because if it takes out Mandeville, it could take out Brentwood. It just come roaring down here.
To get your head around that, when you're hearing this in January, a fire that's already taken out the Palisades.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? We've all had a really big lesson.
What is it?
And that our experience of reality can change in a moment. And that's something that we just have to let God handle. I think there's a spiritual awakening on the other side of this, because it's going to make us all a little wiser and more compassionate.
You brought up something about, we've talked a lot of the people in the entertainment business live in this area, agents and directors and actors such as yourself. There will be a moment, Dennis, where Hollywood is going to need to respond, to rebuild this area and to come together. This is going to be, a clarion call for you and for your community, for Hollywood to step up.
Well,
and are you confident that will happen?
For Hollywood and all the businesses, the dry cleaners, the grocery stores, the gardeners that work in this area, all the construction workers, your convenience store, your gas station, it's all of us. We're all Hollywood, if you want to say that, because that's everybody wants to come here, and it's a great community when we come together, and I know we can do it.
Is that your call? Is that Dennis Quaid saying we're doing this together? Is this like, let's get together, everybody?
We're going to do it. What else are we going to do?
We don't have much of a choice, my friend.
Yeah.
We don't have much of a choice. Emotionally, I can see that this is traumatizing for you, the way it is traumatizing.
Hey, it's just things. Good. In the end, it's about the people around you. Luckily, the death toll has been low so far, and I hope it stays that way. But it's Danny. Thank you so much.
This is Dennis. So explain to me. So you got a little help here.
Yeah.
So you're moving. I'm confused.
I live up Mandeville here.
Yeah. So what are we doing, Dan? Are we moving?
This is most
the car.
This is my daughter's stuff. She didn't have a chance. She went to school. So
how old is she?
She's 17.
Okay.
Yeah, as you can tell.
Does she have a school to go back to?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, her school is still here, and so is my son's. And we're lucky.
You feel that way?
Yeah.
You got out in time. House is still standing. Right now, you're not going back in. This is not Dennis Quaid saying we're going to try to sneak our way back in. You know.
No, you don't want to get in the way of what they're trying to do up there. We just went up there, and I've never seen so many fire engines all in a row. There was past like 50 at least, and they're just one after the other. And I guess they hit it with water and then come down, and they're all lined up down here now. So
I have to say,
this is where they're making their stand.
This
is going to be it.
How did Dennis Quaid get through this? Did you have to use the Quaid charm? Was there?
So you referred to me in the third person too. Okay, but
I have to because we're wondering.
So Dennis Quaid in the bottom here, and
Dennis Quaid. I'm Dennis Quaid. Let me in. I mean, let's.
Yeah, I had to go up there. I had to get passports and some, medicines and my daughter's passport and stuff. And
okay, so you did use. I want to be fair here. You did use.
Yeah.
Did you use a reason, or did you
Well, they've been. Police have been escorting people up here all day, and there's still some people who have not evacuated as well. And so they were kind enough to, I went up in a truck with a firefighter. So.
And I have to say, I watched you before you even came over and said hi. You're talking to the firefighters from San Ramon, and you were very grateful. They were very helpful. They've been trying to help all these people that have been lined up here.
These are the guys that are running in when everybody else is running out.
Yeah.
And we're lucky that we have them, and they, on a moment's notice, will do it and put their lives on the line.
Final words, my friend. Do you want to give any comfort to your fellow neighbors here in Mandeville Canyon and the thousands of people that are affected, whether they've lost their homes, forced to evacuate, or fearing that they will lose their homes?
Power of prayer is very powerful, and I would recommend that. And I'm praying for all of you, and if you're all praying for me, then that's a powerful thing. It really is.
We're in this together. Is that the bottom line here, sir?
What's that?
We are in this together. This is
That's
where
right.
the community is coming through.
That's
you may
right,
be
Paul.
Dennis Quaid, and I can talk him to the third person. He's not going to call me Robert Kovacic because we are doing this together, right, Dennis? We are in this together. This
Dennis
is
Quaid
community.
wants to put out the fire. That's right.
Dennis Quaid wants to put out the fire, and I know Dennis Quaid wants to go home.
It's not the day after tomorrow. It's today, okay? That's right.
It is not. I won't ask you what you're wearing, and I won't ask you what your new project is. I won't ask you what the next film is. I promise I will skip all of that. But thank you for finding levity in what has been a very dark
hell of
and
a
bleak
red carpet, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, pal.
Dennis, good to see you again.
You too, man.
Thank you. I hope we see you under better circumstances. Let's let him load up. I want to say, as you watch him, guys, and we won't look for your bags, Dennis, though. We're all inclined to see what's in the trunk of your car. Oh man, it's nice just to smile for a second, isn't it? I want you to let you know that the firefighters that were from San Ramon helping Dennis, and I wanted to. All right, what is that? What is so funny? I'm trying to now be serious here. Give me a second. Yeah. I want you to know that there were firefighters. They have just arrived from Northern California, from Washington State, Mercer Island, Sonoma.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Mercer Island. They were here from Kirkland, Washington. They were here from Fair City. There's an accounting I can't pronounce, and our viewers are going to help me out.
That's what these guys do. Just like, they're like smoke jumpers. They get in. I had a fire in my place in Montana, and the next morning there were 400 guys camped out. that had just immediately come.
Isn't that amazing, though, that we do have this mutual aid and we're here? And I just welcomed them and I said, what are you doing? They said, we're waiting for our assignment. We're here to help.
Yeah. Well, this is where we come together as people. Yeah. Forget politics, forget all that stuff. It's things like this that cause unity.
They're coming to get you?
Yeah.
Do you want to show us?
Once again.
I don't want to know what's in the paper.
See, jeans.
So, listen, as we're here on Friday night, and, it's just Dennis Quaid, one of the people who lives in Mandeville Canyon, one of the residents here, and, of course, west side of Los Angeles, Pacific Palisades, Mandeville. As you hear, a lot of people, from the entertainment industry live in this area. As Dennis said, it doesn't matter. We're all Hollywood today. We're all Los Angeles, and we are all one community. And unfortunately, we're not all one big car. So Michael, Kathy, I don't know what's going to happen. I feel like I should help. I mean,
you should
listen.
help,
I offered
Robert.
to take a man's paintings. I guess I could take his jeans. I don't know. I mean, listen.
He said he wasn't going to look.
He not only looked, he opened it up.
Because it's just going to fit.
They're trying. Okay.
We've all been there.
Oh.
Okay, listen. So it's just this is what we're doing here. We're at Mandeville Canyon and Sunset, and listen. And all jokes aside, and it's nice to smile, and it's nice to be able to watch Dennis Quaid try to do something that he's not going to be able to do, which is try to fit 2 hampers of his 17-year-old daughter's clothes into a Mercedes. But Mandeville they've lost power here. Their power line's down. There was an active firefight here.
They turned it off on purpose. They turned off the power.
What did Dennis Quaid say?
Dennis Quaid says they turned the power off on purpose because, they don't want the lines to cause another fire if they fall down.
Thanks for making me look
okay.
Around. Okay. They turned the power lines off on purpose, sources say, residents say,
yes.
And I think you want to go.
And if you know where your gas line is, and when you get evacuated, that quick release, turn off your gas before you leave.
And before you leave?
Before I leave.
Would you like to say anything to our viewers at NBC4 that have been following,
I'm a big fan. I'm there with the Today Show every day. You got great weather. You got great weather, great news.
Great.
And big fan.
As are we.
Yeah.
As are we. And we are concerned.
NBC is the place to be.
And Colleen's laughing, so you got it. All right, Dennis. Thank you, my friend.
God bless you. See you later.
Be safe. And again, it's nice when you're like him and you're like the rest of us and you haven't slept and you spend the day biting your fingernails and worrying about your own home and your neighbors' homes and strangers' homes, and you see what you've witnessed here. You come upon people who just I think Dennis Quaid may have a positive attitude, and I think that's the attitude that we need moving forward. And moving forward tonight, we have a fire that is making people now even more nervous, as a fire that pushes east. Mandeville Canyon, it was lit up before, the power's off. As you heard from Dennis, they turned the power off. There was a firefight up here, and we did mention, Colleen and Michael, the lineup of trucks that were here. And it was a considerable lineup. These guys were just terrific. They said, we're just in from Washington. They had just arrived from the drive, and they are here now. And I just want to check. Can you see out the back window? Because I don't want to have to work. Oh, my. Well, wait a second.
How about that?
Can I just say, excuse me, we have not met the star of the show. So can you guys stay with me? I'm my photographer, Susan Monroe, dog lover. Okay. Dennis, you didn't mention the star here.
Well, she was indisposed. This is my star. This is Peaches.
Peaches is safe?
Yeah, Peaches is safe, right, Peachy?
Peaches, keep an eye out, please, because I'm not sure he's going to be able to see out the back window. Turn your windshield wipers on because your car is covered with ash. It looks like a snowy day, and this is not Montana.
She reads my putts. I'll see you later.
Bye, Dennis. Thank you. So, there you have it. Celebrities, Colleen and Michael, they're people just like us. And it's fair just to sort of talk about the fact that there have been a a number of celebrities that we know that have lost their homes, a number of celebrities who have been evacuated, and it is important to note that there will be a time, and we will see it during the award season, and we will see it in the coming months, and we'll see it in the coming years, that, you know, people that have a platform will be able to use this to be able to call and to remind people that this is going to be a very long procedure for our community to be rebuilt, and we're going to do it and do it together. But as we leave you, those firefighters that I talked about that had just arrived from Washington told me that they were waiting for their marching orders, and they have gotten their marching orders, and they are right now trying to hit this fire before it spreads any farther east. We're live here at Mandeville and Sunset. I'm Robert Kovacic. Let's go back to you.
Robert, thank you for that brief interlude of levity. I think we all needed that.
We did.
We needed it, didn't we, Colleen? Didn't we? We just needed it. And you know what? It's just something that I think, you know, for all of us, just a reason to smile.
Got it.
Robert, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, folks, it's just after 11 o'clock, and we continue following breaking news on the wildfires burning here in Southern California. There are new evacuation orders that have been issued because of the Palisades fire. They include Sunset Boulevard north to the Encino Reservoir and from the 405 west to Mandeville Canyon.
The Getty Center, Mount St. Mary's University, and the Mountain Gate Country Club area all under evacuation orders tonight. CHP says the 405 off-ramps at Getty Center, Sunset, and Skirball Center Drive are all closed.
Evacuation centers have been set up at the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center there in Sherman Oaks and the Lanark Recreation Center in Canoga Park. Meteorologist David Bigger is here with a look at your first alert forecast. And of course, everybody is wondering about the winds and what we're going to expect over the next few hours and days.
Well, the next few hours are great for firefighting. Right now, the winds are relatively light, and they're going to stay light until we get into tomorrow morning, and that's when we'll start to see the return of the wind. So let me take you through some of the mapping here, because we just got an update from the fire intel guys that are flying around trying to map the fire. Here is the new portion of the fire, and what we were expecting, it has creeped down into parts of Mandeville Canyon, but not to the bottom just yet. This is the area that we were watching very closely, and I think they're just trying to keep it out of Mandeville Canyon as best they can, because again, if we get a shift to a northerly wind, this area would start burning that direction. So we'll be watching that very closely, but that is the latest mapping that we have from the firefighters. Right now, the winds relatively light. This has been a huge benefit to the helicopters right now. Only 5-mile-per-hour winds at our mountaintop site. No real significant wind gusts, and the humidity has been hovering around 20%. But we are going to be watching all the areas across the region because we do have more potential fire weather coming our way, courtesy of more Santa Ana winds. As we start right around 5 o'clock in the morning for tomorrow, you see the winds are still pretty light. So firefighters will probably be at it all night working on the areas of fire that have been spreading. But let me show you what we're going to be watching for. As we go through the morning, get to about the mid or late morning hours, the winds start to ramp up again. This will be our classic Santa Ana wind, which favors our wind-prone areas of LA and Ventura counties. You can see that that's Santa Clarita. It's the western half of the San Fernando Valley. If you're in Porter Ranch, Canoga Park, you're probably like, oh great, here comes the wind again. As we get into Ventura County, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, even Camarillo, Point Mugu, and Oxnard will eventually see the wind, but that will come later on in the day and into the overnight hours. As we get to 6 o'clock in the morning for Sunday, this will be the peak of this offshore wind event, and it will be gusty winds coming off the San Gabriel Mountains. This purple coloring, by the way, our wind scale, 40 to 50 mile-per-hour wind gusts. Across the Ventura County Mountains, including the Santa Susana Mountains, we're looking at seeing the wind gusts in that 35 to 50 mile-per-hour range. And if you look closely at the bottom of the screen here, that's the Santa Monica Mountains that runs right along the coast. On the south side of the Santa Monica Mountains, which unfortunately does include the Palisades Fire, would be looking at some gusty conditions. You can see Topanga Beach, for example, looking at 33 mile-per-hour gusts. But the major concern, and I was mentioning this earlier when I showed you the map, with that eastward progression of the fire, we will now have a north wind. So that means it's blowing from north to south as we get into Sunday, and that would take any of the fire and start moving it toward the south. So that's something we're going to be a little concerned about, although for the rest of the fire areas, such as like areas up here, that would be pushing the fire back into the burn area, which would probably be of benefit. You can also see, though, it is going to be gusty in a couple of other locations. Look around Altadena, around the Eaton Fire burn scar. We will see occasional gusts coming off the San Gabriel Mountains, but it does look like this will wrap up pretty quickly by the time we get into Sunday night. So by 11 p.m., Still general offshore flow, but not very gusty out there, and that is a nice relief considering that we just went through multiple days of red flag conditions. This one looks like it'll be about 24 hours or so of red flag conditions. And then as we go from Sunday into Monday, our next round of wind picks up, and this one will probably go for a couple of days, but we're going to pause right here, 4 p.m. This is as far as Futurecast can go. You can already see just how windy it is across parts of the region. Not everywhere, though. The southern half of Ventura County, as you get closer and closer to the coastline, doesn't really look all that windy just yet. It might get windier as we get into Tuesday, but same deal for the parts of the San Fernando Valley and the basin, really not looking at much wind, but very, very windy across parts of Ventura County. So if you're around Santa Paula, Camarillo, Moore Park, Somas, maybe even Fillmore, Piru, you'll want to just monitor the forecast as we get into Monday, because some of these wind gusts would be strong enough to take down trees, lead to power outages, essentially everything that we just went through at the last round of wind, but the winds would not necessarily be as strong. So here's a look at the overall pattern. Area of low pressure that brought us all of the horrible weather we've had this last week, that's moving out of the region. But another area of low pressure is dropping in, aligning the jet stream with the state. This is more of our traditional Santa Ana pattern, and that's why we're going to see more of our traditional Santa Ana winds as we get into the weekend. But then after that, that system departs and another one drops in and really bends the jet stream into a very similar shape to what we had at the beginning of the week, which brought those damaging winds. Still hard to say exactly how strong these winds are going to be. There is the potential that it could be damaging winds, but I don't think as strong as Tuesday. It will all depend on exactly where the system lands. Does it land more off the coastline, more to the south, more to the north? That'll have a big impact on where we're seeing the wind and how strong it's going to be. One little note before I continue to the next graphic here on this. With the way the jet stream was oriented on Tuesday, which was almost directly overhead, it presented the opportunity for us to get what's called mountain waves, where we end up with some of the upper atmospheric winds getting pulled down to the surface. And that's why we had those incredible wind gusts into the 70, 80 mile per hour range. In this case, this favors more of an easterly wind, which would not necessarily present mountain waves. And that's why you saw Ventura County. It was really weird. The upper half of the county, essentially the northern half, was really the windiest, while the rest was kind of light winds initially. As we go into the weekend, we do have another fire weather watch. We just got out of a red flag warning. This is the precursor to a red flag warning. We'll likely know if we're going to get a red flag warning here pretty soon as we get maybe into tomorrow morning. But this includes portions of Ventura County, LA County, and the IE, as well as Orange County, but not all of the basin and not all of the San Gabriel Valley. And that's because with a regular Santa Ana wind, regular in quotes there, we typically have the basin and the San Gabriel Valley wind sheltered. That was obviously not what we had on Tuesday. Everybody had wind, but I think with this case, since it's going to be more or less kind of like your normal Santa Ana flow, we're probably not going to have all that much wind around the basin. Maybe not a ton for the San Gabriel Valley, but still, obviously, still Santa Ana wind. That brings fire danger to the region, so we're going to watch that very closely this weekend.
All right, David, thank you for that. We're going to go back to Ileana Moreno in News Chopper 4 right now. Ileana, it looks like they've made some progress within the past hour or so.
They really have, Colleen, and it's thanks to that aerial ballet, as we sometimes describe it. Approximately 10 aircraft from different fire departments, including from Orange County, that have made their way up to the Palisades Fire to put water on the flames. Now, fortunately for them, they have a really close-by water source in the Encino Reservoir just to the north.
Actually pretty quiet, not seeing any more of the units. I have, by the way, I do want to say this, I've seen a lot of flatbed trucks and tow trucks, and I wonder if there are cars that are in the way that make it difficult for the fire trucks to make their way wherever they need to go, especially if they're just being positioned in case. So if you have a car in a canyon, remember, there are fire weather rules on where and how you can park when the weather or when the situation calls for you to get out of the way of fire units. Reporting live near Bel Air, I'm Susan Hirosuna. Back to you.
All right, Susan, thank you so much. Good to see some progress there. We've got some new video of the Palisades Fire, courtesy of the Citizen app. Look at this from a little while ago at the mountain ridge. As that fire grows, that's when a lot of people were really feeling alarmed tonight.
And here's another look at people watching the fire approach. Of course, they got their phones out, and they are actively recording as that glow, that orange glow, lit up the night sky.
Yeah, and we just got some word from Nitya Raman's office, who is the council member for part of the area that's now dealing with this fire. And she said, look, if you evacuated your home and you're anxious about looters, that they're going to have not only LAPD patrolling these neighborhoods, but also the National Guard is going to be there within the hour patrolling these neighborhoods as well. If anybody sees any looters, call 911, but they will have law enforcement through these neighborhoods to try to protect those homes that people just were forced to evacuate from.
Well, speaking of protecting homes, that means having to clear some brush, and there are goats to do that. And in the Mountain Gate area, Mandeville Canyon area, there are these goats that do that. They clear the brush, and we had this video into the newsroom that shows all these brush-eating goats having to evacuate themselves earlier tonight. So this large herd making its way out. Alex and I were speaking earlier about, you know, where do they go? There are obviously evacuation centers set up to take livestock, including Pierce College and Woodland Hills. But, you know, nonetheless, this video pretty remarkable.
Can we just watch that the rest of the night? I love watching the goats.
As long as they're safe.
As long as they're all okay.
Yes, yes.
All right. Well, we can ask questions about where do they go and talk about where does everybody go right now. Joining us now is Councilmember Katie Yaroslavsky, who represents another part of this area. She's joining us from the Emergency Operations Center in Little Tokyo. Councilmember, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Your main message tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. My main message tonight is to my constituents. Make sure that folks who are in the level 2 evacuation area, which is east of the 405, have their go bags and are ready to go if and when they need to leave. The other message is if it's going to take you a little longer to evacuate, mobility issues, pets, things like that, you consider leaving now just to be on the safe side. It's better to be safe than sorry. And then the third message is make sure your alerts are on your phone and you're paying attention so that if that evacuation order does go out, we're hoping it doesn't, that you're ready to go and that you go. When the evacuation order comes, if it comes, you need to leave.
You know, you have a really impressive backdrop. Of course, you are at, as Alex mentioned, the Office of Emergency Services there in Little Tokyo. You've got a lot of monitors, a lot of people busy working behind the scenes. What has that been like? What's the activity like right now at this hour on this late Friday night, especially as we have this flare-up for the Palisades Fire?
Yeah, it's focused, thoughtful collaboration is the mood here. This is a well-oiled machine. People are working very collaboratively. We have all the different agencies in one room working together, coordinating and deploying resources as needed in the right places. And I just wanted to be down here to make sure I was getting all the information I could get so that me and my team could be sharing it as quickly as possible with our constituents.
In terms of your particular district, what are you most concerned about?
Well, look, we've been really fortunate so far. There haven't been any fires that have directly impacted my council district, my constituents, but we're all Angelinos and we all have a part to play, a role to play, and so we've been fortunate to be able to be the site where people can go when they need to evacuate. So we've had 2 evacuation centers operational for a few days now. One at the Westwood Rec Center, which is located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard, on sort of near the 405, just east of the 405 in Westwood. And the other one is at Pan Pacific Park, which is located at 7600 Beverly Boulevard, just east of the Grove. So both have capacity, and we've been with the Red Cross. My team and I have been running those sites for the last few days. Also today, the city opened up a family resource site at Cheviot Hills Rec Center, which is another place where people can go to reunite with loved ones that they may be missing, couldn't connect with. There's additional resources like mental health services, connecting people with other things that they may need. So we have all these resources right now, sort of in the middle, the sort of mid-city west side, out of harm's way where people can go and get some help. So that's where we've been focused the last few days. But now that the first emergency, the first evacuation warnings in our district, I just want to make sure that folks in the hillsides, in Bel Air, and those neighborhoods know that they need to be ready to go.
Yeah, you know, I know that there was an email blast sent out by your team saying get your go bag ready. That's so important, especially if you know, the time comes that you do have to immediately leave. What's the number one concern of constituents about, you know, this crisis right now?
Well, look, I think first and foremost, people are worried about safety. They're worried about their homes. They're worried about their communities. And, you know, we've been closely monitoring the situation. Fortunately, right now, the fire isn't, the eastern flank of the fire isn't moving very quickly. And fire personnel, CAL FIRE, LAFD, LAPD have been doing a really good job of monitoring that and making sure it's not spreading. And so really, you know, sit tight, pay attention, keep your phones on, keep the alerts on your phones. I know people were getting, you know, false alarms. We all got them earlier today, but don't turn them off. It's really important that that you keep those alerts on, that you're paying attention to TV. There's this Firewatch app that's been really great. We all use it. It gives you really up-to-date data on where the fires are and where the wind's blowing and all that. So just stay informed and check in on your neighbors, check in on folks on either side of you, particularly elderly folks, people living alone, people who may not have access to technology or use it as readily as others.
Yeah, great information and good reminders.
Council member, thank you so much for joining us, and hope that your constituents continue to stay out of harm's way, and we'll talk more in the days ahead.
Thank you. And that's the case for everyone. We, you know, I represent one district, but we're all Angelinos, and it, you know, really focused on other parts of the city and region, making sure that everyone's safe. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
We had your fellow council member Tracy Park on with us a little earlier tonight, and she had the same message.
Yeah, and the Tia Rahman as well. It's been a big night for the LA City Council on Fox 11 News tonight. We appreciate it.
We're all focused on helping each other. I mean, that's what you have to do right now, right? So that's what we're doing.
Speaking of that, there's lots of people helping each other. A
whole lot of people.
Right now in Santa Anita, and that's where Fox 11's Gina Silva is. I know they're just in the process of closing this donation center, but people got big hearts tonight.
They certainly do. Angelinos are amazing. They came out, and look at this outpouring of support here. I mean, it is a beautiful sight, really, because a lot of folks have lost everything. And so when people saw those devastating images, they came together and they said, we're going to help. We're going to bring everything that we can, and they've done that.
I'm using my platform and my friends to be able to, you know, gather up as much help as we can to be able to get back to everybody that, you know, that's been going through hard times right now. And I brought my food truck. I'm blessed, and I want to be able to bless others.
So talk to me about what moved you to come out here.
Well, just seeing everything online, like how people lost everything, and I thought it would be a good idea to share and help out since everybody's hurting right now.
I mean, I walked the burn sites yesterday, and it's just devastating. You see people sobbing in front of their homes, trying to get items, trying to retrieve things from their homes, some people not being allowed in. And it's just so sad to see that. But in the midst of it all, community comes together, and this happens.
I'm here today getting stuff for my dad and my grandma. Our community was really affected, and my dad, they all left with the clothes on their back. They don't have anything to turn back to. We don't have any of the clothes, so I'm here trying to get things for them. Sorry, it's a lot. It's just really amazing to see our community really come together, because it's a time that we really need it.
And so many folks really need the help. I just met this young couple. This is Nicholas, Alicia, and this right here is Nico. Look at that little face. Unfortunately, they lost their home, and I understand you had just purchased it.
Yes, we just purchased it in October, just last year, 4 months ago. And
prior to her mom passing away, we planned to move from Redlands, California to Altadena, thinking it's going to be a home, our place to call safe, and to realize we were getting evacuated, you know, our own place. Like now, you know, my girls tells me, how haven't you cried yet? Because, you know, I'm like, it's like a movie. It's still kind of fake. This is all I have. I can't, you know, go down low just for what's going on. You know, everything we lost, like $2.5 million house, you know, from Altadena since October. Gone to nothing. This is all I have. This is literally all me and my wife have at the moment. This is literally.
So this is
our home now. This is literally all we got was what happened to the fire. And there's some people that, you know, there's neighbors and everyone that were devastated too with what was going on, and there was a lot of looting in our neighborhood when the fire was going on. So we evacuated, took our stuff and belongings out. So when we retrieved to our house today, there was nothing left of the house at all. No cars. We had a 69 Impala gone, burned to the ground, majority of our stuff. We just moved to the house, bought the house in October. And a place that we call home is literally gone. Like, this is all we have now. Thanks to these people, to everyone, not even our closest family members help, but random people that actually care about you. Is crazy. They all to get together and do this for random strangers, you know? And
Nicholas, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you guys, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's Mother Nature, and the Santa Ana winds were no joke to everyone. I just pray for everyone to get better and help. We're not the only ones in need that lost their house. There's so many thousands of people that lost their house. They're feeling my pain, feeling my wife's pain, everything. We went to our house, there was nothing there, you know, and that's our home. We bought it ourselves. I'm 23, she's 26 years old. We're young, no parents, no rely on no one. Our own job, our own company, and the fact that this happens it's outrageous. You lose your home. Something you call home is now literally gone.
How can we help you? How can our viewers help? Well, we have Fox 11 viewers. They're very generous.
Honestly, right now, this is a lot of stuff with everyone helping. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't showered since the first fire that hit our house. And just today, I showered today with the clothes and all the donations. So it means a lot. They already provided us a place to stay so we could get shelter overnight. So it beats us staying in our car. We're literally gonna knock out in our car. And these people are telling us to go to there's a red zone where you can apply and get housing for everyone that's affected with the fire. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's been supporting and donations. It's really crazy that random people do this for random people that you don't even know. You know, there's hibachi trucks feeding everyone, give us free food, and it's really crazy. Like, people pay a lot of good money for this stuff, and they're here to help us. It's really insane, mind-blowing.
It's impressive. It is really, really beautiful to see the kind and generous people who've come out here. And again, I'm so sorry. I have a friend who actually was going to buy a house there, and they got outbid. And she was crying. You know, she was really upset at the time. And now she's so thankful that they didn't, because they would have lost the house most likely.
My wife was telling me, how are you not crying yet? I haven't cried since the house went down, because it feels fake. It feels like a movie scene, something out of a movie. Literally, you see all this stuff in Universal movies and everything, but when it happens real, it's crazy. I'm just looking at my house burned down. Everything. We just barely started painting the house. We were renovating the house ourselves. Like, we bought the house ourselves. No paid company, no intuition, no funds, nothing. We got it ourselves, and now it's just literally gone. I can't even look at the house. Like, me and my girl, we're not even trying to look at the house. We're just trying to focus our minds and try to start from the bottom again.
And you'll make it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for speaking with us. And have you set up a GoFundMe account?
I haven't at the moment, because we do have a little bit of funds here and there trying to fix our house, you know, so we're going to plan to see how our financial advisor is going. So if we can't afford it, we might have to start a GoFundMe, and, you know, that's if we do need it at the moment, but we don't need it at the moment. Just everything already right now is really a lot that people are helping out.
Well, we want to wish you the best. And again, we're sorry for your loss, Alicia.
Thank you.
Nico, he's so cute, but you can tell that he's missing his bed. You know, it's cold out here, right, Nico? Oh, his little sweater. Oh, check out the little sweater. Yeah, he's got it going on. All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. Thank you so much. And again, we're so sorry.
And Gina,
this interview has so many different emotions.
Yeah, there's so much going on there, Gina.
Yes.
And I know maybe you can get his contact info privately if he's willing to give it. We don't need to say it out on the air, but maybe if people reach out to Gina, I think there's going to be a lot of people that want to help these two. I know, even though he doesn't doesn't really want the help. I think there's a lot of people that are going to want to help him and show him some love. What an incredible couple they are, and that dog, and kind of represent the best of what Southern California is all about.
Amen.
So yeah, if there's any way, maybe Gina can connect you with them. And
I'll get the information, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We wish them the best.
And we love you highlighting all the people stories, because it's not just about officials, it's about people just like that. Thank you, Gina. Great work as always. Really appreciate it.
And Nico's little sweater was pretty funny.
Yes, it was.
Can't repeat it.
Can we say that at this time?
No.
It's late, right? I mean, come on.
What are we on, late night?
I'm kind of new here. I'm not going to say it. You guys, you've been here a little while.
I'm not new here. I'm still not saying it.
Go ahead.
No, just a great story right there. And you know, there's so many people like that person we just talked to, right? So just keep the generosity coming. I know a lot of people, when this is new, want to help out. Keep that in mind for weeks, months, years. People are going to need help from this. Live view right now, by the way, as we transition to weather and the forecast. This is the view of the Palisades Fire from Mount Wilson, which is 25 miles away. So you know, when you see a glow like this from 25 miles out, we're talking about a pretty serious situation, as the north and eastern portion of the Palisade Fire had that flare up today. Not really wind driven at all, because the winds are light, and they'll stay that way until tomorrow, which I'll talk about in a moment. But I just want to give some perspective here, and I know we're still in the middle of all this, but I want to give some perspective because, you know, LA is a diverse place. You got a lot of people that have lived here a long time. You also have a lot of people that are new here and might be wondering how normal or rare this is, what we're seeing right now. And it is very rare to have this destructive of fires. I mean, I'll just say that. But when we look at the list, and keep in mind, we're looking at a list here for statewide, not just LA, but for the state of California, the most destructive California fires on record going by structures burned. And we had the Camp Fire in Northern California with 18,000, more than 18,000 there. But keep in mind now, as we look at slot number 2 and slot number 4, these are simultaneously happening in Los Angeles right now, and they're currently the 2nd and 4th most destructive fires in California state history. And those numbers may go up as far as structures burned. And so I'm just pointing that out to give you some perspective at how you know, incredible the weather was, how rare this is to have it this destructive. So now that's this week, right? And we move on to the next weather portion of all this, and that's going to be the next round of Santa Ana winds that starts up this weekend. And I will also be talking about another round coming next week. But as far as what's happening this weekend, so notice these areas in orange. That's a fire weather watch, which will change likely to a red flag warning. Notice the time frame that's in effect, 6 p.m. tomorrow to 6 p.m. on Sunday. So the first part of tomorrow, the winds are still going to be on the light side like what we're seeing right now. Also, we have high wind watches in effect, which those will change into high wind warnings at some point for the Santa Monica Mountains, Santa Susana Mountains, San Gabriel Mountains. And you can see how the gusts may be up to 60 miles per hour, according to the National Weather Service. That would make this upcoming weekend Santa Ana wind event a strong one. If you were to give it a category from weak, moderate, strong, or extreme, well, this last one was about as extreme as it gets. This would be coming up this weekend strong, which would be kind of like a level 3 out of 4. So as we check out the gusts tonight, it's calm, like we're seeing right now. We go into tomorrow, this is noon tomorrow, and the wind speeds start to come up, and not everywhere. There's going to be pockets where the winds are still light, but it's going to be this kind of streak up here to the north, and this streak right here through the Cajon Pass, down through the Inland Empire into parts of Orange County, which, by the way, the winds there have been just about as strong as some of the other areas we've been talking about. We just haven't had any fires, thankfully, break out in those areas, but those spots east of LA also need to just keep an eye out, because the weather conditions will be conducive to wildfire spreading if one were to start. So this is a look at noon tomorrow, and we're not getting into the worst of it yet. The peak of the next one is Saturday night and into Sunday morning. So here's a look at 8 p.m. Saturday. Notice the purple. That's where winds could be gusting 35 or above, and we know it's going to be stronger than that at times. Here we go into the middle of the night, or before the sun is up, Sunday morning, and we've got some problematic winds, to say the least, here, gusting 30, 40, 50, and maybe even up to 60 in some of the higher elevations. So that's Sunday morning. That'll be kind of the peak of this one. We get into Sunday afternoon, and there's still some windy spots for sure, but the speeds start coming down a little bit, and Sunday night a little bit of a break. So that's this weekend. Okay, now there's another thing that we have to watch for next week, and let me break down why this is going to be happening. So as we look at the future pattern, and let me explain as we show you this graphic here, we know winds go clockwise around high pressure, counterclockwise around low pressure. So keep that in mind as we show you what the winds are going to be doing here. This is a Sunday morning, and so you see that kind of offshore component to the winds right here, a strong but not super strong Santa Ana wind event. Now as we go into next week, we've got this interesting setup that continues to change as we get model runs. So this one's not a lock as far as exactly how it plays out, but we know there's going to be some type of setup that'll produce likely multiple days of Santa Ana winds. And so as we look at Monday here, you notice there's a little bit of an offshore flow. So that's the start of it. We get into Tuesday, we're squeezed between a high and a low, and that's going to keep giving us this offshore flow. And then the position of these lows and this high all together is going to dictate how long the next Santa Ana wind event would last. And when you have all these things kind of interacting with each other, it's hard to project this many days ahead how they're going to exactly line up. But if it lines up like this, Wednesday we're still talking about Santa Ana winds. I think it's possible even Thursday or Friday. That is within the realm of possibility that we have like 4 to 5 days of some type of Santa Ana winds next week. So, I mean, we still got a long way to go as far as fire weather conditions. I'll just show you a snapshot here of Monday next week. So again, this is after the one this weekend. This is next week. Monday, you see the strong winds, and then we go into Tuesday, you see the strong winds. And I'll stop it there because models will keep going up, but you get beyond that many days, it's hardly even worth looking at. So again, a lot. I know I threw a lot at you there. The main takeaways is that we have one Santa Ana wind event kicking up Saturday night to Sunday morning. And then we have next week, which looks to be more of a multi-day scenario for next week, guys.
Here we go again and again. Okay,
Yep.
Adam, thanks so much.
It is 11:30. We are staying on the air. Usually this is the time that you say
good night, LA.
But tonight we say we're still going.
Right.
Let's go to Brentwood. Fox 11's Ed Lascos continues his coverage of the Palisades fire. Ed.
And if I could quote you, you just said still going, and that is the case here with the Palisades fire moving over the hill from Palisades in that direction through Mandeville Canyon, and now over here threatening the eastern edge of the Mountain Gate Country Club community, and the choppers up above over there. That is the northern flank. Above that hillside is just north of the area of Encino. They've been concentrating on that, doing water drop after water drop, and then there's the latest water drop, shutting down that wall of flames as they move up that hillside. And then down below that chopper is what we've been seeing here in the Country Club community itself. Dozens and dozens of fire trucks moving through here, moving in there. They are presumably doing a lot of structure protection, one of the homes to another. And I really mean it. About 45 minutes ago, there was, I lost count at over like 24 engines just moved in there, a big convoy, and they've set up that defensive line as it's been a defensive battle here, an offensive battle through the sky, trying to keep those flames. We also lost power here about an hour ago in all of these homes through the Country Club. It's either a, one of those precautionary power shutoffs that the utilities do, another water drop there, or as we know, there's a lot of those high tension power lines that run through Mandeville Canyon, and up on the ridge there, when the smoke would blow in a certain direction, you could see some of those lines. They were still up. They appear to still be up undamaged, but we have no idea what happened deep into the canyon. In any event, the power off over here through the Country Club. They've got mandatory evacuations through. It looks like they've got everybody out. CHP was out here earlier with their loudspeakers saying you've got to get out. It's your last warning. They got everybody out, and now they're also bringing in some law enforcement because, as we've been hearing, sadly, always the concern about looting. This area has been evacuated, so they want to make sure they have it secure from a fire standpoint and also secure from a standpoint of crime with the looters. But again, I was watching some of those firefighters all the way down there on the ridge and thinking, when you see them down there, they always talk about spot fires. Not the case here. They were using a lot of their spotlights looking down the ridge, looking at the topography and getting an idea about the kind of vegetation was down there, the type of fuel they would be facing as this Palisades fire continues to burn. And we've got just a little bit of containment around it, not much wind here, fortunately, and that's allowing this air attack to continue, chopper after chopper, water drop after water drop. Back to the west side.
It's good to see the water drop after water drop. All right, Ed, we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
This is some video that we got from the Encino area. You can see the fire in the hillside behind this house right here. A lot of the valley started to get real concerned a few hours ago, but it seems like some of that has passed. As they're starting to get a handle on this thing. This fire can flare up at any time, but we don't want to get people too hyped up if unnecessary, and it seems like we're starting to get in a better shape, at least for right now.
Right, and then we have this video from the Brentwood area, so over the hill, of course, from Encino, and this is from CNN News, and you just see those pockets of those intense flames. A freelance photographer in the Mountain Gate community sent this, and you can see here a woman spraying down her home with her water hose. She was really emotional when she talked to us. She says that she's not been told to evacuate yet, but she did take a moment to talk about the precautions she is taking. You can hear her emotion.
Are you guys ready to evacuate?
Yeah.
And have you guys seen this before in your residency here?
Not here. No. Just been trying to support everyone that's been actually in it in the Palisades, and was waiting until it got here, and now it's here, so.
And did you guys prepare? Did you guys think it would reach here, or is this just a surprise?
No, my car's been packed for about 4 days because I've been at work every day since, just trying to, feed everyone that's been so out of food in their house with the Palisades Fire. So just doing what we can to hopefully save our house if it comes to that.
And when is like go time for you? When does it when are you leaving?
When we I don't know. I honestly don't know.
So a curfew is now in place for evacuation areas affected by the Palisades fire. Mayor Bass saying on X that the curfew lasts until 6 a.m. It started at 6 p.m. She says violators will face consequences. Officials urge residents to follow the order, support first responders as they tackle the fire. We do know that LAPD is in the area patrolling, hoping to enforce this. And then also we know that the National Guard is headed that way to help enforce it as well. National Guard kind of out in force today around the Palisades fire.
Yeah, and to be clear, this 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, it's not just for the Palisades fire, it's also for the Eaton fire. So if you're caught in one of those mandatory evacuation zones, both in the Palisades and Eaton fires, then you could be subject to arrest and you could face misdemeanor charges. So that brings us to this. There are authorities beefing up security big time, hoping to prevent looting and burglaries with so many people evacuated.
Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf reporting from Pacific Palisades on those efforts.
Authorities now overwhelming Pacific Palisades where it looks like a war zone. The National Guard setting up camp alongside LAPD, hoping to secure the more than 5,000 burned buildings.
We never thought this would happen. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
These friends walking from Santa Monica through checkpoints no cars are allowed.
Trying to go back, at least take some pictures of my family's home.
Neighbors hoping to see what's left of their family's homes.
Our homes are gone. We lived right across from each other, and like when we were little, and everything's gone.
I was told by a neighbor, stayed a bit longer and saw it all catch fire.
Some people desperate, even climbing hills to try and sneak into the area closed off to just first responders and media. While these friends wait for a possible police escort to their homes, we brought back the photos they walked miles for.
I think this is your phone. A couple males in a vehicle over here by the McDonald's. Just want to contact them. Gentlemen, how you doing tonight?
Curfews now in effect for the first time since the devastating fire.
We're going to be driving around tonight and letting the civilian population know that that curfew will be enforced.
LA County Sheriff's Department giving us an exclusive ride-along.
So we're just letting everybody know about the curfew. I don't know if you guys heard that we're, 6 o'clock.
An effort to try and prevent looting.
We're just driving around making sure everybody knows.
I just live across the street. I'm going to take these two people and drop them down here and come back. Is that cool? The big house, they have
just, if you guys get moving on that, just, we don't, there's going to be other deputies driving around kind of letting people know, but they are going to start doing the hard enforcement on it.
Roughly 20 people arrested for looting in LA County evacuation zones so far, at least one dressed like a firefighter.
They were arrested for impersonating a firefighter. There's always that aspect.
A community left in ruins as authorities try protecting what's left.
There are people out here late at night doing nefarious acts and trying to take advantage of the situation. Just people being away from their homes. And if they do choose to stay in their homes, we want to make sure that they stay there and they're not out in the street so that we don't confuse them for someone out here trying to break into a home.
Reporting in Pacific Palisades, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Matthew, we thank you for your reporting. Earlier tonight, we spoke to LA City Council member Tracy Park about the new mandatory evacuations. Here's her thoughts.
So there is active fire in the Mandeville Canyon area. We have had assets and resources in this area all day, but there is established fire. And so now there are mandatory evacuation orders going into effect for everything south of Mulholland, north of Sunset, from the 405 west all the way to the ocean. So mandatory evacuations in that area. People need to get their things, their critical documents, their pets, their essential items, and begin the process of getting out. We also now have evacuation warnings going east of the 405 freeway all the way towards Stone Canyon. Folks can go to fire.ca.gov for the specific boundaries of the mandatory evacuation zones and warning zones. I have been out on the ground with my constituents in the community working to get DOT traffic control resources and law enforcement presence to the Brentwood area so that we can manage this evacuation in a controlled and orderly manner. I have also actively been on the ground coordinating with our resources at the fire department to make sure that we have adequate staffing and the tools that we're going to need to protect lives and homes in the Brentwood area. But this is an active fire. We don't want to panic folks, but it is important that they gather their things and comply with all orders that are being given by fire and police authorities. This is not a drill. This is a dynamic situation.
You know, our reporters are on the ground. They're getting stationed in the most impacted neighborhoods. Have you heard, Councilwoman, reports of active structures on fire?
No, not yet at this time, just vegetation, but we want to take every precaution that we can to do everything to protect life and property. So we are doing these evacuations now. We're putting our resources in place, and I know that the men and women at the fire department are doing everything in their power with the resources they have to keep our community safe.
What about the Getty Center? We understand that that's also under evacuation.
Yes, everything west of the 405 is under evacuation. There's no way to sugarcoat what we are dealing with and what we are looking at right now. This is absolutely catastrophic, what is happening on the west side of Los Angeles. We are actively managing this fire. We are working not only with our own fire department, but the county and CAL FIRE and hundreds of resources and assets that have arrived from the state and the federal government. We have tools and resources to combat this. We want to do it in a precautionary way. We want to do it in an orderly way. But this is a widespread emergency, and I don't want folks to think that we are out of the woods yet. We're not. We are also anticipating additional Santa Ana wind conditions, and our efforts to fight and contain not just this fire, but other fires in the region is going to continue to take time. So folks need to continue to follow along with all of the official channels for the most current information about evacuation orders, and it is essential that they comply with the directions that they're being given so that we can save lives and protect property.
It's Tracy Park, the LA City Council member, speaking right there. So now you look at a nice flare-up here from this fire. This is the Palisades Fire, which is pretty dramatic at night. You see the line of the fire right there. A couple notes about this weekend that was announced by the NBA. If you were planning on going to the Lakers or Clippers game tomorrow, both those games have been postponed. We know that the Rams game, which was scheduled for Monday night, has been postponed. The Chargers are playing over the weekend in Houston. They were supposed to do a big event for their fans here locally. That event has been canceled. So I think that there's a lot of different events that were scheduled for this weekend that just are not going to go forward. I think this weekend you're probably going to see a lot less traffic on the roads, a lot less people out. There's a lot of people that just left town because they trying to go to other places, or maybe go to family members, other places, trying to not deal with the air quality. Think about this weekend also. Probably not the best time to be outside. inside. If you can avoid outside exercise or outside events, especially in the areas closer to Pacific Palisades and Altadena, best to stay indoors if you can, because the air quality is going to be bad, and there's a lot of areas where it's going to be raining ash down potentially on your car and all the rest of it. That's certainly happening right now in certain areas of the west side.
And, you know, I know our primary focus is the Palisades fire, but of course there's the Eaton Fire still burning in Altadena, and we have a new number from Cal Fire that's increased the acreage just a little bit. It was just above, it was close to 14,000 prior. Now it is up and over 14,000. So the Eaton Fire has increased to 14,117 acres, still just 3% contained. That is from Cal Fire.
So as we continue to watch this fire burn, the area that we're really focused on, because sometimes these pictures all kind of look the same, is the Mandeville Canyon area. We're near Mountain Gate, the country club there, not too far away. That's some of what we're focused on. There's been some concern tonight about the 405 freeway. We know that the off-ramps on the 405 freeway in this area, Getty Center, Scurraball, others have been shut down. The freeway traffic continues at this hour. They say shutting down the freeway itself is an area of last resort, but we've seen this relentless attack from the air as this thing has flared up tonight with 10 aircrafts moving quickly to try to put water on this thing and to keep it away from the homes out there.
We also want to let you know about some added programming because of the fires. Typically on Saturdays and Sunday mornings, we don't have a newscast, but we are adding coverage on both of the days this weekend, so we want to keep you informed. So starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow, and of course, if anything really was necessary, we would break onto the air. But a newscast is scheduled to take place tomorrow, 7 a.m. You'll be able to see Melvin Robert and Gigi Graciette. And I'll be here tomorrow as well, adding to the coverage with Susan Hirasuna. We'll be on from 5 to 7 tomorrow and 10 to 11. And again, we could be wall to wall. You know, we hope not, because that means that things are really serious. But just wanted to talk to you about the added coverage and the staffing for us this weekend here at Fox 11. And it's the same schedule essentially on Sunday.
On Sunday, yes. So Sunday we'll have a newscast at 7 in the morning. Then there's going to be football here on Fox 11, assuming that things are a little more under control. And then we're going to have a newscast from 5 to 7. I'll be sitting next to Susan Hirasuna for that one. And then we'll be on from 10 to 11:30. And I will be, or 10 to 11 on Sunday night. And I'll be sitting here with Susan for that one as well. And then Marla and I will be back in these chairs on Monday night again to continue our coverage. And Monday night, maybe we bring in Adam Kruger back into the conversation, is something that we are concerned about, because then we see the return of those Santa Ana winds.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be this weekend will be the next round, Saturday night to Sunday morning, and then yes, next week could be several days of some type of Santa Ana winds. The strength is kind of yet to be determined, but it looks like next week it could be on the strong side. I will also be here, by the way, Sunday, joining you, Alex, for coverage on our Sunday evening newscast as well. So,
yes, the most important, the star of our show. I'm sorry,
yeah.
we're all figuring out our assignments.
Yes.
We're literally reading the email right now,
yes,
trying to figure it out. But yeah, it'll be great to see you on Sunday, Adam.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And control room, let me know what you would like to do. I know we have a slot for a weather forecast coming up. I can do that if you like. But otherwise, here as we watch the perimeter, the edge of the Palisades fire, which, you know, a little bit, just kind of like recapping the day. It was a day that started that seemed like things would be calming down. We saw this flare up on the north and northeast side of it, and it's been going north, as you know, with the evacuations expanding all the way up to the 405. And so, you know, not what we want to see. This is not wind driven today, though. We do at least have the light winds, and we've been watching the helicopters over and over tonight drop water on the border and up on the ridges there on the northern edge of that fire. And we hope that continues to just kind of be held in check. And as far as we can tell, we're not seeing any structures light up from what we see there. So now, as we get to our forecast, and, you know, we talked about this earlier, but for anyone that missed it, we'll kind of go through this again, that we've got 2 upcoming Santa Ana wind events, I guess you could say, although the second one might be kind of a prolonged thing. But we put this week's weather part of it behind us. We've had the winds calm down today, and that's all good. But we go into tomorrow, winds will start picking up, and I'm thinking it's tomorrow night, especially tomorrow night and a Sunday morning, when we're going to see the peak of the next Santa Ana winds. So again, we've got the area in orange. It's a fire weather watch. It will likely change to a red flag warning, meaning fire weather conditions are expected over a pretty large area. And I've said this before, but you know, out towards, let's say, east of LA, you go pretty far east, like the Inland Empire and down through Orange County, those areas have had just as strong winds. As we've seen in other spots, we've just been lucky that there have been no fires out in that direction, but it's areas, Inland Empire, Orange County sections need to also watch for the potential for fires, because there will be strong Santa Ana winds in those locations as well. So we have the high wind watch also, which will change to a high wind warning. And it's because of these, especially higher elevations, mountains, and some of the canyons and valleys as well. We're going to find the potential for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So it's not like it's just a wind advisory. This is a high wind warning now. This will be another round of strong Santa Ana winds, just not as intense, just not as extreme, not the hurricane force winds like we had earlier this week. So let's look at this now. We'll walk you through this on our computer model that's going to show its projection of some of the numbers, just picking a few cities, but also the colors do a good job of indicating the areas where the winds will be strongest. I've had some people ask online, do the colors represent like smoke or something like that? No, the colors here are simply just where the strongest winds will be. So purple is the top of the scale, where it's 35 miles or above, 35 miles per hour or above. So that's a look at noon Saturday. We start to see the winds coming up, but they will get stronger as we go into Saturday night. You see the banner at the top. This shows 8 p.m. on Saturday, and then they peak after midnight Saturday night and into Sunday morning. So this is before the sun is up Sunday. We've got 5 a.m. and we've got these winds that clearly, as you see in some spots, it's showing gusts of 50 or stronger. 2 main areas, one stripe right here and then one stripe right here. And these winds are coming from the northeast, which is essentially what we've been seeing during this whole last 3 or 4 days or so. Same wind direction, that is. As we go into Sunday late day, we still have some windy spots, but the numbers are starting to come down. So that takes us to Sunday night, where we have a little break between, you know, this weekend's event and then the next one. Quick look at the setup that's going to bring the next round of Santa Ana winds. So this is the weekend one. You can see the winds kind of flowing offshore a little bit. And then we get this high and this low in the mix. And this is where the forecast gets a little bit tricky, because these will be in position to provide offshore Santa Ana winds starting on Monday, but then we have this kind of dance between that high and that low and the way that these are going to